to that 4th place. Team Huizenveld's Jan Siskowski might just about have to stay and settle for 3rd. Sean Campbell is settling for 2nd. By the looks of things, he's into the pit lane. And Edu Fernandez Morales is out there as well at the moment, but he's currently leading the standings. So very difficult to see him getting overhauled, really. Certainly difficult to see him getting overhauled in the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the GTEs. Very much likely that he is going to be taking that one home with him after leading going into today with that one. Siskowski comes into the pit lane, and that looks like it's going to be GTEs over. Obsidian Racing on the pole position. Van Lorenzo, a good start to their day. They've got 1,000 kilometres to focus on just up in front. I wouldn't say half the job is done, that is an exaggeration, but some of the job is done.
Yeah, some of the job is done. I think they have to do the hard carry now into the race, and in a race where you could see maybe 4 or 5 Ts, let's bring T3 180 into this one and say they can become a factor, even though they have a BMW where you mentioned the BOP might not favor them. They can become a factor, but of course the GSI steering wheel is going to go in the way of Obsidian. They're probably going to like that. I wouldn't mind a GSI wheel, by the way.
Exactly, yeah. There are good wings on it. We'll get the LFP2 standings on them, shall we? Before we go any further with these lap times. 30 points is the advantage that Pearson Esports hold coming into today. Team RSO trailed them. Alpine Stars to Tesla Racing currently 3rd. Satellite Racing, who just might be looking for nearly 100 points back. Impulse Racing is 6th, and Apex Tech Racing. Delta Sport and Hell Races at 7th and 8th. Private Label Team Hype and Element Sim Racing round out your 10 cars. And moving forward to look at the US Intercar current championship leaders right now. Can they hold on today with only a 13-point margin? Daniel Kraft is going to be hopefully qualifying and starting them off in a good way. In terms of the overall, as we go on board and look at a lap, a very scary lap, on board with an LP2, their championship lead in the Grand Championship is quite large. 128 points back to Apex Tech Racing, who have really faltered, I'm afraid, in the second half of this season. 2nd and a 1st for Pure Sims, but Apex Tech Racing's result is only 3rd, and their results at Watkins Glen wasn't great. Satellite Racing and Impulse Racing can also mathematically win the championship, but in all likelihood, this championship is going to be wrapped up by the halfway stage of this race, where we award half points. Daniel Kraft, though, has still got to do a job here, and that's what he's trying to do right now. Coming down the back straight and towards the chicane for the first time. We'll see where he can get himself, but judging by the qualifyings that we've seen so far in this championship here, Ryan, it's going to be very, very close. And into Lagos, the top 4 were separated by less than 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, I remember watching that, and that was amazing to see the times being so close. And don't be surprised if you see the times being so close around here as well with Atlanta. But as Kraft comes across the line now, heading into turn 1, and Pure Sims, as I say that as well, go to the top in qualifying at the moment, but still we've got a long way to go in qualifying, so that could all change. But that's a good banker lap from Daniel Kraft.
It certainly is. Mats Tug Husveld at the moment is the leader of the GSI Prime Velocity Award for qualifying times. Currently 5th in the standings. He's got to watch out for the likes of Jamie Conway of Apex Tech Racing, Paolo Mudos, as well, to try and keep those guys behind and take home that award. On board with Delta Sport, we go through the final couple of corners and out towards the line here. So it's quite a different experience watching an LMP2 drive around here. Really, we've seen the GTs on occasion look a bit lethargic, lack of downforce, of course, but this looks very quick, and of course it is for these guys, especially at a circuit like this. It is scarily quick.
Yeah, which is mind-boggling to think they're doing 108s around a track like this. I'm trying to remember as best as I can, because I've done Indy cars around this track earlier in the season, and Indy cars on paper, they are faster than LMP2s by, I think, 5 seconds average, something like that. I think on the lap average this time around, they actually are matching the Indy cars, so it's I'm kind of surprised to see them right on the same pace. I think IndyCars do this 106 around here, so 2 seconds is nothing, which for me is kind of impressive. But of course, this is qualifying pace in comparison to race pace.
Yeah, absolutely. So we go through the final couple of, or final chicane, I should say, with Jakob Weiderke towards the line. Not a big advantage at all for him right now. It's just got even smaller, only 1/100th of a second from Apex Tech Racing briefly, and then he went faster himself to extend that over to 2/10. Sayandra slots himself into second place for Satellite Racing. That's a good lap time, and only now less than 1/10 of a margin for the Delta Sport team as they try and hold off the Satellite Racing car and everyone else. It is very close indeed, but a good start for Satellite Racing in the qualifying. Currently fourth in those standings. They won the final race of 2021 at Barcelona, which gave them a fourth in the full season. That final race, by the way, was so crazy. They were leading the championship at one stage, but ended up in fourth. It was very close, and hopefully we see something similar in terms of entertainment levels here today. But yeah, for the moment, it's fairly normal. The banker times have come in here, Ryan, and the real times, well, as if these aren't real times, but the even faster ones are going to come a little bit later on. It's going to go right down to the wire by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think as the track gets warmer, you'll see the time starting to come down, and at the moment, it's yeah, good to see Delta Sport up there as well. And
that car's still in gear.
We move our attention to the 34 Future Forward LMP2 car, currently being driven by Taylor Lane, currently 10th in qualifying, and yeah, most people recognise this team from the IVRA Club Cup series, and not also as well they won the GT4 championship in that series, or that was the Club Sports series, sorry. But yeah, it's good to see them winning that championship
for
in
the next
GT4, and hopefully they can have a good result here today in LMP2, but also in the GT class as well.
Yeah, and of course the season previous they won the Porsche Cup category of that championship, so they know what they're doing around here. Unfortunately 10th for them at the moment though, as we go on board with Jamie Conway, only just under 3/10 behind Masto Husveld in the pole award standings, and at the moment he would be overhauling Husveld, so this lap time is currently good enough.
What's 12 litres good for? 4 or 5 laps?
To our complications here today, Lorenzo. We've got 7 championships to be decided, and also the pole award, which looks like
I'm
it's
muted.
gonna
5 laps, I believe.
hundredths or thousandths of a second by the looks of things.
Yeah, which is mind-boggling to think. And if there's one thing I'm really glad of is that I'm not doing mathematics. That's gonna be up to race control. Because number one, never trust the commentator's math, as Jamie Conway is gonna start his fast lap, and never trust the commentator's math. This is a race where every single 1/10 of a second matters, but then of course hell is gonna break loose when they start catching the traffic, and catching the traffic right here is gonna be quick, right? And so expect some major drama during the first passing, but whoever's out in front is gonna basically dictate how this first hour of the race will go, and I think this first hour of the race might be the most crucial hour of the entire season, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you could be right in terms of, certainly in terms of traffic, it's going to be the most hectic first run through. But we'll wait and see if it turns to be or turns out to be like that. Here's the Apex Tech Racing car. Then we've been on board. We're now looking at them as a whole, coming through the final sector now. Jamie Conway trying to get maybe onto the front row here. He wouldn't need too much to get there. A 10.5 maybe. Don't look like it's easy to find, but can't find it just for the moment. It's only an 8.6 at the moment for him. Oh, excuse me, he does go a little bit faster, but not quite enough to gain any positions in this one. As to Husveld, still just needs to do a little bit more for this qualifying award that he currently in the lead of. And Daniel Kraft coming towards and final few corners as well. Something else after we have to think about, Ryan, of course, in the prototype category anyway, is fuel saving and fuel strategy, whatever that is going to look like throughout the 1,000 kilometres today.
Absolutely, and yeah, fuel saving as well. Don't be surprised if you see, especially further back in the LMP2 class, sub-teens fuel saving and trying techniques such as lifting and coaxing, or another technique that's probably familiar to some people called clutching. Basically, if you're not sure what clutching is, it's basically you lift off with the corner, press the clutch, and it basically doesn't use up any fuel. And one of the drivers in LMP2 that's good at fuel saving and also good at strategy, or yeah, I call him the strategy wizard, is Mr. Syandra, who's currently 4th in the moment for satellite, and Sy's pretty handy at doing strategy and fuel saving himself.
Yeah, hopefully.
Actually,
go on.
if I may interject really quickly, this is interesting because had we had this conversation, I think 5 weeks ago, and this race had been 5 weeks ago, probably we wouldn't have this conversation of negative fuel saving with the clutch, because they took the clutching away on the LMP2s, right? So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they got it back because there were problems with the anti-stall. Let's just say even the smallest mistake could actually kill the engine, and even with the anti-stall clutch, they couldn't get it to work. So they reverted back into the clutching and make sure that the engine doesn't die itself regularly as it used to do back then. So it's going to be an interesting race. Now with clutching re-enabled for the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was just about to say, as we look at Syandra here, hopefully he comes to chat to us after his first stint in this race.
It's already?
He often
Yes.
does. He's always up for a chat, so hopefully we can hear from Satellite Racing and Sandra a little bit later on.
Can we go out
Plus,
one more
if you are a
time?
driver listening in and you'd like
Yeah,
a chat
can you?
after your stint,
Yeah,
more
I
than
think
welcome.
you should be able to,
Put
yeah.
yourself in, and yeah, we'll have a bit of a chat. It's a long race,
You got
and
plenty
so
of fuel.
we'd like to hear from the drivers out there. I've already seen
Continue to the
a
end.
little bit of chatter in the YouTube chat from Jacob O'Reilly. This is going back a little bit now to the GT3 AM qualifying, but of course O'Reilly was second in the AM qualifying for the Archer brothers, mentioning about how warm the track is here, Lorenzo. You mentioned it at the start of the day, but if people are already picking up on how warm it is in qualifying, then we are going to see problems for some of these cars in the race.
Yeah, it's going to be basically a race, maybe the first half or the first 2 hours of different tire strategies maybe, because we still have a very warm track. It is 41 degrees, and of course if we keep going with this track in daytime progression, we should expect to see around 40s, maybe drop to the below 40s in about an hour or half hour to 1 hour or so, because it's been very constant in the current time of day. It's basically set for today, April, so it is going to spring in the United States, especially in Georgia and Brazelton. It's kind of a little bit warm. Arjuna Kakapati probably would digress more on that than probably any of us right here, or even Tyler Maxson. But it's going to be an interesting track, nevertheless, for maybe GTs and GT3 fields, who's going to have the different tire strategy, especially now we've seen the double tires being the new meta in the GT3s. So it's going to be a very compelling race to watch, maybe in the first half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions certainly getting a bit warmer across this part of the world. Although it's 20 degrees in north of England today, which is nice. So we love that. But it's a rare event, and I'm here sat inside. So there we are. But anyway, it certainly is. The sun is out at the moment, baking down on this circuit. It is 3:30 in the afternoon in Sinmo, which does mean we're going to get into the evening kind of period before the end of this race. The sun is going to go down in the sky, and the sun's going to go down in this season indeed as well. Because it of course will be ending at
Yeah, I
the
think
end
we
of
won't be
this
able to
1,000
do one more
kilometre
lap.
race, here tonight. Who is going to take pole position though? Currently, Delta Sport and
You can do one more
has currently
after
got
this
the,
one.
pole position.
Yeah, but there's 1
He's
minute
not got a very
remaining.
good margin. The
Yeah,
top
but
a separate
if you
line.
get,
Less
you
than
now get
10th
over the
of a
line,
second
then you can end
at
that
the
lap.
moment. He's got a quarter of a tenth ahead of Jaden Munoz at the moment. Daniel Kraft is third ahead of Syandra, and then Jamie Conway, who is fourth at the moment, and not quite doing enough for the GSI Prime Velocity Award at the moment. Mats Husfeldt in sixth position for Team RSO is just about doing enough Delta Sport currently on the top of the standings. A little bit of a surprise to me that, Ryan, but they're doing a good job to hold on for the moment. They'll be, they've got plenty of cars breathing down their neck, though.
Okay, never mind.
Look. I saw the Delta Sport pop up to the
Unfortunate.
top qualifying. At the moment, they're still holding that pole position.
Fucking Jaden.
Absolutely. Oh, is it actually Geodesic? I take that back.
3 at the end.
Geodesic car pops up to the top.
It does indeed.
And Daniel.
Jaden Munoz has taken the pole position just for the moment.
Nah, good effort. Good effort. Well done.
Yeah, nice job.
If not the third sector, we would have done like 8.471, something like this.
Was a good one. Nice lap.
Right now, Pure Sims Esports move up into second. It's not going to be Satellite's day, I'm afraid. They pull into the pit lane here. It's going to be at best fourth for them. We'll see if anybody from behind can maybe even overhaul them in this one. Looks like Delta Sport, Apex Tech Racing, Team RSO, 5-star might be the only ones who can overhaul Geodesic at this stage, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to. It could be the late lap from Jaden Munoz that gives them the pole position over the line for 5-star, and I'm afraid it's no better for them. 7th place or worse. Indeed, in these standings, this is the man of the moment, though. Ryder
Can I get out of the car right now or not?
Just get that pole position back. 1/10 of a second is all he needs, but he can't grab it, and I'm afraid it's going to be third at best for those guys. Not even a front row. After holding on for so long here, Lorenzo, they're going to miss out on not only pole position, but a front row start as well, as is Jamie Conway, who's going to be starting in 5th position. It's another late lap time.
Or are you going to do it with the triple stints?
Who's going to take pole for Geodesic.
Yeah, nice lap from Geodesic, and I think Geodesic needed a really good qualifying for once, because I think a team that usually has the lineup to match any other team right here and not get a really good qualifying for the first time in a really good while now. They probably can say they're comfortable with what they got and then push it on for this
Wow,
race.
missed
But
the pole
again,
by hundredths of a second.
Hour is going to be basically what dictates the entirety of the race and how they navigate to traffic.
It certainly is. As we see the end of qualifying here, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes until we cycle forward to the race. You won't have to wait all those 7 minutes with nothing happening. Don't worry about that. But yes, we are going to see the grid after that, and then we'll get into the race. 1,000 kilometers around here, of course. As you see, very warm road Atlanta here this afternoon, which is going to change the course of this race. You would imagine here in this one. So 1,000 kilometers remaining in this championship season, right? It's going to be a good race. We saw a fantastic race here in the Club Sport Championship. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a good qualifying, and now it's time for the race. Yeah, we'll see how everybody gets on, really. But it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be championship finales are always good. So let's wait and see what transpires. What are you expecting, especially from the first opening of this race? Lorenzo's talking about how difficult it's going to be in the opening of this race. I would agree with him. How do you see the first hour or so of this race going?
I think you'll probably see some teams maybe decide just to just take it easy in the first stint, in the first hour, just try and maybe just ease into it, get into a rhythm. I wouldn't be surprised either if you see some teams up at the front maybe try and be a little bit feisty and maybe try and get track position during the first stint, and then just to try and get at track position before the first set of pit stops. But I have to say, I'm looking forward to this race. It's I love calling anything to do with IVRA. It's a great league. It's a great community, and I think like also you mentioned the club sport race here as well. That was absolutely fantastic, and the one in the cup class coming right down to the final corner, which was taken in the end by Vince Peters.
It certainly was. It was a remarkable finish. We even ended up on RS in top 10, so there we are. But yes, it was a fantastic finish. We talked about fuel with the LMP2s a little bit earlier on. That certainly was a fuel race. One thing that we do have to talk about though, Lorenzo, because it may not end up being perfect strategy with perfect stints and a planned out race. We may see cautions throughout the day. We may see safety cars. That is going to throw a spanner into the works, as it always does.
Yeah, we're probably. What I'm thinking, we might get a repeat what we saw at the Glen. Maybe some late caution yellow flags, which change the dynamic into this race. It may be some early cautions as well, like into the first maybe 2 hours, where the cars might get the faster cars might get the slower traffic, maybe in the twisty sections after
Good luck, Jacob.
T3 or into the braking session. But other than that, it's
Thanks.
going to be a very, very exciting first half. Not first half, but entire race to finalize the season.
Absolutely. You mentioned early cautions. Ryan, we saw on the restarts, of course, in the Club Sport Championship, which we're drawing on quite often, it was chaos on some of these restarts. Let's hope that it's not similar this time around, but it could well be. It's not an easy circuit to get restarted on.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult because there's so much going on and you don't really get a chance to relax. And but like you say, hopefully these drivers are sensible, and it looks like we're just about to move over to the grid.
Certainly is. We're about 5 minutes away from lights out, so let's get our grid sorted, shall we? Geodesic and Puresims are going to be on the front row of LMP2 together. Delta Sport, after holding on for so long in that qualifying session, going to be third, and of Cyandra Satellite Racing in fourth. That's Apex Tech Racing going to be lining up alongside Team RSO on the third row of the grid. Then it's going to be 5-Star Motorsport and Element Sim Racing, 7th and 8th. Christoph Monch for Phoenix Racing is going to be 9th, ahead of Taylor Lane and Fiercely Forward, rounding out your 10 cars in LMP2. In GTE, Obsidian Racing took the pole position ahead of RSR by Buttkicker. Next, Team Hussingveld in the Corvette ahead of German Sim Racing. The first BMW T3 Motorsport by Maniti nearly half a second down in 5th. Then Team RSO in 6th position. 7th is going to be Phoenix Racing Esports and John Atkinson. Apex Tech Racing 8th. Hyperstars Geodesic Racing and the other BMW going to be 9th ahead of Samba Racing Team rounding out the top 10. L1 Esports going to be 11th ahead of Orion Race Team in 12th. And finally, the very large GT3 grid to come. Luca Vooks is going to be alongside Adam Isaacson, or he was projected to be, but that 5-Star Motorsport team are not going to be there because of an infringement in qualifying. Impulse Racing are going to be third.
Good luck, have fun.
Sim Racing, Pure Sim Esports rounding out the top
Enjoy
5.
the race. If anything's needed, just ask. Huh?
WS Racing 7th and the first of the AM cars. GT3 Motorsport by Maniti. That great lap from Joshka Meyer, enough to overhaul Jacob O'Reilly in 9th. Blake Bottoms rounding out the GT3 top 10. Then it's Fiercely Forward and Liper Esports lining up on the 6th row of the GT3 grid together. Ryan Lesky and Garrett Thompson are going to be on the 7th, and of Dennis Garrison rounding out the top 15 for Virtual Motorsport. Vector by RSR are going to be 16th, and of 49 Motorsports and Rusty Spatulas 17th and 18th. Then in 19th, we've got Talk Freak Racing Redgate and Neil Middleton with Prestanda Nomad in 20th. Westwood Racing Esports at 21st, ahead of Impulse Racing, the poorest qualifying pro car. And finally, Element Sim Racing, rounding out your 23-car GT3 grid.
Car 358.
It's a big grid here, Lorenzo, I think it's safe to say. 2x2 start, and then traffic very quickly. We've got 45 cars out here today as well, which is going to make everybody's life very, very difficult.
I think difficult is an understatement, Mr. Yunaliri. I think it's gonna be a nightmare. How you navigate through 21 cars in the GT3 field, then you're gonna go into 12 more cars into the GTE field, and 11 cars in the GTE field, then try to survive and not only saving fuel but being fast and saving tires. So, man, whoever's in the prototypes, please be safe, because we know historically this track, and this is why it's not one of my personal favorites, can be very, very tricky for you to actually race on. You have to demand patience. Sometimes LMPs, we know this from a mile away, don't not have patience.
Absolutely. There's only 10 of them, and there's 35 of everybody else for them to negotiate throughout the 1,000 kilometres here today. 7 championships on the line, let's not forget. 3 Grand Championships, 4 Winter Championships, spread across our 4 categories of car. And LMP2, in terms of Winter Series, LMP2 has some of the closest that we are going to see. Half points, of course, awarded at the halfway mark as well, which are going to have to be toed up by us, and we'll see who is where by the end of 1,000 kilometres of racing here this afternoon. But for now, it's Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing and Jaden Munoz in control of this field as we get ready to go racing at Road Atlanta. It's the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA, and it's underway for one final time in 2022. Underway, and Geodetic Racing getting off to the perfect start. Jaden Munoz getting into the lead easily. Delta Sport even, with Jacob Weiduker getting up into second. Daniel Kraft, not a good start from him. He slots down to third
Nice start.
already in that Pure Sims Esports LMP2. Back in GT3, it's Edu Fernandez Morales with the pole position, and he's going to take the lead into turn number 1 as well. Team Hoistingville looking for second, but having to go on the defensive all at the very same time. Everybody in this category also getting through nice and cleanly as they head down towards the S's. And one final category, the GT3s, of course, the biggest of them all. And it's going to be Luca Muggs who gets himself off to a good start. He takes the single file lead into turn 1 as everybody tries to get their way through turn 1 nice and cleanly. It looks, Ryan, as if everybody has got at least through the first turn without problems.
Yeah, so far it's been relatively clear, and there's not been any issues from what I can see. But yeah, everyone's the speed calm and not doing anything silly. But as it comes through the S's now, look at the pack of GT3 cars coming through now, and it looks like everyone's been relatively clear at the moment, but it looks like we've got a move going on in GT3 already.
Yes, lots of side-by-side racing through 6 and 7 as we look at some of the leaders. Some of those pro leaders have got away quite well here, apart from Josko Meyer, who's managed to get himself in there. You can see the Mercedes, 5th place in the GT3 standings, up from, I think, 8th on the start. He started very well as the leader of the AM category there, so a good job from him early on in this race as they head down towards the chicane. 245 laps on the menu here today. It's a very, very long way around here, and you can already see the LMP2s on the start of the back straight as the back of the GT3s are at the end of it here, right? That is not long at all. These two leaders are going to be onto the back of traffic within minutes.
They are, and that's the thing with Road Atlanta as well. You think it's a long track, but in reality it's a short track, it's a short lap, and you probably catch up to the GT cars, I'm guessing, within about probably 2 or 3 laps. So it's not that long when you think about it, and the GT drivers are, in reality, thinking about it, they don't really get a chance to relax.
No, not really. As we go through the first couple of corners once more for the LMP2 leaders. Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing currently leading the way. Currently 3rd place in the Winter Series Championship after their 3rd place at Watkins Glen and a top 5 last time out at Interlagos. The leaders in GTE a lot closer, and it's not too surprising to see this. The GTs do sometimes stay a little bit closer than those in the prototype category. In the top 6, currently you could throw a blanket over them, to be quite honest. It is very close indeed. Good Racing and Obsidian Racing, who are currently leading, trying to take the championship away, of course, from Team Free Motorsport by Maniti. And if the race were to end right now, as they probably like, they would indeed overhaul them. So, long way to go, but they've started off well, as have Maniti in both GT3 categories.
Yep, and it looks like everyone's managed to survive lap 1 and without any issues. And at the moment, it's Maniti leading in GT3, and but close behind them they've got the Impulse Lamborghini, and still it's really close at the moment. And I think what would you do if you're in championship contention? Do you just take it easy or settle down and just try and get to the halfway mark and get the points, or do you just try and get in the best position possible before the first set of pit stops? As I say that as well, it looks like the LMP2 cars are coming up to the GT traffic already.
Yeah, we are on lap 4 of this race, by the way, for those counting at home. We completed a grand total of 3 laps. We've been barely racing for 4 minutes, and we're into traffic already for these guys. The field splits at this circuit have meant that you catch traffic very, very quickly because of how
that's unfortunate with the straight line speed.
For the LMP2s all day. Jaden Munoz tried to snake his way through all of
it's gonna be fine.
Without too many major problems. The back straight very helpful for him there. But
yeah, I wanted to be first before the traffic.
Just keep it safe.
Understeer through here is massive.
Particularly sketchy, but that
in dirty air.
was well measured in the end from Kraft, and he's got that move done rather nicely in the end. Delta Sport with not a good
Big Gareth
run of
retires
traffic.
as well.
They're only 3 seconds
Yeah, I
behind
know.
the leader. They were right on the back of not so long ago.
Yeah, look at the LMP2 traffic coming through as well. They're all together, and that's the thing with multi-class racing as well. You can catch a oh, it's David Conway just about. I thought he was going to try and go round the outside of Andrew there. That would have been a bold move if he pulled it off, but GT traffic in front means he gets held up, and Andrew just manages to get through on the sister satellite GT3 car.
Through on another couple of these GTs. This battle now for 4th place. Now has 3 cars involved within it, with 5-star Motorsport latching themselves onto the back of this train as well. We go aboard with Alex Reed-Muller. Did have a fantastic qualifying, but he started off this race on the right foot at least, getting some slipstream from those in front. Sandra will be on the defensive, or at least looking in his mirrors. Coming down towards us again here as Apex Tech Racing's Jamie Conway gets close, but not close enough to make a move here. It's almost shocking how quickly we've caught up to traffic in this one. Barely 5 minutes into this race, and we were overtaking GT3s. That is what it's going to be like all day, though. 45 cars around here leaves not enough space for everybody.
Yep, and the top 3 in GT are still close together, or as I say that GT3 top 3 are all together, but 4th place German sim racing are still hanging on, and the top 3 still close together, and I think it's just the slipstreaming keeping them together at the moment. It looks like the RSR might be trying to go for a move into the chicane. Actually, no, they don't. There's a side to back out of it.
They do just for now. On board with the Corvette. Jan Simskowski looking to make his move on RSR and Obsidian to get himself to the front of this train, of course. Both of those cars, 2nd and 3rd at the moment, 1st and 3rd, very much involved in the Winter Series Championship as they try and overhaul T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Almost flawless season from them so far, with 1st and 2nd in the races, but the BMW doesn't look to be quite as suited to Road Atlanta as it was previously to others, although it's going quite well for them in GT3. Only a half-second lead for Luka Vuc, but he's got a lead at the very least. As we look backwards at that Impulse Racing Lamborghini, it looks though as if those at the front of GT3 have actually got away from the rest, which is a bit helpful, not only because you don't have to defend from them, but of course traffic finds it a bit easier to get through when there's only 1 or 2 cars to get through. When it's a big clump like we just saw in the mid-pack, it can become very difficult for everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. If you've got a whole bunch of GT cars in front of you, it can be frustrating, and you can lose you can probably lose up to about 2 or 3 seconds, but that's just the nature of multi-class racing, and you can't really afford to do anything too silly, especially in such a long race as this one.
What's happened to Obsidian? They've lost not only the lead, but 2nd place as well, and they're dropping down the order. Something has happened to Obsidian Racing because they're in the pit lane already. I wonder now if there has been a penalty early on for them, because they're just driving down pit lane. Looks like a drive-through penalty, quite possibly. Obsidian Racing, after leading, all of a sudden are going to be last in GTE. I'll get another view as to why that is, but that has to be a penalty. Has to be a drive-through penalty for something off of whether that was qualifying or the race. Not entirely sure, but a costly penalty so early in this race.
Yeah, I'm just finding out as well that that car got a black flag as well for an incident tier 6.
Yeah, that's trying to work out quite what the issue is. We'll get to the bottom of it in a few moments' time. But yes, not good, I'm afraid, for them so early on in this race. It's now RSR who are leading ahead of Team Hussingveld. We go aboard with German Sim Racing's Mike Mason Kopsika, and oh dear, a little bit wide off the final corner, but all fair in the end. And in towards the first few corners of this lap early on. Traffic will be upon them soon as well. Let's not forget those LMP2s will be creeping up behind before long. I suppose though, if there's any time to get a drive-through penalty, it's get all your bad luck out the way early. and that's what Obsidian have done. They'll be hoping for a safety car, you can be sure. That will get them right back into this race, but it's never ideal.
Yeah, if I was them, I would rather have that happen in the early stages of the race rather than at the end of the race. If you're in a good position and something like that happens, it'll probably be frustrating. So getting that out of the way at the moment is probably a good thing. And like you say, they've got safety cars as well, so that can once the field's back up and it can bring them right back into it.
Absolutely. You're on board with Jacob Vardiker trying to get through on the Pure Sims Esports LMP2. It's very close right now because of the traffic once more. We saw a great run through traffic for our leader, Jaden Munoz, in the first time around, but the GTEs have not quite been as kind, and now we have 3 for the lead in the overall of this race at the completion of lap 9. Here he is, Munoz, making his way through the traffic, and a bit of indecisiveness as well there, down the inside into turn 1, the GTs never really like. So of course they're hanging on for dear life through there really, as opposed to the LMP2s that are glued to the ground, and then you've got to come downhill through the S's here, where it is always very sketchy, making your way through on a little bit of traffic. It's almost an unwritten rule here, where you, particularly through that bottom part of the S's, after the right hander at turn 4 or so, it's almost an unwritten rule that you stay behind, and that's what everyone did there.
Yeah, everyone was sensible, they stayed behind, didn't do any silly moves, and everyone managed to survive and make it in one piece. And this is probably the best section of track to get by the GT traffic, because there's plenty of room, and also you don't really get compromised or held up. The only part I would say is probably through that double right-hander, but at the moment it's relatively calm at the moment, and everyone's just seems to be settling down. As I say that, in the background there, and a couple of GT cars going side by side through the chicane, but still at the moment GTE is still relatively close together, and I think everyone's just kind of just deciding to be sensible and wait until maybe the first set of pit stops and let the race pan out.
We're back with the GTEs, and speaking of GTE, I had confirmation of what the Obsidian penalty was for. It's a jump start, I'm afraid. They were leaders, of course, but you still can't go before you're allowed. There is a start zone, and you can't jump that. Fortunately, that has led to them having a drive-through penalty, and so they are now down the order in this race now. A bit wide for Verhoff there in 4th place. He gets back onto the road without major problems in this battle for 3rd. German Sim Racing just up in front of them at the moment, trying to salvage a terrible season for them, I'm afraid, at least in the winter part of this, because they've only got 50 points. They were leading at the halfway stage of Watkins Glen, but couldn't get to the end of the race, couldn't even get to the halfway stage at Interlagos either. But they're running decently now on the defensive into the chicane, and no move obviously from Verhoff. Is it? I suppose it's a little bit surprising to see defensive manoeuvres coming out this early on. We're only 12 laps in to a 1,000 kilometre race after all, and there's aggressive moves coming out already. Johnny Verhoff right down the inside through the final corner, very sketchy. Free wide into turn 1 now with an LMP2. This is hard racing for only 10 minutes into this one.
Yeah, it's a bit early to be getting a bit feisty right now. So only 10 minutes in, but I think he just got a run, and he thought he could try and get up the inside heading into turn 1, but just couldn't get the move done and decides to back out of it. But yeah, very surprised that some of these drivers are getting aggressive already, as one of them kicks up a bit of dirt in the exit of the S's, as they've got the fiercely forward LMP2 car coming up to lap them, and they should get by them on the exit of the entry into the back straight here, as it looks like as it goes by now. So it's plenty of room to get by, but yeah, I'm the same as you, and I'm very surprised that some of these GT drivers are getting a bit feisty and getting the elbows out already.
It is quite early for that. Look at Verhoff now. Is it? Well, it's going to the inside line on the grass very nearly. My goodness, this really is aggression so early on. This is the battle for 3rd. German Sim Racing just up in front. T3 Motorsport Mariniti just behind, trying to get through. Very desperately trying to get through. So this is very interesting. Is there going to be a dive here? Possibly at turn 1 from Verhoff. Not quite. Now, Geodesic Racing have been invited to the party by the looks of things. They're currently in the 5th place as we see one of the GT3s make its way out of the pit lane. I think that might have been Vector RSR or Element Sim Racing, one of those two, because they've both been in the pit lane so early on in this race. But yeah, this is just costing them time. 3 seconds now up to the 2 leaders.
Yeah, this is the thing that these guys have got to remember. It's basically an 8-hour race, but it's down as a 7-hour race. But yeah, these guys have got to recognise it's a long race. There's no need to get feisty or do anything silly at this stage of the race. And also, it's allowing the geodesic car behind them to close in and join in this battle as well. It's almost like the
And that's
GP
unfortunate.
or Minity cars, rather, they've got
First
one
race, the race is
on the
long.
outside now, and yeah, is it there's going to be anything silly again? It looks like the Minity car might get. Can he get the move done on the outside? He does. Fantastic.
Yeah, on the outside line, finally just broke deep enough into the corner. If you can do that and hang yourself around the outside for the first part, then inside line for the second part, and you can normally hold on. That's what Mahoff was able to manage there, but he's going to have to go on the defensive once more into turn 1. Beauregard watches it on. The Sim Racing tried to fight their way around the outside this time around, but at turn 1, it's a lot bigger of an ask, and so now you see pretty much what Minity car does indeed get through as Apex Tech Racing and Pedro Martins also comes into the pit lane. It might well be a drive-through as well, or some kind of penalty, not entirely sure at this stage. But in the end, yes, it was a good move from Mahoff, and he'll be very glad to see that German Sim Racing car behind him, because although it was a very feisty battle, and arguably too feisty battle for this early on in the race, it was also needed to get through, because he's clearly quicker at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm just thinking. I wonder if the German Sim Racing Porsche is maybe running slightly, or maybe a little bit more downforce. It's costing them some straight line speed, or maybe got a little bit of damage, but still decides to go defensive slightly again, goes to the inside like to defend again. So yeah, I thought he was going to outbrake himself and run into the Minity BMW, but manages just to get it slowed down, but maybe just carrying slightly more rear wing.
Here we go, out over the start-finish line again. Beauregard this time on the offensive. Not making a move into turn 1. It would be a dive, and a rather unnecessary one as well, you might say, at this early stage in the race. Still only 15 laps into this one. 245 on the day. 1,000 kilometres around here at Road Atlanta, of course. To come. They're out onto the straight again and towards 6 and 7 for these GTEs. Further up front, RSR have got a nearly 1 second lead over Team Huizingbeld. That is Porsche versus Corvette. It's just extended a little bit actually due to GT3 traffic. Now the GTEs race really starts because they've got to overtake GT3s and get overtaken by LMP2s all at the same time, which you could argue is the most difficult job out of all of those out there on the grid today.
Yep, that's the thing with being a GT
Yeah.
driver as well. You've got to, if you're in a battle,
I think they get
you've also
really
got to
lucky
keep
with
an
traffic.
eye on the LMP2 cars coming through as well. So
Yeah, look
it
how
takes up a lot of your focus and
how easy they
concentration
pass
for sure,
us on the straights.
That's it. That's just part of multi-class racing. But at the moment,
Everyone from lower wings probably.
This battle between
And that's
between
unfortunate.
German Sim Racing and Alpine Geodesics, and as I say that, actually the position has changed. 4th place is Geodesic, up into 4th place now in GTE.
Yeah, Beauregard has managed to find his way through. I think it must have been at the chicane again. Maybe the BMW has a little bit of an edge in the straight line compared to the Porsche. Not necessarily down the hill, because he's getting pushed constantly there through the S's section. So that was quite close, but there's no way you're going to make a move through that section, even if you wanted to. It's quite tricky, so won't be doing that. German Sim Racing do have an opportunity to come back at Geodesic, but it's going to be difficult with that exit. And you can see, look at the traction and the exit that the BMW gets there. I think that kind of clears up to us why these BMWs are so good at getting these moves done into the chicane, because the slipstream starts to take effect around halfway down the straight, and we are gaining now on board with the Porsche, but we've got too much of a deficit because of the acceleration from that BMW out the corner was very, very good.
Yeah, the traction from that BMW on the exit of slow speed corners is just brilliant. It's it seems to be
My
able to help
computer's
them
doing some
away
weird
ever so
things.
slightly in that Porsche.
I'll
I
be right
don't know
back.
why. The German sim racing Porsche, at least, this seems to be. I don't know if it's tyre wear, if it's just the. If it's just the way the Porsche is around here, but it just seems to be on the back foot at the moment.
There's some more GT3 traffic for these guys to deal with now. The LMP2s won't be too far away once again. Be on the back of these guys, and you've got to wait down the hill here at the S's as well, of course. That's not ideal for them. Out towards turn 6, and it's going to be a bit of a dive to make that work, but just about do it. I think that might be your favourite car, right there, Brian, the Brushy Spatulas Porsche. I think it could be.
Yeah, I like that car, and it's also a good team name as well. It's different, but in a good way. It's different. It's good to see people using different names, and that's probably my favourite in IVRA at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of the more unique ones. Of course, in action in the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well here at IVRA as well, of course. Back in action next Sunday. The Charlotte Roval, so that's going to be one to watch here on Racebot TV once more. A lot of racing on these next couple of weekends on Racebot TV. We go on board with Impulse Racing in their Lamborghini. Luca Roots has been under pressure for much of this stint now. Druncutter just applying that, but I can't imagine. I know we've just seen a very fierce GTE battle, but I can't imagine there's going to be. And I heard a bit of clutch actually from somebody. You'd imagine in this situation, the Impulse Racing Lamborghini would be very sensible to just stay behind at this stage and save a bit of fuel. And it's early on in the race, so it's a much better idea. You could argue, but he's not listening because he's going straight to the inside. Maybe trying to take the lead into turn number 1. He's on a tight line, side by side around the outside for Beniti, getting caught up on that curve. They're still side by side. Surely they're going to have to sort themselves out before the S's, but they don't. Just about given enough room, and Luca Mooch holds on. So maybe these two are going to fight a little bit harder than necessary for this position.
Yeah, I thought the Impulse car was. I have to agree. I thought they would have stayed behind and done a bit of fuel saving, but it looks like as soon as they got the run going over the start finish line, they decided, nope, I've got the run, I'm going for it, and the Miniti car was a bit late. Oh, as the Impulse car runs wide onto the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. That was that could have ended up badly. As we go back to them, yeah, here it is. Back for second. It's given the Alpine Stars geodesic team a very big lead, actually. Syandra applying the pressure right now. And yeah, this will help him. The ebbs and flows of traffic coming into effect one more and giving that team a 5-second lead, of course, and giving Syandra the opportunity here, possibly, to go for second. It's been a very good start from him.
Yeah, it's been a good start, and at the moment they've not had any issues so far at the moment. Hopefully I've not jinxed that, but still. Yeah, it's good to see them running well at the moment, and I think Sai at this stage of the race, sitting in third place, and maybe just deciding at the moment to just do a bit of fuel saving. Knowing Sai probably is fuel saving, but as I say that, he's got the run on the Pure Sims Esports car heading down the back straight. Is he going to go for the run? Yeah, he's going to go for the run and try and attempt to move up the inside into the chicane, and I think if I was Pure Sims Esport, maybe just back out of it and save some fuel, and if that's what to say, that's the back out of it. So Syandra up into second place.
Yeah, really good start from Syandra at this stage. Was not certainly on the front row for qualifying. I think he qualified 4th and has been climbing ever since in that satellite racing car. As we go back to the GTEs, the lead battle indeed. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Here's the leader in LMP2 at the bottom of your screen as well, and we're deep in GT3 traffic now for these GTEs, so it's going to be a bit of a minefield for everybody. Where does Munoz go here? Because they're 3 wide in front of him. He's trying to go every which way, but he can't at this stage. He has to go around the outside of that kind of fluorescent blue Lamborghini, if that's a word, or if that's a thing. That's a colour. But yes, Munoz gets his way through these GT3 cars and GTEs. Does a very good job of it indeed. But yes, this is going to be the problem throughout the entirety of the day. Traffic, of course. He's got a 6-second lead, very good lead early on in this one. Of course, he will have been helped by those battling behind, but because of this kind of stuff going on. But it's still impressive to see someone manage that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean Campbell is a name I recognise from other leagues at the moment, and or other leagues in general. He's really quick and can be a bit aggressive, but a very quick driver and more capable of getting a good result. Doing a good job in class at the moment, and he's got not a big lead, but he's got a comfortable margin at the moment.
He has. This is the trio battling over second. Jamie Conway has also been climbing since the start of this race in the Apex Tech Racing LMP2. Climbs over the curb, try and get the best exit possible. Might even have a
Yeah,
go
we need
on the
some
wheels
luck
of the
now.
car here, because he's done he's almost pushing the LMP2 in front down the straight into 6 and into 7. They're closing on the GTE leaders, who have been split apart briefly by this traffic as well. Team Hoistingveld 1.3 seconds down on Sean Campbell. Run out onto the back straight. There's going to be a lot of slipstream here, and Jamie Conway looks like he wants to get through. Daniel Craft is going to have his work cut out here. Inside line, maybe through the middle. Nearly 3 wide, but deciding for this early on in the race, it's not a particularly good idea. We can welcome Lorenzo Bonda back to this broadcast, by the way, which is good to hear. Lorenzo, welcome back. It's been fairly chaotic opening to this race, but no multi-class traffic incidents just yet, which certainly I was expecting to see, maybe 1 or 2 by this stage, but we really have, excuse me, we really haven't had that so far. And it's it's been a very enjoyable race. We've got nice battles set up everywhere, as you'd expect to see.
And that's nice to see. No major incidents between the slower and the faster cars, which is
We're gonna get there eventually. Played a long game at 7 hours.
That we have will be excellent. Other than that, I have a story which will cut very short. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have a car on the slope and the handbrake doesn't work, make sure you guys set to the reverse gear off the slope that you're actually stationed in. If it is downwards, set to the rear gear. If it is upwards, go into first gear. Sometimes it works.
It's helpful. As we see down the inside for Jamie Conway, and there it is. Daniel Craft can't do anything to keep him behind. Conway straight through on the inside line there at the chicane. And yes, straight through at the end of lap 23. They're reeling them off quite quickly, and we're nearly half an hour into this one already, miraculously, which means just over 10 minutes until we're going to see LMP2 pit stops here, Ryan. It's got to be pretty shortly that we will be seeing those pit stops start to happen. No tyres expected to be taken on, but it gives us an idea of maybe what the fuel limit of these guys actually is. And what kind of strategy we're looking at today, because as you said earlier, we could well be on the limit with the fuel.
I would say that probably the front runners in LMP2 at least, or LMP2 in general, will probably take just fuel only at the first pit stop. As for GTE and GT3, you might see some drivers take tyres. As it looks like we've got a change of position going on. I was nearly ended up in a bit of contact there between the Meriti and the Impulse GT3 cars, but luckily both of them managed to survive. But boy, these two teams have been going at it for quite a few laps now, and I'm amazed that it's not ended up in contact.
Well, they are keeping things clean for the moment. It is allowing everybody behind to catch up a little bit, has to be said. Basically forward and Taylor Lane currently into the pit lane, by the way, which is a bit of a surprise to see so early on in this race. But yes, T3 Motorsport by Meriti battling with Impulse. Then we got German Sim Racing, Geodesic and Pure Sims all catching behind because of this now. So they might want to just leave it alone a little bit on the battling for a couple of laps as we go. And you saw there the Pure Sims car having to get on the brakes because they weren't quite sure that they weren't going to get clattered into there by the BMW. So that was a scary moment, but fortunately didn't happen. And Delta Sport as well, just having to watch themselves. We go down the back straight now with these LMP2s, and Lorenzo, this battle looks like it's really between two cars that are falling back. Pure Sims and Delta Sport qualified so well, but they're not getting off to a great start in this race.
Impressive to see they're not getting the best result into it. You know, Japan first car started third place, the second car started second place. So, you know, the biggest problem right here in this track is battling traffic, and I think this is what Alpine Star, the geodesic car, that whenever, if you are in pole position, that's what kind of gives you a little bit of leeway on the other cars, because you can kind of set where you want to overtake and avoid losing time. Those, you know, who are behind you, it's a 50-50, so fully expected to see the Alpine Stars break away a little bit, but I did not imagine for this near end of the first stint that much by 7 seconds.
Yeah, I was I'm a little bit surprised as well to see actually nearly 10 seconds now for the lead, for the overall leader. Jaden Munoz is driving very, very well. He's racing out to a big lead at this stage, both overall and indeed in LMP2. Clouds are just coming over as well here at the moment. It's getting a little bit more overcast. So it won't be increasing the track temperatures any further, you would imagine. And it will be getting down towards the evening as well before long. So we'll see how that affects things. Speaking of Alpine Star and Geodesic, currently leading, but in GTE, currently 4th, being hounded by German Sim Racing. They worked quite hard to get through on this 167 Porsche, but now eventually they're coming under pressure from it. Porsche, good straight line speed towards the end of the straight, but lifting off and clutching in and fuel saving, which is not something you've seen too much of so far, Ryan, but it's good to see that some people...
Yeah, still some laps to go, but they're coming in.
As opposed to all-out battling, which is what we've had so far.
Yeah, some of these teams up at the front in the GT have been...
I'm saving a lot of fuel.
Yeah, good job on that. We need
that.
The stint is about 45 minutes, right?
Maybe
a bit longer.
I would say a bit shorter.
We're a bit shorter.
So at the moment they're staying at such
Oh wait, elapsed time is not race time.
I wouldn't be surprised if
My
a
bad.
German sim racing car, if it gets a good run on that back straight, it tries to go for the move.
It's a very big possibility at this stage. Looking back from the BMW at the moment, Ricoeur really not been able to keep pace with the T3 Motorsport by Maniti BMW. Currently in 3rd place, but 2 seconds ahead of this battling duo here. See as they go down the back straight, is there going to be a move, or is it going to be more clutching in and fuel saving? I expect it to be the latter, really, from German Sim Racing, and indeed it is. Coming down towards the chicane. As I mentioned, Lorenzo, the track is well, it's clouding over this circuit at the moment, so the sun not beating down on it too hard anymore. However, these track temperatures aren't going to completely disintegrate, are they? It's going to take a while for that to get worse. And indeed, you can still see the sun poking through, as it is right now, at some areas of the circuit. So the tyre worries for everybody are not going to be over.
No, it's not. I think the tire worry should be over by hour 3 with my initial estimates. Because right now, 37 degrees on track is still slightly warm as we see cars going to turn 6. The biggest problem, in my opinion, is how you navigate through the car itself. How you push your tires way too much, even with cold weather. This track, because you might go aggressively on the steering, so you can try to get an early turn in, might be enough for you to say maybe lose a percentage and a half. Just turn in. Oh, that's
the leader, GT3 leader off the road. Look at him, he kept it out the wall. I think he just about has done, but that was a very big moment for the GT3 leader, and not only have they lost the lead, but they've lost second as well. Brooks gets out of the way of someone else. Let's see how it happened. Through turn 1, the fiercely forward LMP2 was diving down the inside of the Impulse Lamborghini, so wouldn't expect that to have disturbed Brooks in any way. There was nowhere near any contact. He's just gone far too hot into turn 1 here. Does he hit the wall? No. Does a good job actually there, Ryan, to keep it out the wall, but a huge moment, and drops down to 4th position in that former leading car.
Yeah, he just went in too hot and he missed his turning point ever so slightly. But I think as soon as he saw that wall head coming up towards him, I think he might have required a change of underpants after that.
Certainly a big moment as Satellite Racing come into the pit lane. Only 35 minutes less than that into this race, Lorenzo. Are they going for something different here,
Mm-mm.
or is this on strategy expected as we saw at the start of the day?
Interesting for me. I expected 40 minutes of pit stops right here, right on that margin. But I'll be very honest. If there's a guy that likes to make really off strategies or off-putting strategies for us commentators to roll on his side, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's for them on pace strategy, but for us commentators is a little bit of a fuzz in the head.
Yeah, I suppose 245 divides into just over 30, doesn't it? I suppose. So yeah, I'm not sure on this one. It's especially it's always confusing when somebody on their own comes down on pit lane. If multiple people were doing this at only 35 minutes, it'd be a little bit more understandable. And a bit more, a bit
You guys
easier
are
to get your head
running
around.
17 wing right now, right?
It's not turned out that way. 5-star motorsport also into the pit
16.
lane now after only 30
16,
laps
okay.
in this race, and still only just over 35 minutes, of course. So, yeah, some early pit stops coming in for some of these guys. I guess it somewhat depends how much fuel you've saved and what you've got left at this stage. But it is a bit of a surprise to see. And of course, the potential for safety cars here today can throw everything up into the air and wipe everything away, basically. But if you have anybody, if you'd have confidence, in anybody here, Brian, to come in early and make the right call, it would be Sandro Satellite Racing Team. It's yeah, and something that we do see them do on occasion.
Yeah, Si's got plenty of experience with regards to strategy and making it work. And yeah, we saw, I think it was the IVRA endurance race in Barcelona, we saw that Satellite were able to, in the closing stages, they were able to make that fuel stretch out longer than
We'll need to pit on this one.
In the end, it worked out with them winning the race, but just as it crossed the line at the time, they started splitting and running.
Yeah, everything should be... Wait, no tires, right?
I think so.
So,
Right, tires are
see
checked.
how it works out.
We really have to see the usage, I guess. If it's above 80, we can do one more. Let's say above 70.
You'll be hearing from him in a couple of hours' time.
We have limited
He'll be,
tires,
joining the
so...
broadcast
Yeah, I know.
Burke, I believe, for the finale
Yeah, we can do
of
another
this,
one.
of this race and indeed
So,
of this
no
season.
tires.
So it certainly
Tires
makes
are
sense
checked
to him.
and
But,
fuel is around...
but we'll see how it goes on. As I mentioned, though,
75
you have confidence in Simon
Remember to the left.
to be able to do this
Yes,
sort of thing.
good.
75 liters and
But,
tires
wait
are
to see
checked. Okay.
when the rest of them come in. Are they just going to run these tanks dry?
Traffic was so
Come on.
unlucky on this stint.
Don't go over the line until 5 seconds.
I know.
Wait and see.
Good.
As we go on board with Joey Petrig of Element
Don't
Sim
do
Racing.
one more if
And
it's
indeed,
over
Munoz
80
does come in
because
now
you will
after
do in
32
the
laps
last
in
stint.
this race. Yeah, Munoz is in.
It's
Conway
84,
is in,
88
Daniel Kraft
on
is in,
front,
so very much
81
seems
and
like at this
83
point,
on the
Lorenzo,
rear.
it's time to come in. Delta Sport following as well. So this very much seems to be the limit.
Maybe you can
Yeah, it's
You
right
can do
about
triple
30,
all the way.
30 to 40 minutes in
Yeah.
this race, so
like you
fully
can
expected
triple,
to see the
and
majority
then
of
you
the
will do a
LMPs,
double, and if
Element
there
has
is a
been one of
position,
those to try to stick
it's
it out one
better
lap
to do
longer.
like
It's
this.
completely doable.
So yeah.
So
So we'll triple this
it's
set?
gonna be basically, I think,
because
a race
how
where
much
the
do you
yellow
have?
flag will
It's
matter. I think that's why
84.
Sai, and
Like
I
send
think
me a
Sai had
picture,
done
it would
this
be easier.
before.
if you
He's
can.
done this in prior
It's
races
84.
where he
around 80.
kind of counted with the yellow flag
Yeah, if
to
it's
try to
above
make up
80,
the
it's
ground
for sure
necessary.
triple.
So, expect
Even more, as you
maybe
saw
late
the
race drama,
traffic,
depending
you
on how
don't
the strategies
lose so
pan
much
out over
time.
here, but it's right on the margin to really
So yeah,
unpace.
triple.
A couple of elements in racing, as you say. the
And
only
good
team
job,
to
be patient.
not have pitted so far in this race.
We are more on a
And,
long-term
just
strategy
wanted
than
to run this one
first
out a
time,
little bit longer.
short.
No tyres expected to be taken on by anyone at this stage, and indeed that is ringing true for all of those in the LMP2 category. Expecting to see everybody leave at roughly the same point. Although Satellite Racing have taken on a little bit less in terms of the pit stop there. Not about 3 seconds shorter than Apex Tech Racing's, which has given them a small advantage, and so that battle will continue as Element Sim Racing give up that lead now after one lap of enjoying that. They'll be into the lead now. Well, they'll be into the pits now and losing the lead and back to where they were before, handing the lead back over to Jaden Munoz in this one. Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing, who are still leading by a fair amount after one stint in this race. So yeah, everybody's kind of set their fuel strategy up from here on in. Right, it's good to see, and yeah, we're settling in now for this race. We'll see how long this first green flag run is really, because as we saw at Watkins Glen, for example, and into Lagos, where the whole race went green, very long green flag runs to start off those races. Is that trend going to continue here at the finale?
You never know, it's a possibility, but yeah, Road Atlanta is one of those tracks that can throw up unpredictability, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a safety car at some point. Not saying it, I hope there is a safety car, but Road Atlanta, with it being such a tight track, and like we saw with the Miniti car going off in turn 1, accidents can happen.
Yeah, they can indeed. Back straight, Apex Tech Racing on the defensive here, Satellite Racing on the offensive, running down towards the chicane, the best overtaking opportunity, but there's car limits in between and there's traffic as well to deal with, and so they are not going to be switching positions at all. Just interesting on Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing, by the way, they're third at the moment in the standings for the winter season, and they'll be looking to take the championship, of course, but they're 67 points behind Pure Sims Esports in this one, so that is a big points margin here, Lorenzo, but you never know, and they're doing all they can at this stage to try and clinch this championship. They've lost points, but by winning at the halfway stage and the end of the race, of course, they're giving themselves the best possible opportunity to maybe spring a surprise on the final race.
But it still would take a little bit of an effort to try to actually win this championship. 37 points, 67 points behind the leader, and the Pure Sims team is a little bit complicated for you to make up the ground necessary. It all depends on where Pure Sims is, so all the placing mathematics have to go into the way. So of course, chunky eating every single point is important, but I do believe realistically, I do think it is a two-car battle tomorrow. So in Pure Sims, Alpine, it will take something drastic, and I mean drastic from both teams ahead of them to actually make up the ground necessary and contend for the winter championship.
It certainly will. We look at this battle between Pure Sims and T3 Motorsport by Miniti and GT3 now. Of course, Luca Munch, who's at the front of this train, third place, made that mistake through turn 1 off the road and had to trip through the grass, but he's back onto it now and trying to himself hold on to a championship lead, currently being slashed into by Impulse Racing. The best possible thing that could have happened for Impulse, really. But the GT3 Pro Championship is very close indeed. These are the kind of mistakes you don't need, Ryan, when you're trying to defend the championship lead from these guys here, Impulse Racing. And this is exactly what you need to do as runner-up in the championship. Take the opportunities that are presented to you. And that's exactly what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, that Impulse car pretty much pounced on the opportunity to take the lead, and yeah, they're just keeping it in trouble at the moment, and doing what they need to do, but still got a long way to go in this race. But at the moment they're doing a good job, and hopefully they can stay at the moment. But with Atlanta, like we saw so far in the race, they can throw up several hiccups, and the drivers doing silly incidents.
I'm gonna quickly go for dinner. Be right back.
Yeah, that's very close to the back of the Lamborghini there. As we go on board to another close battle, a little bit further down though, just for 16th in the GT3s, and Virtual Motorsport in the Pro category trying to get through on one of the AMs. I think that is Torque Freak Racing, quite possibly. Be wrong, probably am, but there we are. These are the leaders in the GT3 AM category. The Archibald, second place in GT3 AM. What are they? Well, they were second. Now they are first. T3 Motorsport by Miniti all of a sudden are 5 seconds behind. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But the Mercedes has dropped back quite drastically here, Lorenzo, and second place in the Pro-Am category.
But remember when I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Mercedes falls back because of the tired thread? So it's something like that. The Mercedes has been historically bad with tires. I think the only track, and this is the funny part of my chatter, is the only track that it isn't as bad as we might have think initially is actually the Nordschleife. But other than that, it will degrade more than the other cars.
Yeah, that's extremely unfortunate.
To stabilize the loss,
Oh my
especially Hudson.
Luck is not on our side, to say the least.
378 car. I think Satellite got overtaken about E3 in the GT3 AM class. Apparently they had a mistake with traffic.
Absolutely. At this stage, back for third, still on your screens, the GT3 Pro battle. Just about 45 minutes into this one, and then we soon see a pit stop for these guys, of course, at a very similar time to when we'll see the GTEs come on down pit lane. But that is still a little bit of time away just yet. These guys still got to figure themselves out for the rest of this stint. And then what are we going to see? Because it's all a bit of a tie game here, right? One stop at one single stinting, double stinting, maybe even two tyres. Who knows? Although unlikely as that is, it's going to be. This race is going to change certainly through this pit stop cycle because of what I just mentioned. Who's going to take on tyres, who isn't, and the same is going to apply to the next LMP2 round of pit stops as well, really. Because after the first stint, it starts to become a little bit less obvious as to what the right strategy is.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if some teams decide to take a full set of the new tyres, or maybe some teams might try and just change two tyres, but possibly in the rear. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy some of these teams go with. I think. And also, if some of these teams decide to do a driver swap, or maybe try and make their drivers go as long as possible, and maybe try and even do a triple stint.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It could be possible if you need the points, of course. We saw this at the Club Sport race a couple of weeks ago. The differing strategies to try and get those halfway points could become very important.
I saw them off track just on T11.
Ah, yes. RSO have
Right,
dropped
so
back.
we
They're
will
nearly
be
12
triple
seconds down
stinting.
on 6th place. Which is a long way back for them.
No
Second
tyres
place in
for
the
the
Winter
next lap.
Series season championship, by the way. So not
I
good
think
news for
so.
them. It's not been a good race for them so far. That's Tug Husfeldt not quite at his best at qualifying that he's been so good at. He still did enough to get the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the qualifying results in this championship by 99 thousandths of a second. But the Team RSO car in 7th place looks like it might just have been off in the last couple of moments. We'll see where, but it will see what happened to them in a few moments' time, hopefully. Meanwhile, the GT battle for 4th continues on between Geodesic and German Sim Racing. Here, Brian, German Sim Racing have been falling back a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in recent laps, and they're continuing to do so just at the minute.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Oh, the spin round!
Oh,
they managed to save it through the S's. Oh, what a save!
Yeah, it's
Well,
35.
That
It's
was
really great.
quite a moment.
Way better than
a couple of things to
43
go
it
back and
was.
watch, but yeah, German Sim Racing very nearly coming unstuck there. Let's have a look at what happened. This is what happens when traffic down the S's are clipping on the grass there, Lorenzo, ever so slightly. Not really down to the traffic almost. I think it was almost a slight bit of distraction, but the LMP2 didn't do anything wrong, and
Nope.
it was a good save in the end.
Yeah, it was a solid save. I think everybody else props to them for slowing down a little bit, lifting off the gas, and seeing where the GSR GTE was actually going to end up where. But yeah, don't clip the grass, people. Grass is lava.
Yeah, as we've just seen. Now, 3 wide moment into the chicane. Is this why Team RSO have managed to find themselves so far down? Oh, late braking, very late braking, and too late, I'm afraid. Off into the gravel, off into the grass. and that has costed them some time. It really is a shame to see for RSO here, Ryan, because, as I mentioned, second place in the winter season coming into today. They've had some great performances so far. The first and a second, you know, you would not expect
Let's
this
hope
kind
they
of
all change
performance
tires.
from that team, but they're currently 7th and 13 seconds down on 6th position. It really is a surprise.
Yeah, they've had the pace and they've been up there at times, but it just seems to go wrong. It just seems to go horribly wrong for them, and when they don't need it. And yeah, I was talking about German sim races as well in that course. They were up there at the start of the race in the early stages, but as the races went on so far, they've just ended up dropping back. So I don't know if they're struggling with tyre wear, if it's a setup issue, or maybe the track conditions not suiting their setup. But it's a bit strange to see them falling back and just pretty much being nowhere.
They are almost nowhere at this stage. More traffic for the GTE leaders, who are slowly coming closer together. RSR versus Huisingveld at the moment, 1 and 2. 1.1 seconds between them, with Johnny Verhoff in third. Closing on them ever so slightly, but not really making any significant inroads for the moment. Yeah, just would like a little bit more maybe from him, but for now.
GT cars should be pitting soon, right?
I don't know really.
Been a great opening to the winter season, I'm afraid, for them. They've been down the order. They're now right up towards the front and doing very well indeed in their Porsche. I'm sure Sean Campbell is helping with that, but quite a lot. But he obviously can't do it on his own. Got to get more teammates in the car in the near future, of course. And that is when we're really going to get a true taste, Lorenzo, of who is going to win this race. We're looking at all these drivers like Jen Munoz at the moment, Sean Campbell, who lead in their categories, but if they haven't got the teammates to back them up, of course, throughout the course of the race, then they're not going to be anywhere by the end of the day.
Yeah, but of course you mentioned Jada Munoz, butchering names, would have known. But Alpine Stars has Graham Sanders. We saw Graham have a battle with Delta Sport all the way down to the final laps at Watkins Glen, probably one of the most nail-biting finishes we saw at IVRA quite a while. Then Satellite has Adam Crane, the IndyCar champion, IndyCar champion, so someone who knows LMP2s as well, knows these kind of cars, so gonna be a really good driver. And then Pearsons have Daniel Kraft and has Paulo Muñoz, Stanley Deslandes and Daniel Saba, which might be like a third driver or an engineer from the team. Sometimes it does happen to have some engineers in the team, but seeing that lineup is being very solid as well. So some of the teams can make up the difference with the second driver most surely.
There's no weak teams around here. There's no doubt about that. You see a bit of a lock-up from Campbell into the chicane, and the GT3s with ABS there, really going very deep into the corner and getting very close to the back of the GTE. To the straight again, and that has closed the margin between RSR and Huisingveld. Not sure if that is a battle sandwiching the two of them at the moment, but it's certainly a close couple of GT3 cars, which is not helpful whether they're battling or not. This one, there's another GT3 just up in front. This is exactly why, Brian, we say that some people would argue GTEs have the most difficult job of anyone, because they've got to get through on these GTEs while battling with themselves, and there'll be some LMP2s on the back of them soon for them to let past. You see the RSO car, I think that was in the distance, so they really do have to have their eyes everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got to be very heads up, keep up your focus and your concentration when you're in a battle, but also got to be heads up and keep your attention sharp for LMP2 cars coming through. There's one of the LMP2 cars, so it clips the Impulse Racing Lamborghini heading across the start-finish line, but luckily just manages to get by, and that was a good demonstration as well with the speed difference between the GT cars as well, and the LMP2 drivers have got to keep the focus up as well, so that they don't do anything like clip a GT car.
Yes, never helpful. Now then, Syandra still second over 10 seconds behind the leader, Jaden Munoz, but far more pressingly, he's got less than a second to Jamie Conway in the Apex Tech Racing LMP2 just behind. These two about halfway through their stint at this stage. As we see our first GT car coming down pit lane, it's Obsidian Racing, and they're going to be very disappointed with their opening stint here, Lorenzo, because a drive-through penalty for jumping the start in this one has set them back quite dramatically. They're now, I think they came in well in 6th position. They're going to drop down to last, but first pit stops of the day coming in for the GTs, 55 minutes nearly into this race, so we're very much at an expected distance for them as well.
Yeah, right on the margin. But to be very honest with you,
I don't know.
It's, if they have to go for something that to contest in the championship, they have to go for something like that. You know, pit early, try to get the jump on some of the other teams. You know, you lost ground. It happens. As I see a GT3 off track, that's Westwood Racing Esports that is off track on my timing screen. But other than that, they have to try something different. They cannot contend with being comfortable where they at, and they have to do something that might bring him into the fray as everybody else in the GT goes.
GTEs are pitting now.
Yeah, we said earlier, Ryan, when it
Or they
happened,
have
that, you know, they've got a long time to recover from this, as you know, they try and make things 3 wide always coming up towards the S's. What's happened to Delta Sport here? Verdaco is now down to 5th. This, I don't think I don't think this replay was on purpose. So we'll this. Yeah,
they are.
This is the right lap, we believe. Here we go. What's going? Bit of a body check on one of the Pro-Am GT3 cars, Professor in Westwood Racing Esports. Not great to see there, Lorenzo. Delta Sport could land themselves in a little bit of trouble for that.
They could. I think the camera angle doesn't do Delta Sport any favors right there. I think they were side by side, and it is a blind crash to the right hand side, so you kind of have to commit into it. So I would have to look at it again and see if Delta Sport was just being too aggressive, or they already had the overlap going into the turn.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell even from the right camera angle. It's one of those 50-50s really. Oh, Conway! Oh, he's off the road, is he? He is. Oh, down at turn 7. Turn 6 there, very much leads into 7 very easily, and if you go too wide through the first point, you're going to find yourself flying off at the second there, Ryan, and that's exactly what happened to Conway. He's just done a lot of hard work.
Yeah, he pretty much has, and I think when he went offline, I think he might have got in the marbles as well, and he was pretty much a passenger. So, good heads-up driving by him as well. He didn't try and fight the car, otherwise he would have ran wide again. Possibly put the walls just in front of him. Another bunch of GTE cars are diving into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely, but not the Corvette. The Team Huyseveld Corvette able to stay out a little bit longer than the rest, by the looks of things. So Jansen Kowski at this stage, the only driver to not come in at this stage from the GTEs. And the GT3s also start to come in, so it's getting very busy down in pit lane. And we're not awfully far away from LMP2's pitting as well, so it's all very busy at the moment. But it's a big surprise, Lorenzo, to see Huyseveld staying out a little bit longer. I mean, the only Corvette in the field, so is that why they're able to stay out that little bit longer? Or is this purely a Huyseveld thing as they do finally come in now after stretching this stint 1 lap further than everybody else?
No, I do think it is a Team Huyseveld thing. I think they've done this at Interlagos, try to go a lap patch, of course. This is a track that favors them a little bit more than the other tracks. Is you're relying on draft and pace, and the turbo engine on the Corvette, I think, makes up the ground a little bit in comparison to the BMW and the Porsche. So as we see at Puff's boat, from I think that was the RSR Matt Buckkicker car going into T10 right there. But other than that, very solid stint from Jansen Kowski and the 148.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some tyre changes for some, but not for others in GT. By the way, that off-track moment, I think, was for the Phoenix Racing LMP2, as we see tyre changes as well in GT3. Before those GT3 pit stops do cycle themselves through, though, let's just see who has taken the tyres or not in the GTE category. At the moment, RSR by Bookkicker have not. but Huisingveld will take tyres. So will T3 Motorsport by Beniti, Geodesic, Team RSO and Phoenix Racing. So all of those have taken tyres, but the rest I did mention haven't. Obsidian Racing, interestingly, right, they've only had 34 seconds worth of a pit stop there, so presumably not only have they not taken tyres, but they've actually not taken some of the fuel as well. So Lorenzo said about throwing the dice a few moments ago. Well, they really are doing that at the moment. Second place now.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was a quick pit stop, and 34 seconds, it sounds like they possibly did not take a full tank, they've run their fuel slightly, just to possibly try and gain the track position.
Yeah, it's just what we saw in the club sport for
Struka followed him.
These guys need the points, and so they'll do almost anything to get them, really. The GT3s are all coming as well. 5-star Motorsport have had a bit of a short pit stop there. Adam Isaacson's done a good job, and he's into second place after only an hour, starting a little bit further down. Liper Esports likewise taking a bit of a shorter pit stop. G3 Motorsport by Maniti's Alex Bennett is now in that car. He's taken tyres, along with Miguel Vigo and Geodesic Racing. Yeah, this race now really all over the place here, Lorenzo, and it's hardly surprising to see. What it has allowed us to do, though, is enjoy this 3-car leading battle for the lead in GT3. Impulse, 5-star and German Sim Racing, all now closed right up together by the looks of things. Adam Isaacson, not surprising to see him take a short pit stop to get himself into this position.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's gonna break off. There is a GSR overtaking a GSR, or overlapping.
And that's on me that we lost him here.
Break a little bit more than probably the green and GT3 car probably would have won it. But other than that, really good battle between all three of them. Pit stops, that's the funny part. Pit stops are kind of like in the all-round range, 42 seconds for 5 stars. So maybe under fueling and probably 2 tires in the car, and the guys up ahead in the Impulse might have gone nearly full service. So the different things are interesting to see. Information from the paddock. My God, just to let you guys know. Apparently, the Alpine Stars LMP has damage on the front, on the nose, and is slowing down.
They have been losing time dramatically. Their lead has been halved in the last 10 laps or so. Yeah, exactly. That is the explanation for it. Damage to the nose of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. It's not all about pace, Brian, of course. We talked about traffic all day. We talked about keeping your nose clean, and this is exactly why.
I think he's just got trouble with traffic.
Some of the curves look like
we'll keep an eye on
the car damage, but you can still get a relatively or a little bit of a floor damage, and that
yeah, I'm gaining on everyone on every single lap without being stuck in traffic, so we're catching them.
Their car looks fine, so I don't think it's damaged.
If you're too aggressive, it can come back to bite you, and unfortunately this car is finding that out, but they're still going at the moment, but I think it's not something they need at this stage of the race.
We're doing a triple now, so...
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing double, triple, to be honest. Because...
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now we can lose more time than we can gain, I think.
Okay, so I should make myself ready?
It does, because this
yeah,
car is
I think
heavily
so.
dependent on drag.
Okay.
And that's the funny bit, to be very honest, because we often mention that this car is a tank. Like, it's not even funny. You can hit this car 300 kilometers per hour, let's just say, at a certain French track. No problem at all. Like, the car is basically
no tires for next time?
Brand new. You hit it on the front right or the front left, it becomes really delicate. And because you have these front flaps, upper flaps in the car, it becomes a little bit
yeah, we can take tires now, I think.
I just saw Jaden. I thought I was going to
And
kill
I'll
him, but
jump
he
in.
stays alive on track, but he's losing.
Maybe we'll decide in like a couple of laps.
It certainly is.
Okay.
This is really bad news for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. As we said earlier, they are doing everything they can today to try and get this championship away from Pure Sims. But at the moment, it is all falling into the hands of the 16 team, with their 2 closest rivals having bad luck throughout the day. Team RSO currently 7th, and now the leaders with damage. Is it worth maybe? I mean, they're losing so much time here, right? Is it not worth pitting maybe in a
What is
maybe
he doing?
a bit early in a couple of laps, getting that damage repaired, and then you can kind of get on with your day? Because it's hurting them so much at the minute.
I think I don't know. It depends how long are they into their stint at the moment. I think that they can't be that long into it, but I would say if you're halfway through the stint, I would say the 22 laps they're in. I've just been told. So I think it might be worth diving into the pits now and trying to fix as much of that damage as possible and not lose too much time because he's off again.
Yeah, we have a 9-second gap to leaders. It was almost 16, so we gained a bit back.
Sandra right on the back wheel now nearly.
I think that's
getting
just
very
traffic.
close indeed. We're hearing that it's around about 20 seconds in terms of damage repair for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and of course, if we take, if they can do about 32 laps, and we think there's six stints remaining in the race, then surely they can come in
also
around about now and still make it, even having a little bit long stints. But still, I think it might be worth it. But they're deciding to stay out and just deal with this. Here at the moment, it can't be long until they are overtaken. You can already see the straight line speed that they're losing on the front straight. You can see the downforce they're losing through the corners. It's only a matter of time here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's only a matter of when and where, then if. There is an upside for them, though, and I'll be very blunt with this. The biggest problem with this car is if you have a right or front damage, flap damage, you get major understeer in this car, so you have to be highly aggressive on the wheel to try to get the turn in and then make up the ground with because you're gonna have a deceleration disadvantage than the other cars. But because you have satellite, might just overtake you right here, right now. Try to hang back as best as you can for maybe 3-4 laps and then pit.
And there it is, new leader Satellite Racing, slam dunk really, straight down the inside of the final chicane, and no arguments at all from Jenny Munoz, because what can he do at this stage? His car is damaged, he is falling back quickly, and watch this gap open very quickly as well, almost as quickly as it closed. There's not a lot he can do at this stage. Nearly 60 laps into this one now. Pit stops are on the horizon, especially for Satellite Racing, who are trying something a little bit different to those around them. But yeah, change for the lead. Not a big surprise. And look at how small the margins are behind as well. They're going to get overtaken quite quickly by a number of cars here, Geodesic Racing. Only 2.5 seconds back to Apex Tech Racing. Pure Sims are almost right behind them. Less than 3 seconds to Delta Sport. It could be quite a demoralising few minutes
so
here for them, Brian.
It will be, and I think
so we'll
if you're
be
Munoz
pitting
at the moment, you must be
with tires.
feeling frustrated after having a good first stint of the race and having a good start, but to have that damage and
yeah, I also think it's better to double, triple.
I'm just watching the language of Munoz as well, just the way he's throwing that car around. I can tell he's trying. I can understand you want to try and keep up the pace and try and not lose too much time, but if I was him and I was team, I would be saying get into the pits and try right now and try and fix as much of that damage as possible, because at the moment he's just losing too much time, and not too far behind now is the Apex Racing Tech team.
Yeah, they are not too far behind at all. We did briefly see those GT3s, by the way. Adam Isaacson is now the leader. After German Sim Racing came out in the lead, they were being hounded by Isaacson and Grunkotter as well of Impulse Racing, excuse me. And then German Sim Racing have been overtaken by those two cars, leaving the Swedish driver out in front right now to nearly a 1 second lead ahead of his fellow Lamborghinis. These guys have not taken tyres, though, by the way. The first car that has is a T3 Motorsport by Maniti car that was previously driven by Luca Wunsch, and of course in qualifying, but now it's Alex Bennett who's now driving that car, trying to chase those guys down. There's a big disparity in pit stop times here, Lorenzo. Does this indicate that some of these guys have actually taken on 2 tyres, possibly? 55, 57 second pit stops. Does that indicate 2 tyres to us? The likes of Isaacson with nearer to 40 seconds has presumably taken on none.
Something like that, yeah. Like I said, the new tire meta is 2 tires, believe it or not. I'm trying to remember the race. I think it was actually Glenn of all races. It wasn't an IVRA, it wasn't another league. where the 4-tire strategy was actually worse than the 2-tire strategy. Unknown reason, I really don't know. Don't at me, just I saw the delta in terms of flaps and I got that from the GT3 cars. But other than that, I think for 5-star, it is a scenario just like Obsidian. They have to try something different, especially given the fact they started at last place in the GT3, so making up that ground with the pit stop I think was really good for them. I don't know if it damages them on the long run, that strategy, but it's something that, hey, take the chances now rather than later.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out on that one. We see the battle for second. Who would have thought this about 15 laps ago? Alpine Geodesic Racing had a 10-second lead with Jeremy Munoz really rocketing out front, but now all of a sudden he's under pressure from Jamie Conway in a big way. And to turn one is not going to be the move for Apex Tech Racing, but it's surely going to be sooner rather than later. Going down the S's is not a great place to have to make a move either. So he's going to be staying behind just for the moment. Who has the ability to slip through on the traffic, just Munoz. But that car is damaged and it is understeering. We've seen it running a couple of times a little bit wide from where it should be. And you can be sure that's still hurting him at the minute. Down the inside, you see he couldn't quite turn to the right hand side there enough to get down the inside into 7 on that Kazawa Sim Racing Lamborghini. He had to just wait behind. And now into the back straight. He's got past a few more cars, but there were 4 cars in that shot, 3 of them surely are going to overtake Geodesic very soon here, Ryan. It is only a matter of time. As we said with satellite racing, it's going to be a matter of time here.
Yeah, I think the car behind there is going to get a run down the home straight. I think, well, I thought they were going to get a run down the home straight, but they're not close enough. I think the back straight, a change of position on the back straight is going to happen, and Munoz, I think at this time, must be absolutely fuming. If I was him, I would just be asking him, is it worth coming in now and getting it down his fixes? Look at the gap now, it just comes down dramatically. And
I wasn't sure if he's going to go left or not, so I decided to stay behind.
Yeah, that's tricky. Always.
Yeah, that Beniti Porsche did not want to shift there. They really do need to make up time. Well, they've got new tyres on the car, that's why. But Apex Tech Racing do indeed get up into second place. Jamie Conway straight through there on Munoz. There was no argument really, and it's going to be a similar situation for Daniel Kraft surely. Although the slipstream that Geodesic will be getting might help them along a little bit here to defend into the chicane, but still might not be enough. There it is, the straight line speed even in the slipstream is not as good as Kraft running out on his own. Down the inside into the final chicane he goes, and that's 2 positions in the space of very few seconds here. Geodesic getting shoved down a little bit further. We might though, Lorenzo, have a little bit of light, or be able to shine a little bit of light on what the strategy is for Geodesic Racing onwards from here.
Yeah, because I was having conversation with people in the paddock, and the most likely thing that will happen for them is they have to put tires in the car and to slowly repair the front end. Because if you don't do that, the car goes into a stall, you lose about 2 to 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds to start the repairs, as Delta Sport is going to go through them now, so you're going to lose more and more spot. So it's like damage control. Put new tires in, then make up the ground necessary. Maybe you get a yellow flag right in the middle of the race, so you can kind of be on par with the rest of the teams, but yeah, not the ideal burst 100 laps for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team.
No, it isn't at this stage. But well, down the straight here is very clumped together. German Sim Racing and T3 Motorsport by Meditia close together once more. Who knew? The BMW has taken on new tyres.
Oh,
so we're looking to get through very quickly. It's Ruben Bonga who's now driving the car.
Alpine Stars got boxed in perfectly.
That German Sim Racing car has not and will be overtaken by
amazing.
BMW shortly, you would imagine. Bonga gets down the inside into 6, quite possibly he is getting alongside And this move is going to be completed without too much trouble
Yeah, one more lap
at all. As we see further up the order,
after
Satellite
this.
Racing and 5-Star Motorsport on their slightly alternate strategy.
Red light pitch
coming
already?
to the pit
Yeah.
lane. So
We're gonna
LMP2
bet this
pit
lap,
stops,
or
well underway
next lap?
here at the moment, Brian. And it's hardly a surprise to see Satellite Racing making that pit stop, and still no driver change. So
Oh,
Oh,
stay
nice
in that
save.
car one more
Nice
time.
save.
So you'd have to assume maybe not taking on tyres again and triple stinting.
Shit.
one more
It's
lap.
that way, and I think it's just a few only stopping. And yes,
And then
Okay, so
just
tires,
doing a
double
triple
check.
stint, on those tyres as he gets going, and
Yeah, fuel
yeah,
and
it was
tires.
like, yes, Andrew, I think Watson do strategy before, and at the moment that whatever strategy him and the team are using is working it to maximum effect, and they were leading the race before they came in, and it's been a good solid run for them so far, and there's been nothing major happening to them. But yeah, they're back out in the pits.
Take
and
care on
back
your
track.
first laps,
Yeah, I mean,
because
we've
it's
mentioned,
understeering everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Like ice.
At this stage in the race here, Lorenzo, but is it a surprise to see somebody
Especially in
going
dirty
for
air,
a triple
it's
stint in
tragic
the
on the
LMP2
first
given
laps.
these conditions, or is that
I'll
the
be careful.
expected moving forward in this race?
Because it is dropping.
Yeah, but we are
can
close to the
even see
leaders.
quad
That's nice
stints.
because we were far
I
back.
remember seeing some of the quad stints
The
engaged
Alpine Store,
in the T Le Mans, because this
Alpine
again,
Store.
this track doesn't
Satellite
waste a lot
pitted
of rubber.
before.
Yeah, they're
It's
pitting
abrasive.
early, I don't know.
It is abrasive because they have
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
why.
deep braking
Yeah, good
zones
run,
and maybe
good run.
fast
Let's go.
transitioning, but other
You love
than
to
that,
see it.
it's more tire. You can do lots
job,
of
mates.
tire management in here. Um,
Good job. Nice stint.
with the why they're dropping in, maybe triple stint might be something that is on the cars. Double stinting,
Yep.
it's gonna be the standard.
Let's hope for the best.
So the master plans are gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, we'll see
I'm
what
just
kind
gonna
of plan
take it
they do
easy in the
have
first
as
laps.
we see the two leaders in GT3 battling it out. The leaders in LMP2.
I'm out of the car.
I'm in.
Okay.
Ways, or unless he wants to drive for a good deal longer. But let's wait and see. Master Kusfeld has been able to stretch out this stint just that little bit longer, but the other three are indeed making driver changes that will update on at the end of the pit stop
Wait.
cycles. But
Their engine
tyres
blew
being
or
taken
what?
on by Apex Tech, Pure Sims also, Delta Sport go up on the jacks, and
Okay, good luck.
go up on the jacks as well. So
Thank you.
double stinting from everybody else. We could well see the Satellite Racing team with a huge lead in a minute.
Yeah, quite
Interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say that's interesting, but yeah, again, I think Andrew might have done what he done the first time around, and maybe not taking a full tank of fuel. Yeah, it looks like fiercely forward the GT3 car went off in turn 1, but manages to get going again.
Still everybody running full at the moment as Team RSO come into the pit lane after stretching things out one lap longer. Element Sim Racing may well do something similar over the next few laps. Let's have a look at a replay though. This is the Fiercely Forward GT3. Getting out of shape. Omar Gomez does a very good job of keeping it out of the barriers again, but unfortunately loses quite a bit of time in that little skirmish off-road. And you can see there he is back on the straight and narrow again, which you'll be very glad about, you would imagine, as Pastor Husfeld drops down the order after making his pit stop. Element Sim Racing going to lead for a lap or so, and then they're going to hand the lead over to Satellite Racing. So we've got exactly what we wanted here, Lorenzo. Really, we've got battles going on in some categories and strategy battles going on in LMP2. As we see Impulse Racing trying to take the lead of GT3 down the inside into the chicane. Gives you the outside for the second part though, so it's not a slam dunk move, and he's going to have to wait behind. Here at the moment is Drum Cutter. Maybe an exit onto the front straight will give him the room he needs, but not by the looks of things. Adam Isaacson is going to hold on to this lead, and it is a remarkable. We can't forget how remarkable this is, really, for Five Star Motorsport to be leading at this stage, given the penalty they suffered for qualifying.
I mean, it's impressive, yes, but not fully expected, not unexpected. I do believe they weren't going to be competitive, maybe into hour 3 in the race. If they hadn't tried, they were like comfortable where they were. But other than that, really good battle between this top 3.
I'll be right back, guys.
Pearson's too far behind here. They have the pace. Just a few incidents, as I saw in the RSO GTE having a little bit of an incident right after turn 6 on the timing screen. But don't count him out. Don't count Pearson's out.
Yeah, you see a lot of smoke actually on the other part of the circuit there. So, Satellite Racing now lead by 20 seconds. This is not a 20-second gap though in the lead of GT3s. Look at this side by side down the inside. Impulse Racing, it's almost a replay of last lap. But this time around he gets a little bit further onside as Guncock, and he actually holds it for the second part this time around, but it's still around the outside for the final corner, which is not going to give him the lead. It's going to have to be a switchback line and maybe a move into turn 1, which Isaacson surely is going to be wise to. He doesn't defend, and he's going to have to give room now. Up the inside he goes, side by side, racing free wide with the RSO LMP2, and the Impulse Lamborghini didn't want any part of that, and then he dives it into the corner. Isaacson comes back at him, up the inside into the S's. What a fantastic battle this is, side by side. Oh, off over the curb, out of shape, but just about holds it together. Tobias Gruncutter just about takes the lead, but that was a very scary battle at times, Ryan, but a very clean battle and a very good battle.
That must be triple stinting their tires already.
We're getting a bit feisty and feisty there, but that was fantastic stuff between the two of them. They left it sort of just enough room. Both of them managed to survive, but look who's joined in this battle as well in the background. There's a German sim racing Lamborghini.
Yeah, I was not sure what he was going to do
over the last few laps.
Perfectly reacted. Keep it going.
Now let's have a look at a replay. This is one of the other Impulse Racing Lamborghinis, getting things all out of shape. He said earlier, Lorenzo, that these Lamborghinis were going to struggle on the curbs, and there is one example.
Yeah, that's a bump. Another one, as we saw the RSO, yeah.
Oh, right, that's where all the smoke came from. And it's caused a big stack up. Thankfully, nobody went into the back of him, or indeed went into the back of anybody slowing down. So everybody got away with that one. But yes, we continue on, thankfully, after those couple of spins at the bump, the famous bump of turn 5. Now, with nearly 70 laps complete and just nearly an hour and a half, let's have a look at those LMP2 driver slots, because we did see a few throughout the last pit stop cycle. We do still have Sander leading, but it's Jan Turnjak currently in second place. Stanley's Deslandis for Pearson Esports is currently in third. Kiro Tiago Marchu is in fourth. Jaden Munoz still fifth for Geodesic. Maximilian Fritz has gotten in for Reed Muller in sixth. Joey Petrick is still in the Element Sim Racing car. We've got Manuel Soto in the Team RSO LMP2, Florian Campbell in the Phoenix car, and Josh Clog in the Fiercely Forward car. So there are your driver changes from the LMP2 pit stop cycle. Hardly surprising to see we're over an hour into this one at this point, Brian. A few of these guys want a bit of a rest, and who can blame them at this stage? You know, maximum of 4 hours is not going to be a problem today. This race is barely going to be 5 hours by the looks of things. So drive time is not going to be a problem, but it's good to keep swapping up and switching up your driver pairings.
Yep. Yeah, some teams might be trying to strategy, or maybe just double stinting drivers instead of trying to do triple. Is they do a double stint and keep the driver fresh and stick a fresh driver in. And yeah, not always a bad thing, especially around the track such as Road Atlanta, because it can be sometimes mentally draining and also physically draining as well, just because you have to
keep it in there
so much, and really you don't really get
nice.
So scary.
Absolutely. It's
if the one in front of you sends it, just send it as well. The other guy is already on the back foot and on the outside, so no need to hesitate there.
into 6 and 7. Oh, the Lipa Esports Lamborghini as well. Very nearly got involved without wanting to. But that was all very close. But everybody holds on in the right place here. So Delta Sport on the defensive.
Alpine sends it just
now
lift.
moving forward for the first time in a little while here at Lorenzo.
Yeah, lift.
This
lift.
is good to see for them. The damage repair clearly has worked.
Oh.
This car is back to full pace. And it's almost back to fourth position, trying to go down the inside.
Nah, the
Couldn't
thing
quite
is,
do it. Switchback line,
yeah, sure
up the
fixed,
hill,
but
inside line for the final corner. Is
the other
still
fact is that Alpine is 100% sure running less wing.
Yeah, their top speed is insane.
Yeah, I checked our setup we had for Petit Le Mans and stuff like that. We ran 13 wing.
Somewhat aggressive.
We were
but
at
hey,
16.
If you get the overtake clearly, that's what it counts, eh? So nice to see the Alpine Star geodesic crew making that overtake.
Just a rocket.
Going to turn around.
Yeah, keep it in slipstream, it's fine.
Some drama, as there is still the Fiercely Ford and some
He's lifting. What?
cars ahead. Looks like it is the Phoenix
Yeah,
and the
it was a left
Apex
car.
GT
Ah,
car,
okay,
so
sorry.
don't count out this
I don't
battle
have
just
caps
yet.
or
I
anything
think,
on, sadly.
Thiago Makoto is gonna maybe try to something out of his playbook to try to get that position back, but let's be honest here, Ryan. It makes no sense for
I'm
you
not
to
gonna make that one, I think.
forever and then lose ground to the pure sim LMP.
Could have sent it, but yeah, it's safer like that.
In a way, if you're these guys,
That
maybe
one is
sit
okay as
down
well.
and try and not work together,
Yep.
but just try and.
You
not
fucked
lose
his run,
time,
but
like say,
you got
and,
through.
Try and close that gap back down to
Well done.
pure sims, because at the moment they're pretty much up the wood, and these guys scrapping away, they're just going to lose.
Sometimes you have to be a bit of an asshole.
Touch of the pure sims car, but at the moment it seems to be a GT3 car gets sideways in front of the geodesic P2 car, and what really manages to not have any contact.
Yeah, I had to make the corner
Still,
too.
that looks like
Yeah,
a
sure.
geodesic
No,
car
that was
is,
fine.
It seems to be up back up to pace after
It was
making some,
perfectly
some
fine.
minor repairs.
Yeah, which I was very surprised to see that it wasn't a 20 seconds. Sometimes that flat damage you can get in the car, depending on how hard you hit, it can get up to 20 seconds even with the tire swap and everything. So a little bit surprised that it wasn't as bad as we initially thought it would be. But other than that, they still are within the contention.
I don't know if you can fix it.
The interesting aspect for
But
me
the stream
is the fact that
is like
fully going aggressive on
probably
the
a second
traffic.
off
He's trying
what
to make up the ground
Q is doing.
so quickly. I don't know if it is going to be something that his teammate Graham is going to be
Slightly.
doing around the track. I know Graham is more of a safe
Yeah, it's
driver
slightly
than
off,
Jaden,
but I don't know if you wanna mess around with it.
He's picking up the ground a little bit, even though
Okay.
time delta does favor pure sims for now.
I mean,
those battles in
the-
P2 are going to be ones to
Yeah,
watch for.
nah,
That's
it's
especially
yeah,
interesting to
nah,
see
it's
how
good.
Satellite
It's okay.
Racing
It's
versus-
okay.
Versus the world almost at this stage is going to pan out.
Good enough.
Very, very exciting indeed. Meanwhile, though, GTE battles.
I mean, there is a
are happening.
trick.
I haven't had a look at one in a while.
I can go times
So
2
here is
speed and
DP
catch
battle
up to
with
the
Barney
delay.
versus Team Hussingveld. Ruben Bongo did manage to get himself through on the German sim racing Porsche because obviously they hadn't taken on tyres, which is going to make it very difficult for them to keep Bongo behind. Now Simkowski's going to have a similar problem, although he has taken tyres, so a little bit surprising to see him being caught at the minute. But he certainly is. He's under pressure right now from the BMW, and will try and just hold him back at this stage. Obviously, a bit of a fan favourite, isn't he, Ryan, Ruben Bonga? And he's a very good driver as well. He's taken some. He's done some very good drives to take some very good wins in this championship in the past, as you can see from obviously the winter season standings in GTE and the fact they've wrapped up the Grand Championship before we even came here today.
Yeah, Bonga's one of those drivers I've really kept a close eye on loads of races, and a really quick driver, and it looks like he's got the run on the Team Huskenveld car in front of him, and I don't think it's going to be close enough in the slipstream though, and heading down to the chicane to try and make a move, as he's got GT3 traffic in front of them by the looks of it, but moves out the way, and both cars manage not to lose too much time, and still it looks like Bonga seems to be a slightly quicker driver out of him, and this Team Huskenveld car is currently still being driven by Jan Sentkowski.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'd expect that he will be in till the end of this stint, of course. That's the most obvious thing I've ever said. But yeah, you get the point. He'll be in there for about another half an hour until these guys need to come in again. Oh dear, Phoenix Racing off the road, and there's the leader. Oh, Satellite Racing. Whoa. This is not where you want to be as a race leader. Syandra there will have his cheeks clenched now. Dear me, that will be a scary moment for everybody, but they've got away with it. The problem with traffic at the S's, really. Phoenix Racing just demonstrating that one there, Lorenzo. It was a very scary moment for everybody there. When you get it wrong, it can have an effect on everybody, and it nearly did there. Thankfully, everybody stayed out of contact.
Yeah, if you are in the middle of a snowball, don't let it roll down the hill. Otherwise, you become a really snowball.
What's the gap to P3?
And unfortunately for us, we did a
7 seconds. Oh.
Otherwise,
P3.
Gone into the Lewis McLean
Last time by it
and
was
called us
4.5 seconds.
yes, that's one of my favourite catchphrases. But yes, coming out towards the start-finish line again.
Oh.
These two, thankfully, in a
Somebody
little
got
bit of a
dumped.
less densely populated area.
Yeah, 3.5 now.
Able to get a bit of free track space to themselves. There are still, by the way, 43
3.8.
cars out here at the moment. We had 44 take the start. Vector by OSR retired, I'm afraid, from this race, or I believe they've retired anyway, about 40 laps ago now, after about an hour of racing. Looks like they have indeed retired. So, yeah, unfortunate for them, but they are now out of this race. And it's yeah, difficult to see them, but well, yeah, it's just been unfortunate for them this season, really. Speaking of, let's see Ruben Bonga on the back of the Team Huizinveld Corvette, down the back straight, or up the back straight, I should say. Really, he's been hounding it for a couple of laps now, Ryan, but not really been able to get anywhere. This Corvette seems to be pretty decent down the back straight. Is he gaining enough here? Well, not really, and that's going to be a bit of a problem for him for future moves heading down towards the chicane.
Yeah, it seems to be longer. He can get close in the slipstream, but he's not close enough to make a move. And it looks like that Corvette seems to be matching that BMW for straight line speed down the back straight. So yeah, that BMW can't really make a move or do anything. So must be getting frustrated, but still they've still got quite a bit to go in this race. So doesn't want to try anything too silly at the moment. There's got GT3 traffic in front of them heading up to the S's, and Bonga's going to be slightly frustrated with that.
He is going to be a little bit. That's just going to split this battle apart, unfortunately, for the next few moments. But that is the way that sometimes it goes. We're about 50 laps from the halfway mark, by the way. Well, 45 laps near enough from the halfway mark at this stage. Halfway points are going to be awarded at lap 123, and they're going to be very important once again here in the championship finale. For this, for the likes of Obsidian Racing and Team Huizinveld, who are trying to overhaul Team T3 Motorsport by Maniti in the GTE standings, especially in GT3 Pro, because the 278 T3 Motorsport by Maniti are having a fantastic race at the moment. I know they've taken on tyres, whereas others haven't. But it has meant, or it will be.
Satellite is losing a lot of time. They lost 6 seconds in the last 2 laps. Yes, boy.
Very difficult for everybody. Or very, certainly for us, because we've got to calculate everybody's standings, which is going to be quite difficult. We've got live championship standings at the moment.
And this would be much better without GTEs, to be honest, because
yes,
it's too much.
Moment, it looks like we would see a 42-point advantage for Pure Sims at the halfway stage.
GT3s are
halfway right now.
slow enough that you can overtake them everywhere, almost, and GTEs are way faster in corners, especially, and on the straight as well.
And 17 separating the top 3, which would be very exciting. And in GT3 Pro, it would only be 19 points. So we're looking good here, Lorenzo, for the second half of this race. It would be, if halfway to it were to come right now, we'd be in good stead for the rest of this.
Yeah, but we have to remind ourselves, let's bring it back down to earth and remind ourselves for now, if this race was actually a halfway point now, because we still have about nearly
GTEs are just an extra class that make the clutter the race track a bit more.
I'm trying to keep myself grounded So I'm trying to keep my commentators from not doing the same thing. I'm trying to help you guys out.
We're trying to help out. I mean, it is a little bit surprising we're not seeing a yellow just yet, but we have seen very clean racing, especially in the 2022 half
Wait,
of the IVRA
didn't Geodesic's engine actually blow up?
No. Your car did that before as well in a pit stop in quali, where the tires just keep spinning in the back, and that generates smoke for some reason. I don't know if it's a replay bug or what exactly the problem is there.
But that's just a visual bug, I think.
Yeah,
I've seen that
Must
more
be.
often.
Must be.
Just recently been overtaken by Team Hoisingveld. These guys involved in GTE Championship battles, of course. Obsidian in their 138, trying to get as close as possible. They're currently, if the race were to end right now, 24 points behind. P3 Motorsport by Maniti.
Road Atlanta looks so abysmal with traffic every time. It's unbelievable.
There's not a lot that Obsidian can really do here.
Yeah, they're pretty much on the back foot, and it's just a matter of time before they lose that position, I feel. And I have to say that the meet.
Yeah, 44 cars is not too bad.
Stable, especially on the high speed stuff. And also
45,
the
and
exercise
if you
performance
count the
throughout
one
the
in
track
that
is
has
unbelievable.
retired,
And
it seems
to
like,
be
or didn't
helping them,
qualify.
especially on that back set, it seems to be able to get on the power early and carry that momentum and get up on the back straight. And I think it's just a matter of time before this Obsidian course loses the position, but still
Go to the left, go to the left, go to the left. Yes.
Can get this one as well.
Yep.
Still sitting in that position, it's still been a great run for them.
I think
Well
Bob was
done.
even half thinking about a dive at 6.
Enough space left.
Probably not the
Perfect
best idea.
move.
Or indeed at 7.
Keep them coming.
Stay behind here as well. You can see the 5-star motorsport Delara in the rear view camera there. Not going to bother them. We've seen the BMW earlier. Has good traction, good acceleration through the gears at this phase up the hill, and now the slipstream begins to take effect as it flattens out and even plunges downhill towards the chicane. This surely is going to be a fairly easy move for Bonga. It is. Obsidian lifting off. Despite, obviously, we've got a spinner. I think that's Rusty Spatula's Porsche off at the chicane there. Very difficult, awkward place to get back onto the road.
And there's
again.
P3
So
right
that's
in
gonna
front
be,
of us. There we go.
Interesting. But let's see what happened to them. On board with them here. They're just trying to let everybody through here. That's the Geodesic GT3. Ever so slightly clipped there, Lorenzo, and they've gone around. I think they're just trying to get out of the way of everybody here by reversing out of the way. Thankfully, they haven't rejoined the circuit in the middle of the road in front of everybody, which would be very easy for them to do. Bit of a 50-50 one, that really.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. If you're trying to get out of the way, why are you going deep on the braking into that double?
Did you get the 4X?
That chicane?
Nope.
It makes no sense. I think
Good.
they might have lost the braking point and got surprised by the GTE braking, but other than that, let's see Jaden Munoz try to down on the inside. No, he doesn't dive down on the inside because now we got a 3-way scrap for P2 and P3.
We do indeed. These two, Peter Sims and Geodesic, catching the Apex Tech Racing Cup as they all catch Syandra. Jaden Munoz can't be stopped at the minute. Down the inside of turn 1, and he's going to be into 3rd place. Ever since that damage got repaired, he has been back on formidable form. He hasn't been phased by the fact that he's lost a 10-second lead and his race has become slightly more difficult.
I hate the traffic here.
He's now
At Watkins Glen it was kind of okay, but here it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the Mickey Mouse track. It's way too small.
Yeah.
In the winter season, the Pure Sims car, by the way, as well, is on its way to sealing the Grand Championship at the halfway distance if things stay as they are. But Geodesic, nice move there, Ryan. Nobody can hold back Munoz at this stage.
Yeah, he's back on the pace and doing the same sort of times that he was doing before. And yeah, I think maybe taking that frustration out.
Those were good laps.
Using it to good effect, and he's absolutely on a charge at the moment, and manages to get by the Pure Sims car.
Yeah, you can go
And, I
inside.
wonder if he'll be able to close that gap down to, or close a bit of that gap down to Apex Tech Racing in front of them before the end of his stint.
There's a lot of traffic going through there. Dear me. Oh, a big slide as well for Munoz. He had to catch. Dear, look at that. A lot of GT cars for these two to negotiate now, which is not going to be nice as there has to duck and dive through a couple of them. involved in this, by the way, is the GT3 overall.
Yeah, I wouldn't go for a move like Pure Sims did there.
Yeah, it's way too risky.
Yeah.
Way too risky, and you're not gaining a lot out of it. To be
Yeah,
honest,
you're
like,
We'll be better
not
off to
much-
feel safe.
yeah, exactly.
Not much quicker in the corner than GTEs and GT3s, so that's not worth it,
Like it's
I'd say.
going to do that even further, as the gap is about a second.
I should
between
maybe
the two
get
of them.
sound in here.
So Isaacs are still doing a good job
Into
in
the
the
sim.
lead at the moment of GT3. But yeah, this is an interesting battle for second in
Fucking
LMP2.
push it loud.
They're not cutting Sandra too much, though, it has to be said, Lorenzo. They've got new tyres on, 4 new tyres.
I have iRacing on 3.
21-second lead. It's only down to 18 seconds.
My headset on 50,
This is,
and it still blasts my ears
topic
off.
of traffic give and traffic take. So they are losing, for example, if they get into heavy traffic like they actually got right there, they're losing up to 2 seconds in their overall time. So it's that thing, man. That Sai's being very consistent in managing the gap, not only to Apex Tech but everybody behind them. So as we am I seeing things, or the Alpine Stars geodesic GTs and well, but managing time.
Let's see.
And,
Are you? I don't think you're seeing things, actually. I think they are falling down the order. Eric Newman is currently at the wheel of that GTE. It's the BMW trying to get through on one of the GT3 BMWs here and makes contact. Keeps it out the wall for the most part, but that's not a nice place to try and rejoin here, Lorenzo, and you can see why he stopped.
now he lost 45 seconds on this whole ordeal. Not only spinning by coming back on track, just by coming back on track was 39 and a half seconds. But coming back on track, just trying to do everything cleanly is up to 45 seconds. So you slotted yourself back nearly to that last place, and you have front end damage, which to recover that you might need a pit stop for you to be
Nicely
competitive
done.
again. So that's a shame.
It is a real shame. Down to 9th place in the GTE standings out of 11. So yeah, that's a real shame for Geodesic. They've not had great luck today, but thankfully Jed Munoz is saving their race a little bit here with his pace at the moment. Currently that 85 of 245 in this race today. 1,000 kilometres at Road Atlanta in the final race of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. It's been exciting so far, and it's not over by any means. The next point of interest certainly is going to be the next round of pit stops coming up soon for the LMP2s, and not long after that we're going to see some more for the GTs as well in this race. We are also going to see halfway stage points, not stage points, but they are rewarded at the halfway stage. Half points, of course, and we don't have a yellow flag afterwards as well, which is the better part of it. So yeah, we'll look
Lambo
forward to that.
Racing
It's
Team,
coming in
that's
just
literally
in
the
14
last
time,
GTE.
and we'll
They're
do some
going so
championship
slow,
races,
like
update you
they're
on
so
where
unpredictable.
everything is in the standings. As things stand, the Grand Championships are going to be settled in LMP2 and GTE.
That's close.
Very, very nearly in GT3 Pro. It's projected to be 98 points if the halfway stage were to come right now. GT Am would still be up for grabs. But yeah, many of those Grand Championships will be all but settled by the halfway stage if it stays as it is, although it's likely not to over the next few laps here, Lorenzo. We've got one more pit stop cycle for everybody before the halfway stage, and that has the potential to throw things right up in the air, and this order is going to change a lot from what we see right now.
Nope.
Yeah, because we might see some different teams going on to different strategies, because everything's kind of like mixed in the GT3 field. The GTE has a little bit of parity in terms of, I'm not going to say tires, but yeah, I'm going to say tires, but in the fuel it might differ one lap or another. But LMPs, man, is the wild card. You don't
Amazed
know
how there
who's
was
up
no
on
safety
top.
car yet.
You don't know if Satellite's plan is
Yeah,
going to
me-
work out at the end of the
me
day,
too.
going into the half. So lots of things to break down unless we come in for the pit stops.
I think it won't help us much if it goes out, to be honest, in this scenario.
Wait with bated breath on those. nearly
Oh, well,
2
we
hours
have
into this race, about 1 hour and 45 into this
9
race. Still,
more
there's
laps
pace going
remaining,
on at the
8
moment.
maybe,
This race
depending
projected
on
to be done in
how
4 hours,
well we were
excuse
able
me,
to fuel
4 hours
save.
50,
So
which is an outrageous pace, to be honest. But it's not a very slow circuit, as you can see, and clean and green flag running is pushing the pace up astronomically at the moment. A little bit off into the rest in the background there for German sim racing. But this leading battle in GT3 has been very interesting here. Also interesting to see, Ryan, the new tyres in GT3 have really not taken effect too much at all. 2 tyres have seemingly paid off a lot better, because T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold both took 4 tyres on. They're still languishing in 5th and 6th, and it's not exactly like they're hounding the leaders. They are a good few seconds back at this stage.
Yeah, I was expecting them with the new tyres to be really quick and close that gap back down, but it don't seem to be. They're not closing that gap down or going as quick as I thought they would. I don't know if it's maybe a case of maybe the track temps are not suiting the tyres, or maybe some drivers are not willing to push as much. Maybe they want to look after the tyres a little bit and try and use them as long as possible. Maybe try and do a double stint, or even try and do a triple stint. But I'm very surprised on the
less
tyres
than
that
20
some of
seconds
these
to
guys
the
are not
leader now.
GT classes anyway. They're not quicker than I thought they would be.
Yes, it is a bit of a surprise to me anyway. Stadium Munoz, we go on board with at the moment. Just on that point, Lorenzo, the 2 tyre strategy seems to have been working very well. You predicted it might. Is that going to play on the minds of a few GT3 teams heading forward in this race, particularly thinking about the next pit stops that are coming up very soon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the 2-tire delta or 2-tire meta is a new thing on iRacing. It's kind of funny that the guys on top split teams have mentioned about this, and I saw this in other championships, like teams going for 4 tires. The 4 tires doesn't perform better as the 2 tires does, depending on the tracks and conditions here and there. I even seen 1 tire strategies being the overpower strategy depending on circumstances, as we saw in some other championships or some other events with the old tire, that 1 tire might be something to take care of and look at. So I think now GT3 strategies have been blown out of proportion in terms of tires and fuel. You don't know what you get until you get it. So that's the new marvel of this new world in GT3s, whether people like it or not, and with these new tires that goes into the GT3 cars in iRacing.
Yeah, I have to say, if it opens more doors for strategy, then I'm all down for it at this stage. I know I'm a neutral, which maybe
we like drama,
in my opinion. Exactly. So and it certainly gives us that. So we're not complaining too much. As Adam Isaacson, he will be complaining right now because he's trying to be overtaken by Impulse Racing and Grunkutter once more. Tobias Grunkutter outside line this time, gives him the inside for the second pot. He breaks late on the 2 tire strategy, and he does now take the lead. He's been trying for ages, and now finally he takes the lead of this race on lap 90, or does he? Because Isaacson's right back down his inside in the final corner, and he takes it back again. German sim racing also here, flashing the lights, trying to get through. It's 3 Lamborghinis for the lead, and it's another dive from Impulse Racing on 5-star. They're still side by side up the hill towards the S's now. Oh, a bit of contact. There's contact. Isaacson spins off the road. He saves it, gathers it up just about, but he drops to 3rd. Wow, that's going to be an incident that is talked about, Lorenzo, because that was very 50-50 indeed, and wow, a big fight between them unfortunately ends in tears.
Yeah, let's look at the replay. Isaacson just playing a little bit of aggressive than the dive from Impulse, suboptimal right there. But okay, a little bit of foreshadowing. I was about to type into our broadcast booth conversation here. This is gonna end up in tears. I was right.
I think Grunkotter may well end up with a penalty for that, because he did drive into the corner quite severely there. I think 5-star got damaged as well. Look at the way that car's moving. It's not quite normal to me. I think there might be some rear suspension damage on that car. I know we're at a pit stop time anyway, but suspension damage is not easy to actually fix. As the outside line, even in this battle for second in LMP2 here as well. So unfortunately, Ryan, Adam Isaacson's hard work has all been done there, because I believe they do indeed have some suspension damage that's going to need to be fixed.
Yeah, that was
If you did the same fuel saving as Jakob, 4 more.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think you're able to do 5.
I kind of disagree in a way with regards to the incident. I think
Well, this one and 4 more.
the impulse car wasn't fully alongside, and
Or
Isaacson,
this one and 5 more.
was just a hair
Yeah, this one and 4 more.
Yeah.
Could have left a little bit more room, but yeah, the impulse car just dived in.
If you did, if you have the
dived in
same
with a
fuel
very
usage, it's
opportunistic
gonna be
movement
lap
that
69.
was never going to end well, and unfortunately,
96 where you get in.
so it ended up in disaster.
Stupid German numbers being the wrong way around. Fuck.
with the figures, so there we are. But it
Oh, that's geodesic.
Southern Star
Where's the split?
on the left.
Well, me on my own.
Nice.
Ah, okay.
I think, well, yeah, an uneven split then.
Yeah, you're on your own, Ewan. Sorry.
I'm on my own.
Oh my god!
Oh my, that's it, that is a dive. And Apex Tech Racing going to try. Oh, there is contact there. And up into the gravel, Geodesic Racing. Oh, dearie me, they've recovered from one incident. They've just about found themselves another here, I'm afraid. And that definitely looks like it's got damage, that car. Well, this one's going to be talked about from here on in as well. Wow. Geodesic Racing.
What helps, like said, the
gravel.
setup they have. It's gonna be faster on straights,
Very
which
slight bit of
helps.
contact. They have actually got away without damage, I think. They've,
Just building
the
that
car
gap
seems
on
to-
us
or have they?
most of the
It's
time.
hard to
So
tell. There's too many corners
Yeah, but we have
There's
better
good
tire
left.
usage.
yeah, we
definitely
have better
contact
tire
there,
usage. We
and,
get better through the
I've got to
corners.
say, Geodesic's hard
Dirty
work
air
is
is a thing, but it's not as
amazingly
bad.
done there. They're down to 5th.
Yep.
You can get them both.
Yeah, just unfortunate that happens.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it was all, well, I don't want to jinx it, but it was all going so well.
Let's move,
and,
let's
hopefully
go.
that's,
You
a
love
bit
to
of
see it.
mayhem out of the way for the moment, but
We do.
But my popcorn is ready.
Pit
just in
is
case
ready
it
for you,
happens
only
again.
fuel, no tires.
Yes,
Okay, just
absolutely.
remember me when to come in.
Answer chicane. Now, this,
Okay.
that battle did indeed lose Apex Tech Racing.
Rack is down to
that
31
little bit
degrees
of time.
Celsius.
And so now the battle for second is not between them and Geodesic, of course. It's now between them and
That's really
Pure
nice temps.
Teams, who are now very close
Mhm.
behind. Obsidian Racing GTE, by the way, in the
But
pit
it helps
lane.
the others
So
with less
we'll
downforce
see
as well.
Those cycling through in a few moments' time.
True.
But yes, lots of different battles going on in LMP2. All of
I
us.
keep on going. Nice lap so
Five-star
far.
Motorsport at GT3, by the way, does Adam Isaacson. Their car seems to be just fine. They've gotten away without too much damage at all in that one. So yeah, exciting few moments there, Lorenzo. Two very 50-50 kind of incidents that you could argue about all day long, really.
You can get that?
I think Lorenzo might have forgotten the mic's on mute.
Yes.
but possibly not. Anyway, we'll catch
Are
you.
you
I've been
going in?
hailed.
He's going in, yes.
Uh,
More laps.
Either way.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you'd left your,
Can you
mic
confirm on
mute.
the iRacing fuel
Enjoy
delta, by the way?
online broadcasting here, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Battle for the lead in GT3
Just to
still
make
going on,
sure.
between Impulse and German Sim Racing on this
What?
occasion.
What?
No longer involved
And
last time, like
So the
Sim
iRacing
Racing.
fuel
That we saw a couple of moments ago,
thingy,
they're still in third,
it says
ahead of
2 as well.
PLC's Esports.
Yeah.
But all of these guys are set to be in the pit stops or into the pits.
I always use JRT for fuel.
As this stint starts to wind down here.
Gives you a
once
nice
again.
alarm on the lap that you run out of
Go
fuel.
by. Here once more. Nearly 100
Or
laps
before
into
you
this
run
one.
out
The
of
clouds
fuel.
are coming over here now, and it's very much time for almost everybody to come in. Five-star
Nice for
Motorsports,
night stints.
LMP2 in.
Because it's so
Maximilian
fucking
Fritz
loud, it's
into
amazing.
the
It
pit
wakes
lane
you
here now,
right back up.
as also some of the GTEs in the background. So this, Lorenzo, is the time in the moment in the race where people are taking on all kinds of different tyres. It's a 0,
That
2
was
or 4. We can see all three of those.
ambitious.
Even one, some
Yes.
people would make that argument because it's like we
One
don't
more
even
lap.
care about anymore regarding tires
And pit this
in
lap.
some cars. But yeah,
Nice fuel
yeah.
saving.
If there's a time that you have to do, okay.
Yeah.
I just saw something regarding.
nice. Keeping up with the LMP2 veteran, let's go.
But yeah, if you have to try something different, I think the time is now because the track conditions very cool, 31 degrees. This is where we can start thinking about regular triple
Traffic
stints.
may have helped a lot, but
quadruple
you know.
stints, I was talking with people. Don't see it now. If we see it, it's going to be on the latter portion when the track temperatures are right about the mid to under 20s. Or low 20s.
Yeah,
This lap?
It's the track
Yes.
temperature continues to fall.
Yes, yes.
We see in the pit lane here a number of LMP2s.
Remember to keep it on the left side.
Yeah, the left side of the line, right?
Yeah.
Left at the dotted line.
Satellite Racing surely going to be
How do you
taking
call
on 4
that?
tyres
I think
here.
dotted.
But,
Right, so
yeah,
I don't know.
let it goes
Or
up on the
striped
tracks.
or
Are they
whatever.
going to be able to hold on to the lead? I don't think so. I think the Pure Sims and Apex
Nice.
Tech cars are going to go through. But let's wait and see.
Alright.
There it is.
Keep it
Oh,
there
it's gonna
until
be
you
side by side
are
at the pit lane between
close
Pure
to the
Sims
pit
and
stall,
Apex
not
Tech.
more
Just
than
about
5
into
seconds
the lead
to
for
get
turn-
from
turn
fast
check
lane
there.
to
Just Landers is going to have
your
to settle
pit
for
stall.
second with Satellite Racing a few seconds away. About 6 or 7. They're going to even
Nice.
go behind
Nice stint.
Nice.
Well done.
Florian Campbell of Phoenix Racing
Keep in
briefly.
mind, tires are gonna
But Satellite
cool
Racing
off a
back
bit,
out the pit lane now.
so they
Good
might
Gotta
drive.
be a bit
feel,
careful.
But,
yeah,
you'd have
they
to
might
say
they might
their-
feel a
their triple
bit
stint there,
wonky
Ryan, was
coming out of the
decent
pits with
success,
fresh
actually.
fuel
Better
on.
not hold on to the lead, which would be the ideal situation. But it's not been it's been a decent success.
Yeah, absolutely has, and yeah, it was a great stint by Sai Andre. Man, he's done a great job and kept the car in one piece. And yeah, his pace for most of that stint was absolutely really good, and the tyres, from what I saw, didn't seem to drop off that much. So
shit.
it looks like triple stint in the tyres. Oh, contact
Aye.
between the
My
that was so
goodness.
close. Oh, I had to hold my breath there.
That was.
I'm gonna stay behind.
Are they
I'm
not
not gonna risk it.
I'm wondering the same thing. That was.
I think you could have gone for it, but all good, all good.
Yeah,
Keep it safe.
he went a
Rather
bit
keep it
wide.
safe. Rather
Yeah,
keep it safe.
exactly.
Perfectly done.
Pure Sims car was certainly into the back of Apex Tech.
He also
there,
went a
That's
bit
nice.
wide, so
The two of them
Yes, yes,
managed
yes.
to get
All
away
good.
with that.
in the back? I think it's kind of like
Yeah.
a little bit of a compliment saying you're in the back right there. That was nearly not PG.
So it's behind
content
you.
Right there.
Orzo is in
pits.
pits.
I nearly honestly thought that the Apex car was actually going
Element
to go
will
off
pit
track
soon as
with
well.
with the bump going.
Satellite has fresh tires now.
But man,
They're gonna have
props to Stanley
fresh tires,
and
yes.
right there to keep it clean as they're going to go at it
they
again.
changed driver as well.
They are Pure Sims versus Apex Tech Racing, and it's outside line.
He's
this
in the
time
chicane
for
right now.
Pure Sims, not straight into
They're
the back
still
of the car in
focused.
front, thankfully, into the chicane. Is he going to be
What
able
if-
to hold it
oh,
around
yeah,
the
they did-
outside for
well,
the first part to give him the
They're behind
inside?
us now because, well, they
For
took
the
tires and
second.
driver. Yep,
Not so
okay.
late on the brakes though, really there. And he's
Tires
gonna
are gonna
go
be
for the
fine.
switchback. It's just Landers. Is this going to be enough? Not really. The exit wasn't quite good enough, I'm afraid, and it doesn't look like he's going to get that run onto the front straight that he really needs for a move
Or is
into
those still
turn
in
number
pits?
1. But we're going to have, when this pit stop
Element will
cycle
pit
all
next lap.
sorts itself out here, Ryan, we're going to have a battle for the lead on
And
once
you have the
more, with
guys,
five-star
the
match
two
ball
guys
not
right
too
in front
far
of you.
behind
You are
at all,
currently
in
with
these,
pit
excuse me,
stops
Delta
done
Sport
in
not too far behind at all.
P3.
In these next few moments, Geodesic and Satellite Racing also not too far away at all. This is going to be a very, very exciting next stint.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Those
And
GTAs
those
are
guys,
too
off
fast.
to the front. And I have to say, regarding Delta Sport, it's been
So they've got
it's been
to,
a quiet
you know,
first half-
calculate what
first half
they
of the race
what they're gonna
for
do
them.
or
They've still
what
gone
they
there,
are.
but they've just been just going about their business, not doing anything silly, just keeping out of trouble. And yeah,
Gonna
they're
leave
up
the
there
calculate.
at the moment, they're up there in P5 in class at the moment. But as you say, we'll have a
Yeah, I believe Satellite was the only one off cycle with a triple right at the start.
Tech Racing.
It's,
Oh.
Oh my god.
close.
Slow, go left. Yes,
Suddenly
nice.
Landers is
We're clear.
applying the pressure at the moment. So
That
good.
might be a safety car.
Pure Sims got the jump on Impulse
Yeah.
on the exit of the pit lane, now in GT3 lead as well.
Might be a caution.
How are they still
It's certainly-
going?
Well, yeah, that's a very short pit stop for.
What
Pure
car was
Sims.
it?
We'll update you on all of the classes, by the way.
Wait,
At
let
the
me
moment in
check.
time, It is all over the place. I've got to be honest. Our
GSR,
time screens are lighting up
P2
every
from
shade
GT3s.
of the rainbow you can think
No,
of.
but was it at GT3 or GT?
GT,
GT3.
GT3 died, GT killed
possible.
him.
See if there's
Yeah.
anybody off the road
Oh my god.
somewhere.
Hey, it was RSR. Who else?
We'll have a scour
Those
around,
cars are
40
solid,
Kappa.
at the
so-
moment, so it's a bit difficult.
No,
But
ours
certainly
are
it
great
looks like
guys.
somebody has indeed got off at turn number 1.
Moncaster.
Possibly the German Sim Racing GT3. Currently
Hey,
running
you have
third in that
to
category.
meme a bit
It's
for it,
the
huh?
246
There we go.
Oh,
that might well have pulled
Caution.
off
Okay.
at turn number 1 there, as we see the pit stops have shaken themselves out in GT3 to give Pure Sims a very slender lead over Impulse. Then it's
Slow, 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 slow.
T3 Motorsport by Maniti. But that
Is this
246
good
German
Apex-
Sim Racing
Apex
car
is
was running very well, but
yeah.
looks like
what's
they've fallen
what's the
down,
speed?
Just keep it in the line.
quite a long way, and their car looks
Yeah,
What line?
I knew it.
Oh, there.
I
Okay.
knew it.
Yellow.
GS Hard calls the yellow flag.
Okay, so
turn
just
number
keep
1.
it behind that
GT3
car and
P3,
then.
GS come off the road and the cars.
Certainly looks
This
like
changes
it.
things.
Oh
they're
my
gonna
god,
sort out.
Element got fucked so
We're
hard.
going to go through the yellow flag procedure, of course, and at Sim Racing, going to be a great place here, by the way, if they can get themselves out quickly. They're
Is
not
the
quite
clutch
leading, but they'll
dangerous,
be
or?
up the order a little bit.
Not
This
if
is
you
coming
don't
out of the
shift
pit lane.
down.
I have a feeling
Oh,
there's
wait,
gotta
yes,
be
it
some
is.
resistance here.
No, it's
Is
not.
it dangerous?
Yes.
No, they.
Okay, I'm not gonna use it then.
Oh, the OSR.
I'm just
I-
gonna say it in
They
six.
said use it at your own. Go
That's
all
the
the way to
Yeah.
the left. Go
Yeah.
all the way to the left.
Jesse Jones
All the way
driving
to the
that
left.
car, new tyres, and
Right
new
hand side?
tyres installed at the wheel of that
Yeah,
car.
because for the
Little
Oh,
lack
they-
of
straight.
awareness, really,
Okay, they
there
do
from
it
the
per.
race, I have to
Okay,
say.
per track. Before it was always
I'll be
go
very
to the
honest,
left.
I don't blame-
Sorry?
If I'm race control, I wouldn't blame
Just
on
keep
the RSR team. Of course,
throttle at minimum
you know
input.
the cars coming out and
Yeah, I'm also in
naturally
60 gear,
we'll
so.
have the outside lane
Okay.
coming into turn number 2, but it's so 50-50
Oh,
because
they're
you're
gonna sort all
you're
the
right
GT
beside
cars.
them. So
Yep.
I don't
Are
blame
they?
Jesse Jones for causing the contact one bit at all. It's not awareness. They were not aware of each other coming outside.
I
the
think
pit.
it's great that
think
they have
even
multiple
the
people
spotter
now
on iRacing will tell you the cars on the outside because
Oh,
the,
we are lucky that we
the
pitted.
delta
then.
in speed is so big that
Can I catch the NFP
it
guy?
doesn't tell you.
Yeah.
So that contact was human mistake.
Single foul.
It's race stuff.
I gotta let
Not
someone
team
by.
stuff.
Nah, wait.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's it does happen.
Car
You're absolutely right.
199.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Stefan
Yeah,
brings
yeah.
up a
They're gonna do it
very,
now.
very,
That's the wave
important
around.
lead from Stefan Schlacker in about 45
Just
minutes
stay
time, by the way.
stay put where you are. All good.
As we change the commentators around, but bring up a
I
very
love
good
it how he
point
drives
about,
besides the safety car.
satellite car here, Ryan. New tyres
You can
obviously
literally
on
drive
that
through
car.
it.
They've triple stinted their first stint. No LMP2s are going to be coming in under the
Okay,
safety
gotta
car, you would
gotta
imagine,
stay
because
behind that.
it's so soon since
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
last
yeah,
in.
yeah.
But instead of having to catch everybody, the LMP2 crew
10 laps to
very
green.
much up together.
That's
And
a lot.
all of the cars on old tyres in front of them are going to be.
Yeah, they
right
gotta
Nah,
up
they
sort out
can
all
they can
the
put
cars.
it they can put in 10 laps to green and then revoke it.
Yep, and they satellite
They
car on
cha-
the
iRacing
it could
changed
be-
that.
It could be them. It's in the box seat with the advantage at the moment, and yeah, this Corsair as well has buzzed the LMP2 field up. So yeah, we're going to have a bit of a battle going on there when we get back racing. But at the moment, I think this
Fucking
gives
Richard.
these teams a chance to do some fuel saving as well, and they
Love it.
also save the tyres. So these guys will probably be able to stretch the fuel out before the end of the stint. Probably, I'm guessing they'll be able
Keep
to.
me updated
depending
where
what
the car
strategy
is.
they're on, they'll be able to stretch the fuel out by possibly another.
I can see it
or
coming
extra
from the back.
2 or 3 laps.
3 cars
Yeah.
back,
You know what this helps?
Sorry, go on, yeah, go on.
and we'll be
The
overtaking you
geodesic GT
now.
car, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yes.
Because now you got time to do your repairs.
Next
you
one
can bring
coming.
yourself back into the race. You might
Yeah.
lose a few spots here and
Hit
there.
exit
Yeah, sure, you
open.
might be
We don't
behind
mind that.
some GT3 cars. I think they are behind P4, might be behind the P5 in circumstances. But the problem is the pit
Love the way he
is
says that.
closed for now.
Mm-hmm.
But for them, that's a reset you probably wanted.
I don't know if the clutch
So it's
is
gonna be an interesting one.
something you can
But I do
do
feel like Eric
Yeah,
Davies
I'm
in
not
at
gonna
the
use
moment.
it.
now because,
I do feel
well,
like,
the problem is they said
well,
use
first
it
of
at
all,
your own
he's a lap down.
risk. You know,
I
I was doing it and it's okay.
But second of all,
I love the
But
fact that
it-
we're
he's
the
already come
we're
into
the
pit lane.
only
I don't
we're
think
one
you're
of the
allowed to
only
enter the pit lane yet.
LMPs
And
that are
he's
using
in
2
right
dive
now.
planes.
So I'm not sure if there's an exception.
RSO is using it as well.
Damage or whatever.
Touch.
I can't imagine he's running out of fuel because I think not long been in the pit lane. But
Phoenix
Um,
has 2 dive planes as
I
well.
think while
What's
cars
That's
are
it.
getting waved around for the
Huh?
first wave by,
What's
I
an
don't think
EOL
you're still allowed
penalty?
to come into the pit lane, and that's exactly what Newman did.
End
The
of line
geodesic
penalty.
car was trying to do. Speaking of
they-
GTEs,
yeah.
by the way,
End of line penalty is you gotta go all the way to the back.
Okay.
Let everybody overtake you.
Very glad about this as well, of course, Lorenzo, because they've
Yeah,
got
we're
new tyres
literally
on, and
like
Satellite
3
Racing
cars are
LMP2, they won't
using
have to close the gaps
2
onto
dive
those
planes.
on older tyres
Holy
in
shit.
front of them. All
Or
they
dive
have to do
plates,
is do
those
the
planes,
overtaking.
whatever.
So I guess this caution has benefited them in a very similar
Lapper
way
coming
to what we've
through.
seen for Satellite Racing in the LMP2
No.
field.
Yeah, I think this yellow flag was gonna be
And
beneficiary
2
for
more coming.
the good majority of the teams, like especially those on offset strategies. It might bring, let's just say, 5-star into the mix a little bit because they were on
Okay,
the
I
off
almost hit the safety car.
strategy.
You can drive through it.
Also,
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
It's not solid.
But they're out of the race. But it's gonna be interesting.
What should I do with
And I'm getting
tire
more,
warm-up?
like,
I'm not-
brake drag a
their
bit.
tires are zeroed, some of the other tires are not. So
Okay.
it's gonna be a great race once we come back. But we've seen the
But for the time being, it's fine.
especially for the LMPs,
What
it
brake
might not make
percentage?
a huge difference. But no, we're
Like
under 30,
literally 10-15%.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's true.
I've never
But
done
Another
it.
thing,
you don't need to
on
do
that
it
as
right
well,
now.
Ryan, we talk about
Yeah.
restarts and whatever. We'll get one
Or
soon,
you
of
can
course.
stop go a bit,
We saw some chaotic ones,
but that's
which we thought
risky in
rates,
a pacing
that
line.
we had here a couple of months
Yep.
ago, about three months ago or so. It was a very, the first restart was especially bad. It took took out about
Please,
5 cars
why?
from our race. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. But this circuit does
I bet he's
certainly
using a
have
soundboard or something.
potential to throw up incidents on the restart. We hopefully don't see that.
Yeah, we saw some mayhem in one of the restarts in the Club Sports series, and hopefully we don't get that same thing here. I think it'll be a lot more sensible here. I think with some of these drivers having experience in multi-class racing, and especially racing
I don't
multi-class
think
cars like the
that's
LMP2. So once we
not
get back
where.
racing, it's going to be close. It's going to be a great battle, and I'm looking forward to watching it. But with Satellite being on that strategy as well, and not long pitting.
Took them a long time to open a fucking pit entrance.
Take advantage and try and
I should
gain
stop
some
swearing
positions
so
on the
much, I
restart.
just figure.
Well, they're certainly going to attempt to. Let's talk to one of the drivers, though, who has been involved in the action so far. Sandra from Satellite
cars
Racing
coming?
has been out there already.
Nope.
Come back into the pit lane. He's
Nope.
swapped over for Adam Crane now, who's driving your car. Welcome, Si. Good to have you here once more.
Does he want us to go
Just
into
come
pit?
out
No.
as you come in here. For you, Satellite Racing, is this well timed or
Oh,
poorly timed?
This is well timed. I mean,
It just keeps going.
this gap.
It's
that we
like you're in
had
a
was kind of an
supermarket.
issue for us because obviously we didn't triple, we lost a little bit of
Ding-dong.
time here.
Pace lap.
But
Pace.
for
Pace
certain,
Q.
these gaps were zero. We have fresh tires. Everybody else is on double stinted tires. Everybody's equalized on
Track is
fuel,
cooled
basically,
way
so
down.
I think we have a pretty good advantage.
You mentioned there you obviously did a triple stint throughout the first portion of this race, and we've talked a lot today about the heat around there at the moment. Track being quite hot. Is that something that really?
Is there only
hindered you
one
throughout
caution,
your
or can
triple
it be
stint, or is
multiple?
it still very manageable?
Can be
for you
multiple
to
if somebody
actually,
crashes and
actually
can't bring
do that
their
in
car
your
back to the
stint?
pits.
Let me
You're
put
not
it
allowed
this
to
way,
tow
there was a
until a
touch
race
on the tire once we took it off.
control
until the race
tells
con-
you you
Uh,
are
Definitely
allowed to.
managing, my left front, the tire that takes
Or
the speeding
imagine
around
sitting
here.
down the straight or something.
Definitely took
Yeah.
the F1 strat of just managing turn
Like,
one,
for example,
turn
that
6,
Lambo was
and,
just-
the final corner a
It
little
was
bit.
done for the
Make
day,
sure I wasn't
right?
scrubbing the tire, not
Yeah.
getting extra heat
I
into
must have
it.
been crabbing
We even
a
considered
lot.
just changing the left
So
front
if you
on our
cannot
triple
safely
when
bring
we
the
decided
car
not to
back,
upset the balance too much.
you can pull
Yeah,
away
we
and
have to take every
request a
single,
tow.
crazy thing we do
Then
with
race
it.
control
At least
will
give it a think before
put
we
out
do it, you know, and that's how we ended up with this
yellow
strategy.
flag with a safety car.
Absolutely, and obviously we're
That's
not
about it.
far from going back to green, but just quickly how
Just
where do you
waiting
think
for
we
the
get
time
to?
when
We're obviously
IVRA
not even
says,
halfway in
listen,
this
we're
race
gonna
yet.
do
What are your aspirations
manual
for the rest
safety
of the race?
cars.
With an end of line penalty.
Definitely,
So to
we,
issue it, please
well, I don't
drop
want to jinx
back
it, so I'm not
on
going to
straight.
say
Please
say
only
it,
let
but
cars by
very high
once they
positions
catch
here.
up to you.
Obviously, before we pitted, we were the leader, and I think we only lost, 10 seconds during that that triple stint where taking tires usually takes 20 to 25 seconds. So I'm pretty happy.
There
with
will
that
be
delta.
no
We
cars
gained
coming anymore
that
for you.
time. And now with the yellow
Okay.
flag, we gained all that time back. So I think this
All the
restart
wave
will be
rounds are done. There are some GT3s still in the
Si,
pack,
I
but
just have a quick question. How
none
much
behind the
grinding
leader.
Have you done to Adam to remember this is not Indy cars at Road Atlanta?
Well, I have reminded him to not lock up into the pit box this time, so
Good.
Yeah.
that's the biggest thing. Otherwise, it was a bit of a compromise in terms of our driving styles, because obviously he's a right foot braker, I'm a left foot braker, so I like my car a little bit more pointy than he does. But besides that, I think I'm going to get going soon, because I think we're going to go green.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandra, thanks very much for coming to join us from Satellite Racing, of course. It's been good to hear from you. And yeah, we'll see you a little bit later on, hopefully. There are Sandra from Satellite Racing. They're talking to us after his triple stint a little bit earlier on. Looks like we'll have one more lap under yellow flag conditions
Thomas,
here before
there's
we
a
get
caution.
back racing
Yeah,
here
yeah.
once
Hola.
again. Lorenzo, what are we
What is
expecting from this
the
restart though?
strat
Because we saw
right
it was
now?
quite
Like
calm
I
off
saw
the
that
actual
you
start,
did double
which was quite
at the
nice to
first.
see.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
went.
no.
Are safety cars going
We're
to
going
be
triple
safety
next
cars for
time,
the remainder
and
of this
then
race?
again.
I think it's
You said
yeah, because
calm.
the track is
Expect
really
anything but
cold.
It's a
there.
30 degrees.
expect
Yeah,
anything
it's
but-
Now
29.
29.
That's basically
So
the chill.
yeah, it was just to be
I do
sure that
believe that
you do
Pearson's
that.
gonna start marking.
Oh, we're going with your
Delta,
strat. Sounded
marking them all
sounded
with
good.
fast they
yeah,
can
I
on
think
during the
too,
restart. It's
and
gonna
I
be
think
really
it will
close.
be better with
But it's
high
all
wing
eyes
because
on Adam,
for
right? And
Tiger,
how he pushes
where
his
it's
car
better.
to try to make up
Even
the
if
ground
it's
on
hard to overtake,
on
it
the cars
if they
ahead.
can
Pace, the
do
overtaking
triple,
and
it
grabs the
will be
lead,
better
like
for us.
Sai just said, they got better
So
tires.
Yeah, we are
But,
faster on the second stint
I
already.
think
Yeah,
GT3s,
I
we
know
have to
I
look
had
at as well
the same thing
because it's
last year
separation.
with
I really am
12
interested to
hours.
see how
So I know.
how
So
does
I
Oh,
leave
it's
you
going
to
now?
play.
It's going?
even more
Okay,
from
I
impulse
let
racing
you
and
concentrate.
Guys, we'll restart this
impulse
lap.
racing.
Okay.
And
Brake
be
dragging?
careful and
Yes.
be careful
we haven't talked
with
all
tires
race long, and that
because you
itself
will see
favored them
it's
a little
quite
bit.
messy, and so
has,
be really
helped
Safety
out.
car
cautious.
lights
Got
on.
an end
Don't
of line
take any
penalty, I'm
risk
afraid, for the 162
and
car.
brake.
That's the geodesic GTE. I think that might
Okay,
be
good
for
luck.
pitting early because I feel like they might have done. Eric Newman there repairing the damage was almost too desperate to repair the damage, I'm afraid. Did so while we were still getting the first wave around.
What happens if you brake
which
too
was
much?
not ideal, of course.
Nothing.
The
I don't know.
lights are off on
I
the
have
top
never done
of
that
the
before,
safety
to be
car.
honest.
And
Yeah,
so we are going to be
me
going
neither.
racing once again at
Yeah,
the
it should be
end
good.
of this lap. It's going to be Apex Tech Racing.
Yeah, it
and
should be
Jan
nice, but
Terziak in control
be careful in the
of
first
field.
corners,
Stanley
just in
Deslanders
case.
is going to try and take it off him for
I'm gonna
Pure
take it
City
easy.
Sports, Delta Sport.
Don't
And
wanna.
Kio Thiago Martu is going to be just behind them. Then it's Jaden Munoz, Adam Crane, Maximilian Fritz,
Mhm.
and Manuel
Yeah, go to
Suno,
the
top seven
right.
in this order.
Yeah.
Then we've got the
Keep
GT3
Keep it behind them.
So the GTEs,
Be ready.
GT3 Pros, are quite far back, and they're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with on the opening part
Go.
of this
Go,
race.
go, go,
Let's
go,
see how
go.
Terziak gets off to a good start though here. Will it be a good start as the safety car pulls into
Nice.
the pit lane now? Apex Tech Racing side by side with Pure Sims, heading down towards the final corner and heading towards the start-finish line. Road Atlanta, it's a long hold from Terziak. He kept the speed very low indeed, and now finally goes. But Deslanders was waiting for that, and Pure Sims, and he was very, very attentive indeed. Just about is going to hold on to the lead. Here is Terziak through turn one and down the S's for the first time. The LMP2s have got away nicely by the looks of things. It's a good start from those guys in Apex Tech Racing. Are going to try and hold on to the lead here, Ryan, for the opening couple of laps.
Yep, absolutely. It's yeah, I wasn't sure not restart by Jan there. I thought that was a bit questionable, leaving it as late as possible. But yeah,
Good
managed to
as
get
it's
the
gonna
jump
send
anyway,
it.
and he's got a bit of a gap behind him to the Pure Sim Esports guys, and
Let them have it.
at the moment is pretty
Uh,
much kind of
not enough?
they got it.
Yes, enough, yeah.
Ah,
As we head
gonna
into
lose
the
that
back
one
straight,
too.
this is when the slipstream will start to
Mm.
take place, and who's watching behind now can the Delta Sport guys
Don't lose the
Man.
corner!
Pure Sim Esports
God
guys
damn.
are not close enough in this slipstream, and surprisingly these P2
Horrible
cars are
starts.
kind of
That's
breaking
it's
into
fine. Oh, one is
Pure
off on the
Sims.
left.
Yeah.
That was very close. Delta Sport a
Okay.
little bit late on the
Back
brakes.
on.
And
All
now
good.
gonna
It's
get
okay,
overtaken
that's
at the
because our wing is
Right, Geodesic,
higher.
Adam Crane for
That's why they
second
overtake
as
us so
well.
easy, so
It's first
nothing to
car
worry
on the
about.
things round the outside through the final
Oh,
corner. And it was a little bit out of shape for Bar2 as well. So he loses another place to 5-star Motorsports Maximilian Fritz. He gets down the inside into turn one.
Let them fight.
Pure Sims off
Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it.
Try to save as much fuel as you can.
Simple mistake down at turn 1.
Yeah, cold tires as we're gonna look on the replay what happened and clapping the curb, and once
have too much
the curb
wing.
it's very hard to come back, and you have to come back safely to the top. Kind of brought
It's okay.
Alpine Geodesic into a scary moment.
Blame iRacing for not making it available to change wing.
Got a little
Oh.
bit of a scary moment, but everybody
Yeah,
got away
nice.
unscathed. That's the important thing that matters. But we had
Keep behind
we
them.
have a little bit of a
Yes.
breakaway now.
We do. We've got the leading 3 or so getting away. Satellite Racing, while corking the bottle.
We're going to the inside.
Surprisingly,
We're gonna send
you
it.
can see them just having to defend from Fritz now. He might try and go at the inside line. Oh,
Ah,
that's a late
nothing
back
I can
from
do.
Crane. But Fritz knocked it
All good,
down.
all good.
Around.
You gotta work with what you got.
Adam Crane goes around at the chicane.
Where
position
fine.
are
He
we?
drops down to 17 into the
Mm,
group.
5
He's
Behind
5.
some of the lap down cars as well now.
or 6.
Oh dear, we said it was in such a great place for Satellite Racing
Yeah,
here
6.
Ryan, on this restart, but one spin and it's all fallen away from them.
First off, I'm just going to say I did not jinx you, Adam. I did not do anything, but yeah, he tries to defend the position quite late. The 5-star car gets up the inside, and I think Adam just lost it on the marbles.
I think you can
He tried to drift back
save
to the racing line there in the braking zone.
fuel so we can do 2 extra laps even.
Changing the line and
If my
braking, never a great
calculations are
idea.
correct.
Not least for the cars around you, but you don't really want to be turning and braking at the same time. And unfortunately, Crane went around. So that has, yeah, big implications as Impulse Racing's 257 GT3 car from about second is in the pit lane at the minute. Not entirely sure what that's about, but that might be, I don't know, damage maybe. Something has clearly happened to them, I'm afraid.
They're gonna suffer in
Behind from the Team RSO car.
Gertie Air.
Sport, LMP2, trying to get through into the top 5, but can't quite do it at the moment. Might be able to now. That's going to be an easy move, surely, for Martu, and it is indeed. Inside line for Delta Sport, and they're up into the top 5. Team RSO back down into 6th position. But yeah, this has been a hectic restart here, Lorenzo. A bit of a surprise to see. But Adam Crane is going to be kicking himself for that mistake.
Oh yeah, but all in all, I think there was not only a mistake, but I think over-aggression expected, to be very honest, from Maximilian Fritz. He saw the gap, he went for it, got the draft to the corner, and going 50-50, especially with cold tires, is a little bit tricky, and Crane paid a price right there, as they're fighting for the marbles, the half-race marbles, so we're not far away from it, and they have
That little
the
drive-through
fuel
is for a
that.
car behind
Should have
us.
noticed that. Somebody going grass cutting
Do they have a drive-through?
through the
No, no.
the section.
Yeah, well, the car behind us has a drive-through. Just
Like
checked.
Element Sim Racing?
Car number 5 is the Phoenix Esports
Let's see.
LMP.
Certainly someone in front of T3 Motorsport by Maniti here. LMP2's not quite running at pace. So, yeah, somebody has gone off down the hill at the SS, I'm afraid. And that's we'll try and pick that one apart. But, yeah, that was not an ideal line. Element Sim Racing LMP looks like it was here. Ryan, let's have a little look at what happened. Oh, dear me.
That was a, yeah, that was a.
That's
yeah,
technical.
Yeah, that looks like it was technical. I don't know if he got a screen freeze or if he's using VR. He had
Oh,
the
yes.
technical issues. Yeah, he just goes straight on across the inside there, the S, on the entry to the S's. So yeah, good job to keep out the wall. But that looks like it's either wheel problems or VR.
We have more
That's my guess
downforce,
anyway,
you
the
can send
VR
it.
issues.
I was gonna
Any
run
ideas, Lorenzo? Because he gets his steering back quite quickly once returned to the circuit, obviously, and going all right now. So, well, I'll say that.
I would have to look.
I
at the
think they know
cockpit
it.
Once
Yep.
everything started, to be very honest with you, or on the gyro cam, but looks like a screen freeze. Oh yeah, I think it's definitely a screen freeze for a brief moment right there, because the steering didn't reset. The steering was straight all the entire time. It didn't break or anything like that. He just lifted up the gas and tried to keep the car straight as best he could. So that what it looked like for that number 27 car.
Indeed, it was a weird one, but can all be explained with a technical fault, of course. As we look at Delta Sport, because they've just got through on 5-star Motorsport. Martu is having a fantastic opening to this stint here, up into 4th place now. Chasing down Pure Sims Esports for third, excuse me. Get into the back end of the GT3 cars. That's the Impulse Racing GT3 Lamborghini that has come into the pit lane and dropped to the tail end of the lead lap in that category. So where's that put them? About 7th, I think, in that category now. It's a long, long way back compared to where they were battling for the lead not so long ago. It's 8th, actually, I should say. This is the leader in, or the leading battle, I should say, in the Pro-Am category. The Archer brothers, and they've got about 6 seconds over Sim Republic. Just behind them, these guys on their way to clinching the Grand Championship as things stand. But they're going to have to wait until the end of the race to do it. The Winter Championship as well is currently hanging in the balance. Only 4 points in favour of the 367 of Satellite Racing. So all very exciting indeed.
Oh, look at that.
Incidents earlier on, Lorenzo, we've got some penalties to come through as well from this restart.
Yeah, be patient now.
We saw first the Phoenix LMP
I'm
got
definitely not gonna
black
risk it
flag
too much.
incident for driving through penalty for minor lane infractions, stay 5 seconds longer. There is a certain limit at where you can stay into the pit lane. Furthermore,
Whoa.
that's the bigger one. The Impulse Racing 257 that
Oh,
was
inside.
battling for the lead in the GT3s in the Pro category got a 10-second stop and
Ooh.
go penalty.
Ooh.
For that is that we
Damn.
saw
Oh my God.
the 5-star Motorsport. Well, we saw that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah,
That was close, yeah.
Yes, that's why they've ended up so far down. This is all very, very close. Oh, and there's contact there. That's the RSO LMP2 trying to get through on everybody here. By the looks of things, and
Caution?
so much sport in the LMP2 just got back up in front
not?
of Delta Sport
Nothing yet?
in this real
Nothing
clump
yet.
of traffic.
How's the car?
And someone's gone around.
Gonna
It
check.
was very, very close between everybody, and I'm afraid someone has gone around.
They kept going.
Element Sim Racing, I'm afraid. Bidding around there, Ryan. This is exactly the kind of thing that can happen on restarts, and when you get clumps of traffic like this one, it is always going to, something is going to happen. Five-Star Motorsport recently got through into 5th position. Oh, there's contacts, more contacts.
Oh,
dear.
yeah, it looks like he just hip checked and it caused a bit of a concertina effect.
Yeah, I had to
and,
back out.
Luckily, the fiercely forward,
It was smart from them.
managed
What
to
the
just
fuck
avoid them,
happened there? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
they're not too smart, I guess.
Yeah.
The
So,
Campbell
Pure
made
Sims
Albert
got some
Gomez,
damage from it.
who's pretty much behind
The BMW,
From that?
this incident and gets a
yeah, well, side pod damage.
come down the hill and
The
Oh,
then-
yellow,
BMW,
yellow.
you won't believe it.
On the right.
Yep, the elements
The
are
BMW
basically
kept it out of the wall.
checked off the track.
Very
Chaos,
good,
total
avoidance
chaos.
from Gomez there to get past that incident. Now, there is a leading battle going on here for the overall race lead, and here it is, down the inside. Oh my word, into turn 1, and they're going to have to avoid their teammates. Alpine Star Geodesic spinning around in the GT3 category from 2nd position. Very nearly got into the LMP2. That was very close there, Lorenzo. How on earth
I would
did
have
this
never
happen?
done that, what RSO
Let's
did.
look at the replay
Yep.
on
Yeah,
to the Alpine Gold
L-
car.
like
because
that.
was P2
If somebody in front of you
Plus,
sends it like
we were
that, do it.
talking about them the
Just
entirety of this
Yeah.
race.
get yourself behind it.
Turn number 1, did they clap
No,
too
not
Most of the
GTA.
times the car is
The
the car they overtake is never gonna get
That's
the
weirdest
run
thing I
to
ever
turn in.
seen, going to turn number 1. They clapped the inside curve, not the outside curve. But everybody had to take immediate evasive action. Nice to see.
Yeah, it could have very much ended in Munoz,
Look at
T-boning
what
his
happens
teammate
there.
but thankfully everybody just about got around
Yeah,
all
it will
right.
be a mess, I think.
It was very close. Well, thankfully everybody
Yeah,
got
not
away with it.
not gonna do it.
So we
That
get through on
GTE
a couple
again.
of more of the GTEs. Apex Tech Racing versus Alpine Stars Geodesic
Yeah, I
Racing.
like-
Form
I don't know.
in this race, very much beginning to bubble to the surface.
So frustrating, man.
And to turn 1, and of course, points on the line here. Geodesic
Like,
trying to get
why
as
do
many
they-
as
do they go
possibly can over
offline
Pure
when
Sims.
Yeah, I
They're
don't
behind
know.
another car, like.
I
don't know.
And by the way, is that the GTE
Make it, but,
uh,
9 points
in
over them
between all the
is a little
GT3s
bit
or?
more here, Ryan. It's really
Yeah,
not much with
looks
Pure Sims
like.
in third. There's not a lot they can do, to be quite honest, but
Wow.
winning, of course, at the halfway stage is all they can do.
That's pretty much is the case, and I think they're probably feeling frustrated. I think that time loss that Munoz had earlier with that damage is pretty much cost them. I think otherwise he could have been up there and possibly in front of Pure Sims and gaining
Hope
points.
that
and then by
IVRA
that
gets
moment
rid
they're-
of the GTE for
they're
next
sitting in a
season.
good position, but like you say, they're only making 4 points, and in a championship such as this, and with the halfway points as well, that's not really making any inroads into the lead or gap even.
Now that all the traffic has died down, things have got a little bit calmer. I'm afraid they're not getting much calmer here, Lorenzo. For Impulse in the GT3 category, they're not having a good restart.
Yeah, just rub the injury with salt, you know, or add salt to the injury. They jumped the start, past 2 cars before the apex of turn number 1 of the final corner, and by jump starting, they got a driving penalty.
Here he is, Hendrik Augustin. Has been served now, so 8th place. This is actually where they should be. And it is where they are right now, unfortunately. A good opening to this race. Pure Sims are leading in the GT3 category, by the way. This is a battle for the lead in GTE. E3 Motorsport by Maniti versus German Sim Racing. Oliver Hoff back into the car. Ruben Bonga drove for a little while. They're all being caught, by the way, by RSR by Buckick with the new tyres for Jesse Jones there. Good position for RSR to be in here, really, because obviously the safety car has closed everybody up and they're on new tyres. So that's helped them out just a little bit. As we go back to LMP2, because 5-Star Motorsport and Team RSO are battling away here over 4th place. Delta Sport have dropped back a little bit, and it's time for Soto to make his move. He does indeed.
Pure Sims is struggling. Holy shit. Oh no, wait, that's 5-star.
Well,
Whoops.
turn 1 and in towards the S's there, Ryan, to make the move, make sure of the move at least. So that's 4th
I should
place.
probably
Team
get
RSO.
trading paints running
Yeah,
on this PC.
slowly getting back through the field to the LMP2.
I've been looking at a white car this whole time.
Yeah, I think it's just pretty much a recovery
Wow.
drive for them at the moment, and just trying to make it to the finish and get the best result possible. But it's
Yeah, like I said, I'm not
yeah,
going to sit
not-
6
not
or
really
7
been-
hours in
been
my
up to
sim
the
rig.
front challenge in that, but it's been a bit of a quiet race for them so far.
Paid way too much money for a good chair to do that.
Kusveld started this car, of course, and didn't qualify as well as we'd expect him to. So wasn't really able to get off to a great start in the race either, but that latest caution, the first and only so far of this race, has really helped them out. Only 7 laps now away from these halfway points being awarded, so RSO do need all they can get. He only came in with a 30-point deficit to
You're gonna get stuck.
so they're not losing too much here. They're gonna keep
Oh my
second
God.
in the winter season
What is he
championship
doing?
standings. But it's still a
Yeah, that's my
amount
fault.
No,
for those guys
no,
at
okay.
this stage. Gotta keep 5-star.
You did well avoiding them.
That's the first thing to do here.
That's just...
It's a bit more traffic.
Yeah,
Things
it's a
have
bit,
calmed
yeah.
down slightly here, Lorenzo, thankfully. It was
No,
it was
no
a very
comment.
chaotic restart. But now that the traffic spread itself out a little bit more, these battles are not huge trains anymore either. We're getting into a nice recognised rhythm and a more organised race.
Yeah, let's hope so, because that restart, I think I nearly needed a medicine for my heart. You know, I thought my heart would actually stop because of having too much heartbeat or too much beats per minute. But yeah, it was a very frantic restart. We expected the restart to be a little bit frantic, but not like that.
Yeah, not quite like that. It was a little bit more chaotic than even we expected, but it's sorted itself out now, Ryan. Thankfully, everybody's kept it on the straight and narrow. We did see a couple of incidents, 1 or 2, but it is much easier to negotiate the traffic and whatever when you're in the rhythm like this. Obviously, the incident that caused the caution, a little bit of one of these things that can happen on the pit exit. It just does happen from time to time. But now that you're in the rhythm, it's easier to settle back into the lapping of traffic once more.
Yeah, once you get into a rubber and get a few laps under your belt, it's you feel a lot more relaxed. You feel in the groove, and once it's all spread out a little bit, it's a lot easier to relax as well. You don't. I find anyway in races when restarts, I tense up a little bit just because there's so much going on. But as you see now, it's all spread out now. So I think most of these drivers will just be relaxed now and just going around doing laps. But as you see right here, RSO still under a little bit of pressure from the 5-star
What did it do?
Sport and
Good lap.
5-star as well.
You
You've
did.
got the 33 Delta Sport car as well. So
You were the fastest LP2 on track that lap.
Nice.
It's a nice fight. I'm not sure how Delta Sport managed to find himself in 6th.
I can try to overtake him again.
And then a restart, I should say. And now all of a sudden they're back behind everybody. They overtook. So I don't know what happened there.
We're in front of them both before the traffic comes. That would be nice. It would be hard to overtake the guy in front from before.
They jumped back from I think
They're pulling out.
P3 or P4 down to P7, and because of the crane incident, they went back to P6. They're stable right there right now.
Trying to climb back though. 5-star Motorsport under pressure for this 5th position. Just in the background there, Sudar has got himself away from those two, and he'll be quite glad about it when he sees what's about to go down into the chicane, I think.
Oh,
Delta Sport are about to
goodbye.
fire their way down the inside and get into that 5th place. They do indeed. Maximilian Fritz not able to keep
damn near killed himself.
Marteau behind at this stage.
Oh my god.
And why would you try extra hard to when there's no real need? Either of these really involved in either championship fight, so they're just looking to get the best race result they possibly can here. As we go on board with German Sim Racing
Stay behind.
as they chase down T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Did see somebody asking about the halfway points and what on earth we're talking about.
Holy
here.
shit, how
We're
the
talking
fuck are
as
they
if the race
just
is
in a
about 23 laps time. But basically,
Train simulator.
at 123, half points are awarded to these teams based on the position.
I mean, how long is this train?
Why do that's like 10 cars?
Championships halfway through a race.
Why
And
do
that's what's
people
about
drive
to happen,
GT3s?
in
Like,
the LMP2 Grand Championship.
It's literally
and
train
the
simulator.
GT3
Just
Pro Grand
drive in a
Championship,
row.
which accounts for all 6 races of the Endurance Series throughout both 2021, the end of 2021, and the start of 2022. And of course, the winter seasons, they're all going to still be up for grabs
Nice.
here.
Nice move.
But yeah, that's just to explain what's happened, or what happened.
That's so satisfying to do that.
Halfway points.
What is this? Your second race multi-class?
Talking about a few
Yep.
moments ago, Lorenzo,
God
that it
damn.
all calmed down, but it seems there are still
Thanks.
moments happening here and there out there on the circuit. I believe we're
Not
about
gonna
to see
lie,
one of
you
them.
wouldn't think
Yeah,
it
the
is
car just
watching
went
you
off
do
track,
traffic.
Just, the rear end just started to lose its grip during the entrance of turn 6, and Westwood.
I think F3 has helped me.
To prevent, the contact
like Tobias yesterday.
It was a marginal
Yo,
contact.
did you see what he did? That video? No way.
It did.
I was.
If I did that, it went completely wrong.
I-
wrong. can tell
I
you that.
wasn't voice with the guy he killed in turn 1.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
But it was netcode. It was bad netcode, but yeah.
Just the leading battle in GTE. Meanwhile, oh, and there was contact between the two. German Sim Racing going around. Free Motorsport by Maniti stay in front there.
A nice gap to the guy behind. Keep him coming.
German Sim Racing will feel hard done by, but are they correct to feel hard done by? They look to me on first viewing anyway as if they sort of met in the middle somewhat.
Yeah, I think it was just a racing incident, just two drivers going at it hard, and the German Sim Racing, they might have a right to be slightly aggrieved, but yeah, I think it was just a racing incident, and a little bit more room could have been given, but the German Sim Racing Porsche managed to get going again and is still in the race, but I think the driver behind the wheel will be cussing in German, I feel.
Yeah, possibly. We won't be able to say what they're saying, I suspect, but it has allowed RSR to get through, and they will continue to chase down that leading BMW, you would imagine, at this stage. It's the Delta Sport LMP2 chasing down Team RSO, but not able to get on terms just for the minute. Team RSO themselves, Pure Sims Esports, are trying to get on terms with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing at this stage. Apex Tech looks like they're going to hold off for the halfway points, but what's it going to be? Who's going to be in second? It looks like it might be quite close. And if they come up on these guys again, they're not going to before the halfway stage, but They will have to negotiate them at some point, then we really are going to see this race change. But halfway points are going to be awarded at the end of this lap. Here Lorenzo and Apex Tech Racing have done just enough here to hold on for the whole 50 points. They don't really need them, but they're going to have them.
Yeah, they're going to get the marbles going to the first half of the race. It will not bring them into the forefront of the championship by any shot necessary. I just have to change my pitch right here to make it a little bit more enthusiastic. But what it might do realistically is kind of make them ahead of both Satellite and Impulse in kind of knocking on the door of the Alpine Star geodesic team. But it's still a long way down gap to get into the Alpine geodesic LMP team.
Yeah, it's they're quite far removed from this championship, really, Apex Tech Racing going into today, but they are going to take the full 50 points at the halfway stage. So there they are, crosses the line now, and the full 50 awarded to Apex Tech Racing. Alpine Stars Geodesic take 4 points away from their disadvantage to Pure Sims, while RSO lose 4 points to their disadvantage, so or maybe even a little bit more. I believe at the minute, although not quite updated yet, I believe the gap might just extend to 34 points in LMP2. We'll get the maths done on all of the other categories over the next few moments, because there are 8 championships. So do excuse us while we're working this out for a moment. Points doing on the fly is always difficult, of course. But yeah, we'll have those to you in short order. Meanwhile, the GT3 traffic is upon us again for the LMP2s, and we're going 3 wide straight away. Element Sim Racing are getting lapped here, I'm afraid to say, in the LMP2s. Geodesic have taken 4 points away from Pure Sims, but they're not going to stay in front of their rivals for long by the other things here, Ryan. They're getting big pressure now from the current championship leaders.
Yeah, they are indeed, and might get just a matter of time before they might lose that position to Pure Sims, and as they've got GT traffic in front of them, but managed to get round and down to turn one. I think Pure Sims, I think the best opportunity of trying to get by is if they can get a good exit headed into that back straight and carry that momentum. They might be able to make a move heading down to the chicane, but they're both checking the lap times, they're both evenly matched for pace just about.
They seem pretty evenly matched right now. Traffic will just distort our view on that a little bit, I think, but there's not too much of it around at the minute. We're just at the back end of the GT3s again. GTs will have made their way through on those GT3s that are all in a clump, and they'll be starting to get away a little bit, but the LMP2s won't be arriving on them too long after. So it's going to be getting back into the stage here, Lorenzo, where we're going to see traffic constantly once more. It's going to be a pretty much constant stream of traffic from here on in until the finish, or at least until the next yellow flag, where we get 2 or 3 laps of respite from the traffic again.
Yeah, now they can actually rest up a little bit, but the constant flow is never going to end, and this is going to be a key aspect when Johnny and Stefan actually go into their commentary role in a little bit, that the tiredness effect might kick in a little bit for some of the drivers, and the fact that they're going to run into nighttime conditions, maybe evening to not fully night, not fully into the pitch blackness of the track, but it's going to be somewhere close into it, might take into effect of affect the visual, not the visual range, but you guys know what I mean. How the driver approaches the track turn by turn and analyze where the other car might be, or go into the corner a certain specific way. So there will be a chance of more incidents toward into the final hours of the race than we are getting right now.
Absolutely. Just under 120 laps remaining in this one, and currently projected to have about 2 hours 20 remaining in this race, but of course without that it remains to be seen whether we're going to have cautions or not. That brings us our race time up to about 4 hours 55. We started off at a lightning pace today. We really did. We were down to around 4:45 at one stage, but we've had the caution now, which is obviously going to add some time to the day, and we may have more a little bit later on. Let's wait and see on that one. Hearing some things as well about when the sun is going to be going down here today, because sunset is projected at just past 8 o'clock this evening, and we're getting towards that at the minute. We started the day at just after 2 in qualifying. It's just about 6:30, so it looks like maybe we've got an hour and a half left of daytime running, and then Petit Le Mans style we're going to be bringing the curtain down on our season in the darkness.
Yep, and I've always liked racing around Atlanta in the dark. I don't know why, it's just something about it. It's maybe just because I like watching Petit Le Mans in the dark in real life as well, but it's just something magical about it. But I think some of these drivers are, hopefully they've put in some practice in the dark, because it's not totally dark like Lorenzo mentions, but spotting some of the corners, especially around this section here, it can be difficult in the dark.
They certainly can. More traffic here for the championship leaders, Pure Sims Esports, making their way in a few Porsches around the outside of Rusty's Bachelors. There you can see going into turn 6 and 7 down the inside of the leaders. Well, since Pure Sims Esports, sorry, that's an Impulse car, another one of the Pure Sims cars leading in GT3. Not a big advantage over T3 Motorsport by Maniti at this stage. Only 4 seconds between Leon Penn and Alex Bennett in that battle for the lead. But we haven't got big gaps anywhere really, Lorenzo. Our leading battles in all of the categories are very, very finely poised. It's good to see nobody completely running away with any of the categories just yet. I know our championship fights may be a little bit further apart at this stage than maybe you would like at some points, but we do have very good races until the very end here, and this one in GTE is no different. RSR catching T3 Motorsport by Maniti.
Yeah, that's I think the nature of the track that brings us constant racing. We're not going to see constant battles for the lead, but we're always going to see some battles brewing in the mid-pack, maybe sometimes in the front pack, but there's always something happening around the track, just because we're in the shortest track of the season. We're in a 4.09 or nearly 4.1 track, which is the shortest one. Second one is Interlago, so there's always constant racing or something to watch for, no matter where you're at in the track.
And there certainly is, which is a good thing for us. Less than 3 seconds now is the leading gap in GTE. You can see the damage indeed to the Westwood Racing Esports BMW you can see on the left hand side of your screen, just hitting the Kazar Sim Racing car through turn 5. Unlucky to see for them, but wrong place, wrong time, you'd have to say. A lot of traffic running down through the chicane here right now. How has the traffic been today, Ryan, compared to how you expected it today? It's not the easiest circuit in the world to get through on other cars and so on and so forth. Has it been better or worse than what you expected?
It hasn't been chaotic as I thought it would be. Yeah, we've had some incidents from time to time, but I think that's just the nature of multi-class racing with it being tight in some places, especially the restart as well. We had some incidents happening as well, but apart from that, it's been relatively clean. We've had some drivers having little mistakes, running wide in turn 1, for example, or spinning. Also, we saw Adam Crane spinning into the backstretch chicane, just being caught out, just losing the rear and hitting the marbles. Looks like an Apex Tech racing car of Turn Jack is into the pits from the lead.
Into the pit lane indeed, possibly responding to the Pure Sims car that's coming from third place. They were running in not so long ago, but they're back out again now. Geodesic Racing take first place, ever so briefly. But yeah, oh my god, that was close. Obviously they had that calculated nicely, but it looked a bit close from our camera angle there. Alpha Star Geodesic Racing though still leading as things stand. Jen Munoz back to the front again. Surely Munoz is going to have to be getting out soon. Graham Sanders will be waiting on by, you'd imagine. I've seen him take this car to great heights in the past. Remember that final hours or so. Battle at Watkins Glen was very interesting indeed. Unfortunately, ended up in a spin, but yes, it was very interesting indeed. Lorenzo, this has been a good first opening to this race. Geodesic currently lead. Pit strategies are coming out as well. Pure Sims even pitting a little bit early here. Geodesic going a little bit longer. Things are starting to get tactical. Starting to get a bit tactical.
Yeah, it started to get a little bit tactical because now the yellow flag kind of reset everybody, and we kind of had a near race of sorts to the second half, as I'm seeing Satellite coming into the pits as the Alpine Star Geodesic still stays on track. But the fact that like LMP's pitted 3 or 4 laps before the yellow flag came out, it reset everything for them. GTs and GT3s were basically on the same range, so it is something like that. So we have basically a brand new race moving forward. So can't wait to see what is going to happen in the next expected 2 hours of race remaining.
Yes, indeed, we're expecting it to be around there. 114 laps to go then here in the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO finale. It's the 100 kilometres, the 1,000 kilometres of Road Atlanta, and we still have a race very finely poised with pit stops currently underway, and the race shaking up here once more. It's been a pleasure to have everybody along watching on here this afternoon. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. Thanks very much to Ryan Walker and Lorenzo Bonda for being alongside me, and Ryan Barrow, who's going to continue behind the cameras. But from me, it's goodbye. You and Alun, goodbye for now. I'll be handing you over, of course, to the very capable hands of Stefan Schlacker and Jonathan Burke.
Well, thank you, and good job, guys, on your first stint. And now we are going to take you from this moment in time to the checkered flag of this finale of the 1,000 kilometers here at Road Atlanta. Just a couple miles out from Atlanta, Georgia. It's been an exciting first couple hours. We've awarded halfway points already. We'll get those final tallies in just a moment. Race control just making sure all their math is all good for the Grand and Winter Championship. It'll be an exciting one here today. And Stefan, I know we've been watching this race for a little bit here, checking in and out. And what have you liked so far from what you've seen?
Well, we most definitely have seen some great battles, and most importantly, we have seen a very long first green flag run that only was interrupted by a driver exiting pit lane and not realizing that there is a car on the outside, or it could spin the other way, that the car on the outside didn't realize that there was a car exiting pits. Either way, it was a very awkward incident that brought out this yellow flag, but apart from that, we really haven't had too many scares in multi-class racing, which is quite a rarity here at Atlanta.
Yes!
One of my favorite courses.
What up, Brian?
Welcome
back. Oh, yeah, no, Brian's not back.
Sometimes it's difficult to order.
I just checked if I can move him.
It's only nice to have one yellow flag so far this afternoon. And as we mentioned before, switching over crews, pit stops underway for the leaders. Marzo currently out front for LMP2, T3 by Maniti, Motorsport currently in front for GTE, Pure Sims leading out in GT3 Pro, and then the Archer brothers leading in GTM. So a reminder, there are 2 championships on the line here today. The Winter Championship, which has just been these past 2 months over on the American side of the calendar, and the Grand Championship that combines 2021 and 2022. Several of the Grand Championships are the GTE one, I believe, is wrapped up by the 178, but everything else still up for grabs today. Live look right here at the 213 are trying to get around the Impulse Lamborghini right ahead. Oh, the only close battles right now on the track as pit stops underway. We're kind of in this middle part of the stint, and with conditions changing, Stefan. We mentioned the sun's going down, and the track is going to drastically change as we head into nightfall.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw only a single team in the LMP2s, for example, to actually try to implement a 3-stint strategy on their tires, and we heard from Sayatra that it wasn't the nicest experience, that triple stint in the hot conditions. So most definitely these guys are going to have much easier times right now on their tires in the LMP2s, but even in the GT3s and GTs, as we have this battle here now into turn 1, probably side by side for this 10th position.
This is down about 8th in class right now. 213 at Impulse Racing, they're getting very, very close.
Goodness.
Marcel Bozeman behind the wheel right now, and that was Andre Hubesfeld that made an aggressive move to take that position. Now on board the 97 Team RSO. They have just come down the pit lane. Took a full service on their car, fresh tires and fuel. Dirt getting kicked up all over the track. One of the, I think, interesting and challenging parts about Road Atlanta is that, you know, a lot of modern F1 circuits, we get the complaints of there's too much runoff air, there's too much asphalt. There is dirt everywhere, and you will pick up dirt no matter what corner you are in. So the visibility into some of these corners has been tough, especially we saw almost the geodesic cars collide going into turn 1 earlier.
Yeah, most definitely. You really have to be careful where you also put your foot, because there is grass everywhere, and as we know, grass is extremely slippery. If you are sitting in a race car, it can even be that in a street car, so you really have to be on your toes to not overstep your boundaries, especially 3DSs on the downhill section. It's such a fast corner, especially LMP2s. You are so much on the edge throughout all of that, and just a centimeter to the left or a centimeter to the right can already be a catastrophic outcome for you.
They've really been on the edge today. Their best lap times, only a couple tenths off the real world record for these LMP2 cars. They have already been on the edge today and getting through the traffic as well. It's been quite the challenge. And so first one out of the box on this stint. Gonna get a replay right here, Stefan. I believe this is Samba Racing going into turn 1.
Yes, and it is Bas Verhoeven, not the first time we have seen a car hit this wall, I think. But that was one of the more harder impacts, or maybe even it was the first one. I can't remember right now. I have had to step away myself a little bit during the part of this broadcast. But yeah, Samba Racing into pit lane as well, and that seems like a done and dust race for them.
Made that mistake myself going into turn 1. Sometimes you just think it's you think it's gonna stick, and then it doesn't stick. We saw that also earlier with Pure Sims and Daniel Kraft running in second. Thought that car was gonna stick through the corner, then not. They had to go sailing through the grass and almost collected the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine. So pit stops pretty much over and done for LMP2s. Next group on the list to come down would be the GTEs and the GT3s. They're only a couple laps out from doing so. 55 right now, a lonely 4th place for the time being. Just a couple tenths behind Satellite Racing number 64 that we saw almost sideways going into the chicane earlier. You mentioned these hot conditions and you mentioned the grip. I think you can't be erratic with the car. You have to be very careful around this place, because even if the conditions are perfect, as iRacing default, there are several corners that can catch you out.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, for the LMP2s, it's even more of a problem, these high temperatures, than for the GT3s and the GTEs, because in the LMP2s you can change so much on the aerodynamic side that they are highly trimmed out. They are right at the maximum that they can take of downforce to not be slowed down too much on these quite long straights that we still have. Even though Road Atlanta might not be the longest track, it still features that very long backstretch into this turn 10A and B chicane, and that is such a crucial point, because you can lose so much time if you just hold on too much downforce.
And sometimes the downforce is useful for areas like the S's, where you can just flow right through those corners and have no regrets whatsoever. Speaking of trying to flow and have no regrets, that Team RSO machine, Brennan Ramdon, was trying to look to the inside. Christian Frank, nothing doing on that occasion. Lone Corvette, running 4th right now. It's been an up and down, I think, season for Heusenfeld. The first endurance season went pretty well for the team. They were able to get towards the front as well in the Club Sport categories and TCR. But I think this season, both in the Club Sport and endurance side, it's been one where they wish they were a little bit higher in the points.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We know Heusenfeld as one of the high competitors of pretty much any series that they enter. Their target is always to be at least in the top 3 at the end of the standing. So it most definitely was a subpar season thus far for them. But the good thing is about this series, yes, the winter series is over for them, but we still have that overall championship to play for, and in all reality, still anything can happen in that one as well.
Yeah, they are currently sitting 6th in the Grand Championship. Granted, the halfway points have not yet been confirmed for this race yet. They can move up or down. Like I said, the lone Corvette in the field is just a flock of BMWs and of Porsches that they have to fight against. And here's a bit of traffic that they're running into. That's a running wide BMW into turn 1. Takes off to the escape road and delightfully bails out of causing any more collision and chaos. That's one of the trickier, I think, vision zones of this entire circuit. And no matter what car you're in, we're going to get another replay here. There's Element Sim Racing just getting a little bit aggressive on the curbs. Wondering, Stefan, if there was an incident with that car further down the line. Now, here we go. Here is Pure Sims, the 216, leading the way in the GT category, going into turn 1.
Alright, so yeah, so it seems like our replays got a little bit confused there by an off-track through that turn 3 kick. And you know, while it only might be an off-track, Jonathan, you still have to be careful there, because it is so extremely easy to go just a little bit further to the inside and actually pick yourself up quite a hefty, and one has to add, slowdown penalty over that turn 3 curve.
Or even pick up some damage. There's already some damage on that 216 Pure Sims machine. I think having a clean car at the end of the day is probably going to be one of the more important factors when we talk about getting into the final stints. Is the battle for the GTE lead. RSR by Buck for the 199. Currently leading the way. That's Jesse Jones out in front. Johnny Verhoff in the 178. 178 was leading not too long ago. There has been a change of position here. BMW versus Porsche for the lead of this one. T3 by Maniti, they have been one of the more dominant ones this season in at least all the GT3 categories. All 3 of their contenders currently in the mix for both the Grand Championship and Winter Championship. So this T3 by Maniti partnership has been fantastic for them, and it's kept Maniti very much in play, and they were already a strong team coming into the season.
Yeah, most definitely. If I remember correctly, they are leading going into this, or were leading going into this race. So very great stuff by T3 Maniti. But once again, just like Huizenveld, when they enter a series, they are there to win it and not bin it. And something happened to Graham Saunders there, as he was extremely slow through turn number 9. Let's see what happened to the Geodesic LMP2 car here. The number 62 might have had an off-track there. Oh, yes, indeed. Goes around for 180. And a quite nice recovery there, because you have to be careful. Once again, that grass on the outside, not only is it slippery, but it's also off-cambered to store.
Unfortunately, that has lost them 4 positions. They were up in 4th, and now they're down into 7th, about 8 seconds behind Team RSO. The one Geodesic car has already spun around earlier today and caused a heart attack. Another has retired. The 262 has retired after being 37 laps off of Apex Tech and about 20 laps off of their class leaders. Back up front to the GTE action we go. At 199, proving to be very, very strong for these S's. And this is one of these tracks that also I feel really rewards the different types of cars here. You have this first sector and a little bit of the second sector that really balances out towards the Porsche, helps that car just flow through the S's. But then you got these long straightaways and heavy braking zones where this BMW is just much, much stronger than the Porsche.
And then there is the Corvette. No, but in all reality, we have to say they did do a very good job on the BOP here today, once again, IVRA did. Because we have all three manufacturers in the top 4. We have Porsche leading a BMW, leading a Porsche, leading the 148 Corvette, which is the only Corvette we have in this event here today. So really, you have to give it up to them. IVRA have once again done a great job with the BOP in the GTEs. Much of the same story, by the way, in the GT3s as well. So yeah, great job, and it just shows how much experience these guys have with this kind of BOP, as Johnny Verhoff now also goes into pit lane.
Yeah, we're going to start to see all these GT3 and GT runners with Live Bird Esports right behind. They were running in the top 5 in the GT3 category. So good news for the LMP2s is that these GTEs will start to get out of their way very quickly. The bad news is that they're going to come back out into pit road and possibly be a little bit of a nuisance. This is Apex Tech currently leading the way, and that is a identical blinking Impulse Racing Lamborghini right ahead. Apex Tech, it's been quite a strong season, I think, all around for them. But it's just a matter of, it's kind of hard to catch Pure Sims out in front when Pure Sims have stood on the podium all races but one. Only the Red Bull Ring was the last time Pure Sims was not on the podium in the Grand Championship. Apex Tech won 2 races in a row, Barcelona and Watkins Glen, without scoring on the podium.
I mean, what do you really want to do against a team like that, Pure Sims? They are just so dominant, they're so consistent as well at that kind of level that you nearly have to throw rocks and stones and probably even boulders at them to somehow get a grip of their pace. But yeah, it once again, you can't just say the same thing that you can say about T3 or Heusenfeld. They are just that dedicated to a series when they enter it, that they will most definitely try everything in their power to be the fastest team out there.
I think one of the biggest things for me when I look at this point sheet as well is the halfway points. Pure Sims at the halfway points in the Grand Championship, which includes our fall and winter season, first and second. That no lower than first or second for halfway points. And the same goes for the 278 by Beniti for GT3 Pro, only first and seconds for them. These halfway points proving to make a difference. But right now the 13 is out in front by about 10 seconds over the Delta Sport 33. The defending 2020-2021 champion, unfortunately, has not been the greatest season for this 33 machine in the Grand Championship. They haven't had a podium since the opening round in the Nürburgring, so they were sitting down in 8th in points. Not where a defending champion car, I feel like, should be, and not where they want to be.
Yeah, most definitely. They want to be at a higher position right now, but you know, it's endurance racing. Sometimes the track giveth, sometimes the track taketh, and you know, they have been a little bit in the wrong spots at times, but I'm quite certain that yes, this is not the championship they wanted right now, but I'm quite sure that they somehow will find something to be there at the very end for the overall championship.
They have been quite fast here today as well. It's been a good race, I think, out front with all these LMP2 machines. A handful of different ones have led, and we can argue that everyone in the top 5. You know, if we get a late safety car or even a bit of a change in conditions, and get everyone all bunched up together and see how much chaos we can have at the end. And we're looking right now at Team RSO, number 97 in 6th place. That is towards Hootsfield behind the wheel, trying to chase down Daniel Kraft, and we have his counterpart here, Manuel Sudau. Manuel Sudau of the 97 Team RSO group. Manuel, do you have a copy?
Yes, I have a copy, thank you.
All right, so how's the race so far been for you guys? It's been a little bit up and down, lots of different leaders. There's only one safety car, and still just only about 30 points down right now on Pure Sims.
Yeah, quite eventful. Also very demanding, not only because of the track, but also because there's so much change in the race situation and everything. So, I mean, for us personally, it was quite important to have a good qualifying, despite being super nervous. Max managed to win the GSI award, which is really awesome. maybe that was kind of the reason why he was distracted in the beginning of the race, so we lost a little bit more than we thought we would. So the safety car was quite good for us, brought us a little bit back, and I could, I think, climb up to 4 for the halftime point. So, and now for the rest of the race, we try to keep it clean and see where it's going to end.
So I know me and Stefan have been talking, even our first stint crew were talking about the changing conditions. You can obviously see right now the sun's going down, the light is dimming away. What is going to be the game plan to try and keep up with the track as it changes in these next 100 laps?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, here also in practice we recognize that the track was changing quite drastically. I mean, we've been up to 46 degrees today, and now we're down to 27 tracks, so that's like 20 degree difference. And yeah, the setups have to work in all these conditions. So our strength weren't in the very warm conditions, so now our car is kind of getting a little bit more to where we expected the race to be in terms of track conditions. So yeah, so that is one factor. So you have to remind each other. The spotter is kind of updating you every now and then if there was some significant change in track conditions, so you can adapt a little bit as a driver. Apart from that, it's yeah, very difficult also to find the rhythm with all the traffic. So you really have to think like 3-4 cars ahead. So it's really demanding on a mental side. And then obviously it's a great race in terms of competition in the LMP2 category. So everybody is quite close to each other. So it's super intense. I mean, 7 cars here. Yeah, I think 7 cars in the race for the win. So yeah, super exciting.
And final question before I let you get back to the pit wall. Are you going to get back in the car anytime, or are you going to let Aziz kind of carry this one all the way to the end?
Yeah, we've seen some different strategies. So some teams triple stinting the tires. To be honest, that's very close in terms of whether or not it's an advantage. Very much comes down to traffic and whether you're lucky or not. So we now do another double stint with Mats in the car, and I will take over for the last stint and splash and dash, I think. And yeah, we're gonna have good tires and see what we can do in the end. So let's see. So very eventful, and most importantly, we try to make no mistakes at all. All
right, Manuel, I appreciate your time. Hopefully we get to talk later on in the day, and have a good one out there.
Yeah, thanks guys. Also for the broadcast all season, it's really a huge of the success of IVRA. I think the stage that you deliver, and it's always enjoyable to also rewatch the stream. Even though I was in the car, I will definitely rewatch it tomorrow. So really big shout out to you guys. Really amazing. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much for putting on a great show on track, as always, every week.
Thanks.
Manuel Suda of RSO, the 97 car, currently in 6th place. 20 degrees difference between the peak of 46 and now 27 degrees Celsius as a track temp. That's a jump. That's a jump there, Stefan.
Yeah, most definitely. That's just prime May weather. If you're honest about it, 47 degrees Celsius. I kind of expected hot temperatures to see here at the very start of this race, as we see something from Lindlau. Bastian Lindlau has a little bit of an issue there for Element Sim Racing in turn 10, and also has some issues trying to find the track again. It's to the right of yourself there. There you go on the bridge. Perfectly done. Very slow as well, trying to be as easy on the tires coming back. Obviously they have picked up a lot of dirt on that track excursion there.
Well, there you can still see the marbles there. It's also such a blind issue, that tunnel, as we see Pure Sims looking like they're going to dive down for a position. Move them up into 3rd place with Satellite Racing at 16 car. Quite fast on the track right now. They picked off 5-star just a few laps ago. We started talking to Manuel, and now they're all the way back into the podium places. As I was saying about that tunnel, it's such a blind corner. I've had a couple Formula 3 and even Formula 1 all races where someone crashes in that tunnel. There's 5 of us charging right towards it, and we have no idea there's a car in the middle of the road. So kudos to the 27 for trying to be as respectful as possible and making sure everyone knew there was a slow car.
Yeah, most definitely making the best out of that position there. You just have to be that careful, as you perfectly explained. I mean, it also is the problem, right? It is an old track, so to speak, Road Atlanta. Most definitely can see that in the prime example of the tunnel. There is much space. Those tracks were designed like that back then. Didn't need a lot of space around the tracks to have some racing, and you know, that's why we still have the tunnel like that. Normally, nowadays you plan it so that you have a few meters left and right of the track, still grass or road or whatever. But yeah, no, nothing there, and most definitely we have seen also on some RaceBot broadcasts quite some big issues at that tunnel section just because there was a complete roadblock and nobody was able to see it.
And there's so many elevation changes with this track too. Like you said, it's an old track. It kind of flows with the hills of northern Georgia. But it's a favorite track among those that are big sports car racers, and again, one that I always enjoy racing on, whether it be open wheel or sports car. Pearson's now trying to duck and weave their way through this heavy traffic, and this has been one of the, I think, keys. We've only had one yellow flag, thankfully, but traffic around this place always gets hectic, especially from turn 1 all the way to turn 8 where we are now. There's really not much an LMP2 car can do about 3 or 4 GTE cars fighting for position ahead of them.
No, not at all. You have to be extremely careful most of the times in an LMP2 if you're catching someone at the asses, because normally you'd be so much faster, obviously, than those cars. But there's just no room to pass. The only room is right here where we see perfectly now. Turn 4, that left-hander, the LMP2 accelerates much quicker through there. The GTE, GT3 really have to stay tight through that left-hander, basically parking themselves all around the corner on the curb, because they need all the room then for the right-hander, which is so crucial to take the amount of speed and to also take the perfect line through that section, so you don't have to step off the throttle ever so slightly to make it around the next 2 corners as well. So if you're lucky in an LMP2, you catch them right through that turn 4, execute the pass through there, maybe still need the entry of that turn 5, but that is the only section in the SS where we can actually overtake one of the slower classes.
I really trust myself to overtake someone in my own class in that area, and even that includes even at the lower levels of road, and we're not discussing my road I rating here. I think we already discussed that enough on the oval broadcast that I've done. On screen right now is the German simracing.de machine, and if you're wondering why is this 168.7 out in front of the GTE, weren't we just watching a fight between RSR and Team Roysenfeld? Well, those two are still fighting, not too far behind, but this 167 a little bit off sequence here, Stefan, and I think strategy is starting to come into play a little bit more as this race continues to run under green. There are a couple of cars out there in both the GTE and the GT3 categories that are about 10 to 20 laps into their stints already, after the GTEs have just kind of completed their cycle not too long ago.
Yeah, and you know, speaking about being off cycle, I'm seeing Satellite Racing in the pit lane after just 20 completed laps on their stint. So seems like either Element Sim Racing is once again pulling quite, Satellite Racing rather, is pulling quite the interesting strategy pull here, or we've had some problems for them, because that was a 116-second stop for Satellite Racing.
Those that can now do the math really quickly right there, that's 1 minute 34 second stop. But I think that might have been a problem or a penalty. Does not look like a penalty. There was a penalty recently enforced to the 133 Apex Tech GT, while the Apex Tech LMP2 is flying out in front. The Apex Tech GT that just got back from the reserve list.
Is this the real Brian?
Down,
yeah, this time I didn't move him.
Drive quickly, the 5 second road. I feel like if there was a drinking game to that 5-second rule for all these IVRA races, it wouldn't be a fun drinking game towards the very end of it. But I think that's the first one of the day for that infraction.
Yeah, very, very weird there for Satellite Racing, because, you know, a normal tire stop would be 80 seconds, fuel only would be around 56, 55 seconds. So most definitely seems like Adam Crane either ran into a problem that we didn't catch, or he had some sort of penalty. Maybe dealt out by the iRacing service rather than the stewards of this race.
Well, there is an incident listed on the incident sheet at 2 hours and 50 minutes time with an incident with the 193. So that, I believe, is the Samba racing machine that has been out for quite some time. But I believe they went out due to running into the wall earlier in the race. So I'm not sure when those two collided, but those two collided about 20 minutes ago. So I'm wondering if that's leftover damage at the end of that pit cycle for the 64 machine of Adam Crane, and they just need some repairs on it. They've also, we saw them spinning out going into the chicane earlier. German Sim Racing has now come down pit lane for a new set of boots and a driver change, so they will cycle back behind Team RSR and Team Horsenfeld.
Mate.
And I have just seen on our timing and scoring screen here
Wow.
that Impulse Racing, the 257 of Hendrik Augustin, just overtook Eric Grove. That's Pure Sims Esports for 4th position in the
can
GT3.
almost push him.
That was a pass maneuver probably down the backstretch, as they were side by side for quite a long time. And yeah, on the replays, most definitely seems like Impulse Racing.
Why be so difficult?
He's lifting.
Past Pure Sims.
Because it's Element.
3 wide there with, I think that's satellite
Kappa.
racing, actually.
Is that the characteristic for them?
Nicely done.
I don't know.
Oh.
I think that front end damage is starting to come back.
I've been with them, so...
Down the straight.
Oh wait, that
Yeah.
those were the guys you didn't like.
We have an update, by the way, on the standings.
I didn't like. I don't know anybody that's racing for them anymore. All the guys I've been racing with went for different teams. But I know they do IVRA.
28 points now, so 2 points in favor of Team RSO, but they still have some work to do, I think, to catch Pure Sims. Down to the GTE side, the 178 extends their lead. Team Moisenfeld was all the way down in 5th place. I was the full 50 for the 178. So looking more and more comfortable to right
That was
for
nice.
that team. Rubabonga right there. Please beat the bongo drums to all of your pleasure in the chat.
Yes. That's a move you can go for if the GT3 respects it and you're close enough, yeah. Most of the times you feel like you're close enough, but you aren't. Believe me.
How do you know if they respect you?
Go down to the Pro Am category for the winners.
Oh wait, I know. When they don't respect it, they will like blink their headlights.
Yes, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
If they don't respect you, they do a Sven Hase and just pull in front of you in the braking zone.
Past everyone at 370. That is your winner's season update for the Grand Championship.
Oh, keep it safe around
About
them.
100 points in favor of Pure Sims in
Okay,
the LP2
yes.
category.
I don't trust that.
Not much.
Like
that
that. Endurance 101.
For the 16 machine. GTE's already
That's a
decided that
W.
was already rewarded to Maniti Racing last time.
That was a good move.
for that
Nicely
Grand
done.
Championship. The 278 also has locked up the Grand Championship in the GTE Pro, or GT3 Pro, excuse me. The last one to be decided is a 40-point gap between the Archer brothers and then Maniti 378 won for the Grand Championship of that category. There's 2 championship leaders in that GT Pro Am category, and I think that just speaks to how competitive that class is. And sometimes we forget about this stuff and how chaotic it can be. How many different winners, how many different podium combinations we've had down at our slowest level.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, the Pro-Ams, yeah, it always is a little bit hard to call these guys because obviously they're driving the exact same cars as our GT3 Pro drivers. The only difference is that they have that different number, and I think the windscreen banner is different where they have actually the P/A on the windscreen, but they are so hard to tell apart sometimes that you can forget a little bit about them. But yeah, they have had some splendid racing today as well, and we actually do have, well, it's not directly a fight on track for position, but the fastest Pro-Am car right now is Sim Republic in 8th place in the GT3s. That's the 318. And we then have the Archer brothers in 9th place right now overall in the GT3 category. That's the 301, and they are about 10 to 15 laps depending on exactly where they are in their stints apart from each other. So most definitely that still is a quite nice strategy battle for these two, for the Pro Am League.
There are still several cars in contention for that championship right now, at least for the end of the winter season as well as the full championship. And there's still some standings and stuff besides first place that can be up for grabs. 13 machine, Apex Tech Racing, again in the Grand Championship, they're sitting second, but they need to fend off from Satellite Racing, the 64 machine, from passing them. And it's the same case over in the winter season. They're only 10 points apart. Several close battles in the GTE category, the 114 and 138. Only 15 points apart, only 4 points back from Boysenfeld.
Correct me if I'm wrong. 3 more laps.
There's still several fights on track as well.
Yeah, I think so. That's free.
I think
Good.
even if we just interview the champions at the
So
end, and we
pit
just talk
lap
about the glory of
163.
getting that championship, I think a lot of these teams that may not be fighting for
Yeah.
the
The
championship,
tires
may
are
still
done.
fight for these last 85 laps.
Yeah,
Or I'm
exactly.
toasted.
You know, you might not always have any with
Possibly
the time
both.
being up there in the championship, because you most definitely know that you just simply don't have
Yeah,
the
no
pace
tires
against
are
the
gone.
others that
And
are
Dutch
in the
toaster.
class as well. So you fight for the little victories.
Other
You
people
fight
have the
for
Flying
first
Dutchman.
top
We have the
10
Toasted
if it
Dutchman.
must be. You fight for the first top 5. You fight for, I don't know, maybe even the first halfway point top 5. You know, you have to set those little steps, because only then you truly can
Yeah,
progress.
you gotta see. Apex is struggling as well.
Big targets.
Around here, the
can
tires feel
also
fine, but
just be
just
those
turn
small
2 and 3.
targets that push you forward ever so slightly.
We're now viewing the 178 machine.
Holy shit.
Longer
You
drums
were a second faster
all
last lap.
going right now.
But they went already through the
Down
they
around
already went through the
lead. That
traffic
was
you
the
get now.
No, it's in Boysenfeld, not too far up the road, unless my timing is...
And
Oh,
you
is
got
that
the
an option?
Lambo.
Boysenfeld, not too far up the road. So that's the fight
Not the
for
Yeah.
BMW.
seconds in
No.
class.
Yeah,
Unless
well-
you want to be a
As
rocket.
I'm curious
Yeah.
on that pit stop. Oh, sorry, my butt kicker. No pun intended.
Welcome
here.
back
Gives
to
some butt
SpaceX.
on the in and out laps. And clearly on the strategy stand, there's 20 seconds now in between them and this fight for P2. And here comes Bonga.
Welcome
down
back to the
inside of
SpaceX
last
recruitment
corner. A little
program.
bit of a bold move.
Brought to you by
Frank gave him all the space he needed.
Flying
That would
cars.
slide into
Yay!
turn 1. That's an
And the
LMP2
Toasted
making a
Dutchman.
bit of an aggressive dive, trying to make
Then you
places
become the
as
flying
Sim
Toasted
Racing
Dutchman.
Fire
Oh,
back
yeah.
down, trying to make up places, but Ruben Bonga now
Or
in
the
the
Oh
Toasted
man,
Flying
how would
Dutchman?
it look? How would it look like?
By the 20
Yeah.
7
All right,
can.
one more lap.
Christian Frank look back on the inside going into turn 5. Not on this occasion.
Hard
he has
to
get
say
out of
anything
front,
without the
almost
fucking
gets
fuel
rammed
delta.
in the back
Gosh.
by the 5-star Lamborghini.
Jakob always has to double check for me.
Is getting bump drafted a little bit by that 5-star Lamborghini as they head down into
Yeah, I
turn
have to pit
6.
this one. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so
Most
that's gonna
definitely,
be
once again,
164
shows
laps
that
done,
GTEs
right?
not that much faster than GT3s. In
That's
some
81 laps
corners as well.
remaining.
My sense of time has gone.
But very nicely done by both parties. To
That's
execute
yeah.
correctly.
We're gonna have 2.5 stints left.
And that didn't hold up.
2.5 pit stops, which is 3 pit stops,
Seconds or so away from Jesse Jones in the 199 machine, but
which
20
means
seconds is a lot to
Jakob
make up. Pit stops underway
twice.
right now for LMP2s.
you once. What the
Tech
fuck?
Racing down on pit road, as well as 5-star. Currently getting
No.
I
service.
think
Pearson
my
pushing
free
down,
stint should
Daniel
be enough,
Castro
to be
behind.
honest.
Well, it's
because
gonna be 2.5 stints for you. God damn it!
This is gonna be
Yeah,
fun. We'll
yeah,
be for
exactly.
Adam
Our
Curran really
calculations
get
were
30
completely
second
wrong,
longer
so.
stop.
Yeah, well, I
don't know.
warned you. I warned you
Pressure
before.
lever, so we
Okay.
should be able to
Yeah, but
bang in some quick
I
lap
was
times.
miscalculating as well,
Pit
so.
this
Box,
lap.
Yeah, box.
Box. Keep an eye on the pit
Conway
entry.
getting behind the wheel,
Keep it
so it's a
safe.
full service
Tires
stop
toasted.
for the 13 machine.
I almost put it into the wall, I think.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Doing an
it's
off-road
close
to the
motorsports
grass.
Oh.
maroon, the
Tires
349
and-
just
Is it
stopped
ready?
at turn 10.
Yes.
Tires and fuel.
With
Get a
some
tear off in
issues
as well
there.
if you
Is
feel
back
like it.
underway, but he
Jakob
was
is going to
held
do
up
2.5
long
stints.
with yellow flags. Let's have a look at what happened to Bro.
Fucking
And drivers
calculations,
just a
man.
little bit too much speed on
I don't know, I
apex.
was calculating wrong as well.
Spins it around, keeps
I'm out.
it
Yeah,
crucially
at least I'm not the only one head in here. Let's go.
Hey, we were in P1.
349, 19th place
Yeah.
right now.
Let's
Not the race they
go.
probably hoped
Because the
for,
other guys pitted
at least
already.
no more
Bang.
damage added to that car.
Mate, it's still nice.
They're just trying to find a
That was a good
way
triple.
to
Well done.
turn.
What happened
It's
with my
beautiful,
caps?
by the way.
Oh,
It died.
Should
And just a
be
bounce
like
attack.
before
Bounce
after the
attack.
pits. From the start.
That was a well-executed 3-point turn.
Yeah, nice.
I was showing that in
as
driver's
well.
ed class.
Okay, everything
Unfortunately,
good,
49
right?
Motorsports, they are down towards the rear of
Everything
their
nice?
class.
Yes.
With that, they lost 30 seconds. They dropped from 17th all the way to 19th in class, are now 10 seconds behind 18th. And technically, we still have Quasar Sim Racing Hydro. They're in 20th place, but they have been in pit lane for over 10 minutes now. So pretty much 49 Motorsports were the last car running in the GT3 category.
Yeah, I forgot the cars are invisible in
I think there
pits.
was some sort of incident between them and the one.
I was like, oh my god, we're gonna die.
The Apex Chick GT not too long ago, because that adds up with the race control sheet that I'm looking at over on the right, where there's an incident under review between the two of them. I'm wondering if the two bottoms in the GTE and the GT3 classes, unfortunately, were fighting for the same real estate. Quasar Sim Racing.
I have to ask Brian if he wants to remove me on stream, because I'm still there.
Quasar Sim Racing, they were a big underdog.
He's watching the stream.
You're being watched right now.
Season,
Yeah, I feel like being watched when it's necessary.
Rather frustrating. this is, I think, that very incident right here.
Don't do anything stupid.
I'm just gonna sit still here the whole time.
That is not even the car I thought that was gonna be. That's
Oh wait, I can't.
that is
No,
a separate car.
I mean,
You can literally get rid of the webcam, but then
Yeah,
we're
but then
just
it's like.
we're just gonna have a black box on the back.
Yeah,
on the bottom.
I want to give the viewers something to watch at.
My goodness, call an ambulance.
Don't take your
because
shirt
that
off. That's
car is
illegal.
toast.
I would never. I would never.
So I'm a little confused at what the incident is between the 225 and the 133, because
Unless I got a new jersey.
Sure, you know, as iconic and easy to spot liveries
Oh,
are,
rip.
I believe there was a Maniti machine that got into the side of him. So for Quasar
No
Sim,
Caution.
that is,
Nice.
that might be day done and dusted. They've been off the road already for a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes now.
What? Caution.
I don't think there's much
Yeah,
more.
that's actually nice.
Car 6. Yeah,
think.
that's okay. No, most people already went in the pits as well.
25, that's it.
Never mind then.
Is that the Sim Republic car?
Because we are gonna lose some spots again on the restart.
87, yes, indeed. No, it's Westwood. How did that happen?
No LMP2
And
was
that
in the
car is
pits.
not moving. That is a yellow flag. Caution is out. RSO is down in the pit lane.
That's
Did
not
they get
good.
their box in time? And if so, Team RSO is going to have the lead of this race.
Please stay behind the safety car.
Oh, self-inflicted damage.
Oh wait.
The exit is still open.
Unfortunately, yeah, that car wasn't gonna turn anymore.
Pacing line is
See that front suspender
God damn it, RSO got
destroyed.
the pit stop in.
I need to get another angle from the rear.
No
See
way.
that back end kick out, and that's
Yeah.
just a dangerous place to try and turn around.
Wasn't
to,
it
so
closed?
Better
Just
safe.
They went in
afterwards as
before.
well. You better bring out that yellow flag than
Oh my
try to.
You are in
cause
front
a
of-
low car incident. Just
Come on,
ever
guys.
so slightly running too wide.
Yeah, we're behind
the
RSO.
Gravel out there, and yeah, it's such an easy.
Pure Sims is
mistake
in
to
front
do, but it
also.
always hurts,
Apex Tech S.
no matter what.
Alpine S.
I think the worst
Yeah,
part
we're
is
gonna stay fifth. That's okay.
the leader for the time being, unfortunately not able to get
Fine,
all the way out
it's
of
fine,
the pit
it's
lane
fine.
in time, but Team RSO went from
Sixth
6th place in that pit cycle to 3rd with that yellow flag coming out.
Until where you at?
Thankfully, I think for the LMP2s, everyone
You still here?
on pit road apart from the two at the
Where
back.
did he go?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's still here. Okay.
It's actually nice for us
Yeah,
because
inside-
they'll probably
inside
change
top
tires at the
7.
next stop.
This was the
Wait,
worst
what's going on?
possible time
We got
to
fresh
use
tires.
a caution because
Yeah, and
they
they'll
are
have to
4
change
laps,
it, so I
2
think
laps, 2
we are
laps
good on
in
this one.
Their stints
Okay.
thus
Oh.
far, and then
Straight.
Team RSO comes in perfectly pitting with
But the
that
fuel
yellow
calculations
flag.
are gonna be fucked over
0
now.
laps now on their stint.
I
I
didn't
think they
warm up
did a
enough
full service
for
of
the
that,
restart, to be honest.
fresh boots, if I saw that correctly,
Might-
that
will be a
did
mess.
go on the checks in their pit stop. So Team
Ryan
RSO
sent me a message with the big brain idea, but now that
And
you already
actually,
fixed the
no,
problem with seeing
no
you,
tires on RSO, so, just a few stops.
Ryan was like, just pretend you're wheeling.
Full service as well for Delta.
Just pretend I'm racing.
Just mimic whatever Jakob is doing.
From what I've seen, Pure Sims did a 56-second stop, so that's tires on, fuel only. tires and fuel for Apex Tech, as I said, Team Mars always said that with.
I like the idea, not gonna lie.
Also, Alpine Stars Jurassic Racing at 62 with fuel only 2 laps into their stint. Now, so they basically pitted out the lap of the incident.
And then in the middle of the edge, I have to like grab
You
my
just
phone or
jump
something.
away.
Yeah, just jump out of the seat or.
With tires, 7th place Phoenix Racing Esport, and that is also a fuel-only stop for them.
I think this restart in this LMP2 category is going to be chaotic because
I wonder if they put in that the clutch can burn through.
Probably 7 cars that could easily win this race, and yeah.
Because I said you can use the clutch as a fuel-saving method on your own risk.
No, it's okay. I was using it.
Okay.
And it doesn't do anything different, but I think when you release it when you're in the corner, now you're probably gonna spin.
I think Team Heusenfeld went into
Yeah, well, you don't release it in a corner.
But you could earlier.
Uh-huh.
Previous.
Yeah, well, the diff is gonna kick in.
Change.
Yeah, the diff is just gonna kick in and spin you around.
Yeah, before they changed it, it's like nothing was happening. And now you're gonna spin.
The leading 199 and T3 Motorsport.
Okay, for next time, we'll know.
Yeah.
Hyper fuel saving.
14 because they are 20, 22, 25 laps into their stints. You could most definitely see a little bit of strategy play
what emails I'm getting if I put hyper.
Oh, wait.
Because it's 79 laps to go. And for the GT3s, pretty much the same thing there as well. Most of these guys
not as many.
Their stints, so not
Well, I got quite.
There. Could make an argument for Impulse Racing, the 257. They are 34 laps into their stints. So
I got a hyper fast Parrot.
The end of their life in the fuel tank. Same for T3 Motorsports by Manito, the 378. 37 laps in a stint. And apart from that, everybody is 20 or less laps into their stint, Jonathan. So this is not going to be a very busy pit stop cycle, if even that.
You do not overtake the car on track.
Like a counter argument and say maybe. Where's the GT car? Why would you not pit here? Because if we're talking about 37, 38, 39 laps on a stint, it's only one more stop. You could get full service here under yellow. Only have to get fuel on that last green flag stop. I mean, I feel like that's a worthwhile risk, especially for guys that have not been towards the front in those categories. Say, a Team RSO or a German sim racing that has been off.
Satellite is down to P8.
So,
just
as expected, nobody
weird, I don't know.
LMP2's pits apart
They had to
from
crush, right?
fiercely forward. But they are 32 laps into your stint, so that's the end of line for them.
Oh, I got an amazing idea.
I think here comes.
Yep. Same for Element Sim Racing, 30 laps into their stint as well. That was as expected as well. RSR by Butt Kicker, there we go. 21 laps into their stint.
Pit exit is open.
We're getting some split strategies though. So Oiskenfeld and German Sim Racing are both going to
what's the amazing
cycle
idea?
up to the top of the GTE category. Alpine Stars Geodesic, that's the.
Do I even want to know what the amazing idea is?
They did not
Yeah, you want.
18 laps into their stint.
How much laps did I
cycle up
do?
all the way to 3rd in that class.
90?
Oh no, I believe they're 2 laps down.
99.
They will stay in 7th.
Oh yeah, true. They are 2 laps down. Now 1 lap down, so they are gonna get that position back, that lap back as well, because they are now situated in between the class leader and the safety car.
Ooh, I like that shot that our race spot has.
Look at the way around.
Off the stupid
Who is leading right now?
turn on the hill.
German Sim Racing is right now going into turn 8. There they are, 167 now. Where is the Geodesic car?
They should have passed him already. I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, Geodesic is okay. So Geodesic is now going past the safety car. There we go. So Paul Rieger is gonna get that lap back. Happy fellas over there in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing camp.
And everyone that was on the lead lap for the Pro machines, for the GT3s, At least the same as the Pure Sims leader came down. So
There he is
everyone
again with the
on
airport
the same
voice.
strategy for that one. Sim Republic for the amateur
What do you mean
class at
airport?
Pro-Am class stayed out.
Or, I don't know.
That's
Shopping mall.
from
Shopping
RG
mall.
players. They're on the same lap,
Yeah.
they're 1 lap behind their pro counterparts. I believe T3 by Beniti did pit. So that's going to be an interesting one. That Mercedes
Please open
gonna
register
be right
5.
up behind Sim Republic and
To
RG
all
with some fresh boots on
customers,
that car.
register 5
That'll be
is
interesting to see
opening.
how that
Yeah,
develops.
the thing here is about 2/3 of the entire
I
field
love to have
followed
some fun.
our advice and went into the pit lane.
You are not
Thinking
in the
exactly the
racing
same
line,
as you,
proceed
that
at
it's
race
just
pace
one stint, which
before
is
you
a very
catch
valid
up to
option. One stop and then you're good to go till the very end. Seems like we're probably gonna go back to green on lap 75 here. But you know, what I'm really intrigued by is in the pro
I gotta be honest.
category, we have first and second that stayed out, we have third that stayed out,
please drop to the back
fourth
of the line.
and fifth
Only
also
once
stayed
you
out,
catch up to the basic
and only sixth place and down.
I gotta be honest.
So very, very interesting.
They got better with the safety car
Was
procedure
split by pros,
It's
as it
looking
was.
pro-ams,
really nice.
It's really well done by now. So my experience was with DGFX. That was before it got renamed and everything, like 3 years ago. The whole procedure was a mess. They just let everybody through. That was somehow they still did, like they got the top class all together, the GT3s all together, and or well LMP1 all together, LMP2 all together. Like it was a mess.
question is just
Like
how
this,
much are they able
it's
to
not too
tough it
bad.
down on those new tires, because
Yeah.
whatever happens,
And it
that
takes
if
a lot
the
less
safety
time.
car, if
That was when
maybe another
LMP1
safety
was
car
still
falls
relevant.
just
Yes.
right for Sim
Length to
Republic
1
and
lap to
RG
green.
Brothers,
Okay.
all
So
of a sudden they are in favor here of winning instead of what looks to be
it's gonna be in this lap.
right now with
Safety
that
car has no
strategy
lights on
of
anymore.
pitting and getting fresh boots with fuel.
Jakob, get ready.
Just to recap, in case you're just tuning in, this is the finale of the IVRA Endurance Series, the 2021 and 2022 season. I'd like to thank you for joining us for this ride all throughout the 6th race in the Grand Championship, the 3rd race in the Winter Championship. We're going to get set to go back to green in just one moment time. Different strategies separating the GTEs, GT3s, Pro and Pro-Ams. Meanwhile, up front in
Get
the
ready.
LMP2 category, well, they all just came down pit road.
And they're going.
Some
Go,
of
go,
them
go,
have
go,
fresh sets of boots, and some of them do not. So this is going to be a very interesting restart.
Didn't they go like too early?
No, that's... You're fine.
Pace car
You're
I
gonna be
was waiting
fine.
for the end of the Apex, to be honest.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine. You just reacted.
Here in northern Georgia, 77 laps to go. We'll go green with 76 laps to go. It is Pure Sims and Daniel Kraft
Yeah,
currently
black flags
in
going
the
in.
lead. Apex Tech not too far behind, and quickly overtaking a
Oh, nice
slower
save.
GT
Oh, that's
car.
Pure
There
Sims.
was 5
Oh,
more
Pure
GT
Sims
Yeah,
and
two of
Arizona.
them died, yeah.
We're P3.
But so far, a good restart there by Pure Sims, Stefan.
Nice.
Getting that
Now
gap
keep it
Yeah,
with
it was
Alpine
so
Stars.
weird with the
Yeah,
oversteer, to be honest. I was surprised. Like, what?
Yeah, that's...
Fresh boots. So Jamie Conway,
Oh my
if you
God.
can hold the pace
I almost
with...
got a heart attack, to be honest.
Pure Sims is going.
Pure Sims is
Or is
they
it
have
still
to
going?
just-
spun behind them. I think that was
just
Alpine
let them
Stars
go.
Geodesic.
Yeah, glad to have direct
No,
drive,
they're
I guess.
Still there now in second.
Yeah.
That was Team RSO. Both blue and white machines.
No yellow flag coming in. They all are still going.
Has crashed into the wall. Team RSO took evasive action, had to spin out as well. Apex Tech had to check up, but Apex Tech is leading.
What happened though?
Daniel Kraft.
Cold tires.
Oh, Pure
Incident.
Sims lost it.
Over the
Yeah.
bumps, loses it, and then RSO same thing, but they lose it to the right side and damage their right side of the car completely. Now look at that, bam, bam, and another slam. 3 slams.
I need some laps to warm up, to be honest.
The
What
right
do left?
front.
Not
Yeah,
feeling
just-
it right now.
Oh, with
That
Just take your time.
car probably needs some new fenders.
I had that too. Just let the tires warm up
Biggest problem, I
properly
think,
and
for
then
both of
we'll
them,
get
at
them
least
back.
The nice thing, at
We are
least
faster.
for Pearson's, that was their championship rival.
But just
at
don't
least in
have the
Weird
straight line
Series,
speed.
Team RSO that just crashed into that outer barrier right there. So I guess that's some good news if you have any for them, but that's a hard lick for both drivers.
Already a nice
lot
gap
of
back to
damage
P5.
on both those two cars. Now out in front, Apex Tech Racing only has Alpine Stars Geodesic Graham Sanders behind, but that 62 machine, you only need to give him an invitation to race out in front, and Graham Sanders and Alpine Stars Geodesic will take it. I remember in the previous season at Mid-Ohio, they were just a top 5 team that week. Safety car comes out, and all of a sudden they were the team to beat. As outside into the chicane, Graham Sanders laid on the brakes. And Alpine Stars Geodesic, all of a sudden, as the race is turned on its head, the 62 machine is now out in front.
Yeah, the 62 still has the chance to take over that second place from the 97 in the Winter Series. It is only 29 points between those two. So Graham Sanders immediately sees it as the opportunity for him, because obviously Team RSO is hurting quite bitterly, is massively off the pace. Last lap a 1:10.5, that's 1.5 seconds
How long
slower
till traffic?
than what Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is doing right now.
I'll check.
Now we need to look at the regulations for the
Traffic's in the
map
S's
here,
right
but
now.
I think
I want
Uh,
to be in front of this guy before the traffic
Nah,
comes.
the winner chance
traffic is
correct.
on the back straight. Wait. Are there cars farther back? Oh shit. Oh yeah.
They are 60 points away.
I didn't say anything.
Like, I'm diving into the regulations.
Yeah, last one is now going
This-
onto
this
back
will
straight.
be the answer to my question. The
Sorry
point
for the wrong call.
structure. There's only 10 cars on track.
It is 63 points that they're behind the 16.
They could tie.
And then I'm guessing it would still go to Pearson's because they have more wins. If I remember correctly.
Well, if Alpine Stars Geodesic wins, it'd go to second places, which then, yeah, would still go to Pearson. So I don't think that is possible. Well, that is also requiring, I think, Pearson's to finish 10th, which that might not happen. They're still in 7th place. Satellite Racing is still a couple seconds behind them off the pace as well. Element Simfire is a whole lap behind, and then Fiercely Ford is just kind of at a miserable day. They're 2 laps behind.
I'll be right back.
Riding on board, Jan Sentikowski in Team Hoistenfeld. To try and get that 178 in the Niti machine out of there.
Caution,
So they
caution,
can
caution.
RSR by butt kicker. Again, that caution really changed up the running order and helped the guys that were off cycle get back towards the front of where they want to be. It's Phoenix Racing Esport. We'll talk about Cooper Albert really all day in that 114. As I mentioned here or there, they're in second place. That's a lot of dirt getting kicked up there, I believe, by a Pro-Am machine.
Yeah, that was Kimon Sapini of the WS Racing Esports car.
Caution.
And another caution that might be for L1 Esports
God
because
damn
they
it.
are
No,
just
there's one I don't
straight
like.
into pit lane. There might have been something with that one.
I don't like this one.
Find out right now. That is turn 10A, turn 10B, nicely traversed. Right now, is it gonna be something right here?
Understandable.
The pacing
Last corner
on the back
still
straight.
all
What
good
happened
for the
now?
121.
Some
Checking.
Might be just
Minus
another incident
70
here
close.
at turn 1. RSR in behind, that's a butt kicker car, 2 touches,
Another safety
and that's
car.
straight
Yeah.
into the wall, no saving that Porsche.
Wow.
So a very similar incident. Not too long ago with the Samba race.
But we are in a good position, right?
And I think
Oh, I see.
Pacing
Mm,
is approaching.
I think
He
so.
was trying to accelerate, but the car was not having it. That rear
This
wheel
will be a
was
short
just
yellow.
spinning. Yeah.
Pit lane will not open.
the hope, at least for L1 Esports in this case, was that there is going to be no further penalty on that, because that was a very quick tow. You do need to ask race control before getting a tow back to pit lane in order for the yellow flag to come out, otherwise you will get a penalty. Safety car still is yet to pick up from Sanders.
There's no safety car.
And
or-
we're going to get another safety car restart.
Short
Which
lap
after the
yellow,
last
they say.
one, I'm not sure if Graham Sanders wants to be leading this
There it
race.
is right there, I think.
Yeah, it's coming out of the pits.
Well, the good thing is, no, wait, actually, Graham Sanders also one of the cars that did
Pure
not
Sims has
take
damage,
tires.
right?
Yes.
Because they hit the
The
wall.
good thing is, this is
So
gonna
must
be, if I'm
RSO.
correctly with the procedures of the rulebook, this is going to be a fast
I'm checking
caution
what
because
happened.
it's a caution after a caution, which means pit lane won't open, if I remember correctly. And also, no cars will be waved through.
Yeah, so it's basically just gonna re-rack and try again from the previous caution. I don't think anyone would come down to pit lane, apart from the GT cars maybe topping off. That's the only ones I can see coming down pit lane, but if track position is important, I'd rather stay out.
But they said that this will be a short yellow with no pit
Currently the leader, Jamie Conway in second.
entrance, and now they open it.
Yeah, but that's no, pit exit is open. That's the
Okay.
difference. They are not
Yeah,
gonna open pit entrance,
Okay,
but pit
got it.
exit is gonna stay open.
Collided with Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Kraft is now in 7th, so they'll
Huh.
get a
I
chance
didn't
to try
find the
again,
crash.
and hopefully there's not a lot of damage in either of those two cars.
Didn't see what
Now,
happened.
You know, even if it is still a quick yellow,
Oh,
if they didn't
I
get
see a
flat
car
traffic
that's standing
time,
there.
so the LMP2 cars are still all together.
Yeah, so quick read through on the A3 short SCP procedure. If SCP is initiated within 15 minutes of the start of any restart, race control
On the
may use
restart,
the short safety
a GT
car,
got pushed out and
procedure. Doing a short SCP steps
onto the
3 and
grass in
4
turn
will be
1.
skipped, and so that means that pit entry will not be open, and
They always open the pit exit because
wave bias, the second wave
there
bias,
could be cars
will
in
not
pit
be
exit
executed.
or
So
waiting to
it
go.
will be the first wave buy, but since we do not have pit lanes
But I think they are not doing any
there will be
reshuffling
that
or
second
anything
wave
alike
buy
because,
if
well,
a car
look at
is
it.
stranded between the safety car and the leaders after any
Pretty
race.
much still the same order as before. So it's not
So
worth
hopefully you only
reshuffling
get
anything.
Maybe 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car, especially since not a lot of traffic took place in that time frame. And I believe there was only 1 or 2 people that even attempted to go down pit lane, and they're going to take the penalty of going to the end of the road. L1 Esports still on pit lane. 5 minutes of repairs, probably going to be much more for the Brazilian outfit. As the pace car trills on by, we do have 2 penalties that are currently under review. Race control on the 162, that has to be for some sort of infraction under the yellow flag. The Borrego, who's already a lap behind German Sim Racing in 7th place in that class. The only place he can get worse than 7th is currently 8th on that track.
But
so
the pit exit was
see what
open
happens.
already, right?
162, but then
It always closes as soon as the field goes by.
Ah, okay.
Between the 13
Okay, get
and the
ready.
16.
I'm green, yeah.
I
Maybe a
want
bit
to
of
believe
brake
that's
dragging.
on the restart because there was no contact coming through turn
The brake
5.
dragging helped for
So I
me.
want to believe that was coming down to the green flag.
Everybody does it anyway, so...
We may leave a gap to the safety car.
I mean, it's the only way to get heat into the tires.
Based on the timestamp, I think
We, I once tested it with a car that shows tire temps, right?
Yeah.
The only way to get tire temps up is if you do the brake drag, because this way, like with weaving and stuff like that, you would have to be at a higher speed that it works like in Formula 1, right?
Yeah, here it doesn't.
They are going like 150, throwing the wheel left, right, left, right. If you do that with such a car like we have it here, you're gonna die.
That is prohibited.
Yeah.
Coming to the green flag, but I am not sure if that would be
Alright, now.
for that investigation.
Good restart. Come on.
We also had an issue in Club Sport.
Good luck, mate.
Where there was someone deliberately slowing down into turn 12 and caused a
On another
I
note,
swear he does it on purpose.
championship
That
implication
voice.
10
Yeah,
car crash
he does.
straight away. So I'm wondering
At the
if
same time, I gotta say, holy shit, Geodesic stepped up their game in IVRA.
on the restart, but
Having Graham drive is...
Yeah, so I went back and
That's their
the only
fastest
thing I
LMP2
did see. There
driver,
was no collision
I
or
believe.
anything, it was just that weaving from the Pure Sims car.
and even then, the Pearson's car.
Ready? Go, 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 go. Nice.
The Apex Tech is probably the one that needs to weave around and get some temp into those tires. Lights are out on the pace car. Yellow flag is over. We're going to go back to green flag racing. Graham Sanders went from 4th to 1st place in the last restart. We avoid another calamity going into turn 5 on this one for the lead of the LMP2. The green flag is back in the air. Saunders punches the throttle and looks to get a jump on Jamie Conway. Brumelier is going to look to the inside of Jamie Conway, maybe for a position.
Oh no.
Doing there. The GTEs immediately have fanned out behind the tail end of
Nice.
that category, so we're going to see how
Nothing happened.
crazy that is.
Good.
Yeah, going to turn
Oh
1,
my god.
2 and 3 wide. It's probably not
Not gonna lie.
You gotta get the track
Slight
position
bit
where
of
you
poo
can.
may have come out.
Yeah, they were all trying to
You're in
go
front, you
past
can get back into the
there
line.
of the
Yes.
Arthur brothers, 9th in the GT3
5-star
category.
absolutely collected
And
them.
that was the reason for that. So have a few cars. Oh, that's
Satellite will
Apex
send
Tech
it on
there.
you.
Apex Tech does it now. Drops it in turn 5, and that car is grabbing heavily.
Now, 5-star Motorsports just jumped into 2nd place,
Apex
but lost it on 2 seconds,
dead,
and that car
but
is
they keep going.
very heavily damaged. And turn 5,
Yes.
he's past 5 minutes.
It's fine.
An absolute killer. A little bit wide on exit.
Oh no! Oh, gets collected as well. My goodness.
Yeah,
Put
nice
back.
move.
Nicely done.
Nice move.
Now keep
Really
your head
nice.
down. Go for the next guys.
You can do it.
The Apex Tech car.
Yeah, Moliera's got heavy damage because he's...
Marto, can you check fuel for me right now? How many laps does iRacing say there are left in the tank?
34.1 for me.
hopping over every road.
34. Okay, we gotta wait a bit.
Yeah, the estimated laps wait.
Yeah,
Remaining.
yeah.
5-star Motorsports
Okay,
car
yeah.
has to have a lot of damage. He's struggling for pace.
This was
Phoenix
stressful.
Racing Esports,
51.4
who was at the
liters
tail end of the
remaining.
lead lap, about to
I don't know the.
second caution, by the way.
Oh,
He's
wait.
about 50 seconds behind.
Yeah,
Christopher
first one.
Moniz,
I don't know
currently in
how
second
much
place.
you
Sadler
use
Racing
per lap.
Sayandra. That car is now in 3rd place after being off cycle. Delta Sports still in
2.42.
4th, and then 55 is struggling for pace.
Okay, tell me at the line.
As Team Arsenal and Pearsons, who also are now damaged race cars, looking to close in on that very slow 55.
50.7
Have a lengthy
at the line.
repair stay.
Okay, and
that might seal
2.24
the championship
per lap.
for Pure Sims
Yeah, wait.
Esports.
Wait, I'm gonna check at
13 Machine
VRS.
was their closest competitor in the
What
Grand
I did,
Championship.
what I had.
Okay.
In the Winter Series Championship, RSO
My average is 2.25.
Marceau needs to get a
225.
fifth place,
Okay,
so to say.
thank you.
Try and steal that
That's
one.
22 and a half laps.
Yeah, Team RSO is 34
I did.
points behind the 16.
Yeah, around
Then
two-
one,
Halfway point, so they
225,
most
yeah.
definitely
2-1,
basically need to have a win here,
245 minus
to
201
have a
is
realistic
44.
chance of snacking away that winter championship
Oh,
from
1.35. It's gonna be like half a tank splash and dash, 40%.
We've had the scare from Pure Sims, but
What's
that's
that?
the thing.
Splash and dash?
It was only a scare.
Yeah,
It
splash and
was
dash
a
is
warning.
a
First
short
stop for fuel.
refuel.
Out
Yeah,
was
yeah.
definitely
It's,
punishing
a refuel,
last race.
not
So
full
Pure
tank,
Sims will be a lot
to get
more
to the end of the
careful now
race.
from here on
Okay.
out.
So just finish it. Like.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Team
just
RSO
finish
will
what
need
we
to
have left.
win, and Pure Sims will have to finish no higher than
It's gonna
fourth
be
and fifth place. They can
like
finish in
40
fifth
laps
place, and
remaining,
tiebreaker would go to
44.
RSO for that race
After, or 44 or 45 remaining after this pit stop, Stink goes on for 31 to 32 laps. Do the maths. Yes, okay.
64 and the 33 are not damaged race cars. Again, we have some new names to really talk about up towards the front. That 5 machine that is not
The
really been a
Phoenix
factor
guy's
at
so
all,
slow.
unfortunately for the championship for them, is now all of a sudden sitting in 2nd place and looking to get possibly their first podium of the
If you
season.
can stay behind
Yeah, most
the
definitely.
satellite, and if they go for a move,
I
do
don't
as well.
know if we
Wait, is that
covered
P2?
5-star
I'm too far
Motorsport
back.
also went into pit lane after that.
I'm losing
Yeah,
the
the-
track.
the-
Five-star also
yeah.
Just
quite
let them
some
fight.
damage
No
The
worries.
Phoenix
from
guys,
into the spinning Apex Tech Racing, who is out again on the
got
they're
it
not
through the,
sitting in
yeah,
19th,
they
9th place,
they are
and
they are not the
92nd
fastest. They're
round
not
on
slow, but they're not
5-star,
the fastest.
but they are obviously in pit lane right now.
Welcome
Hey,
back.
welcome back.
Quite soon.
We miss you.
Didn't lose a lap, most crucially, so Apex Tech Racing technically
I didn't.
still in
Now I can't talk shit about other teams. Kappa.
We have to wonder how much damage is down there that they couldn't repair. As there's the inside, Sayandra late on the brakes, past Moniz, and then looking for another move as well. That's Wadeka in the Delta Sport 33.
Nice.
Phoenix Racing Esports.
I'm gonna get them in the-
It's
On the next straight, you got him. Next back straight, you should have them.
LMP2, so to speak, highest position, point scoring position at least at all this season. It's the second place at the Nürburgring at the halfway points, and that has been it. A high position so far of 7 this season.
Yes.
This 5 machine really has a opportunity.
After some early strategy troubles, we got it figured out. Yeah, see, easy pass.
So machine for a podium position. Sorry, butt kicker. Sean Campbell now behind the wheel. He's been quite strong in this 199. That's
They pulled
a
out.
big block by the 197 all the way to the inside of turn 1. That's going to
No hats down and after satellite, let's go.
head up into turn 3. That's a BMW also getting involved.
You say it.
That's the Ruben Bonga, that's the Bonga drums, and they are drumming away, looking to try and snag 3rd place away. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th under a blanket. Team Oysenfeld's about a second behind this, and Phoenix Racing Esport, the GTE machine. All of a sudden, Stefan, it has been a great 20 minutes for Phoenix Racing Esport. 114 has had a solid season so far. We haven't mentioned them much in this broadcast. They're sitting second running well. And that IVRA LMP2.
How many XXL shirts you got?
Hasn't had the best season of all. Is currently in the podium places.
Oh.
Or just lost the podium place to Delta Sport. Excuse me, but still, great 20-minute turnaround for those guys.
Yeah, most definitely. They were loving those kind of cautions. They probably won.
Oh wow, he really pulled a gap already.
Attacking the 190.
Yeah, like that.
That move
Phoenix
brilliantly on the brakes for turn 10 there. So that moves them up 1 position. And
I mean,
think
Graham
there's
just
actually a train of cars
Graham just
they
checked
can
out.
overtake
Like,
here, and
he
Bongo goes to the inside, tries to chase
he
down.
used, yeah, well, I mean, he is damn fast in LMP2, and well, we we had to avoid a spinner on the restart because some people decided not to warm their tires.
But after just 1 lap of driving around
That
the
was the
track,
previous one.
they had to come in
This
once
one
again for more repairs because they were grabbing still the same amount
yeah, because
as
of
after
trying
crash.
not to hit the
Apex
other
Tech
guy.
Racing now 4 laps down in total.
Yeah.
And 5-star Motorsport coming back out after 185 seconds of repair. That's 3 minutes right there, 5 seconds. They are now 2 laps down, 1 lap into that current stage.
I think if you're Alpine Stars Geodesic, you're actually the biggest fan of Apex Tech, at least trying to get back out there.
Yeah, well, the big question is,
finish last in the class.
is it an American or European
Drumming
XXL?
hard in the Bonga drums and even harder on the brakes.
It's
into
not.
turn 10, and that's an excellent move right there. Move T3 about
Yeah, well, still.
back into the podium places.
One spot, 2XL shirt.
Around this 197. It's been very aggressive down this front straightaway.
You're gonna get them all.
Slamming that door
No,
shut.
no.
Richard Gaffney,
Just one.
NCO. He's only been in the car for a handful of minutes, I believe, after driver change from that last caution. But this RSO machine, very aggressive defensively.
Yeah, go past 6.
Yeah,
What?
What some great 2 laps
Yeah,
there by Ruben
me too.
Bongo.
For my friend.
Gotta get that Delta Sport drip going. Let's go!
I mean, my friend wanted one, so.
Nice.
And he's huge, so.
So you decided to go huge for yourself as well, or what?
No, I got huge for him.
Okay.
And they are looking to kick some butts here,
Yeah, okay.
especially those of the Team RSO.
I think they're getting frustrated with Team RSO because RSO does not appear to be
I
at
got
least at
3
the
millions,
pace
I think.
level of the other
well,
cars
you're
around them. The
fucking
ET is skirted off in the distance. There's Team Hoysenfeld.
German,
not
we
too
would
far
call you
behind.
Sparkle.
Whoa.
Sparkle Tarzan.
Had been out front, but that
I don't know
little
what
strain
the
of yellow
word in
we
English
got there
is.
with 2 cautions back
For.
to back.
Oh wait,
One lap
asparagus
behind.
Tarzan
Eight ball,
is
and this
literally
Skinny
the word
boys.
we
Seven
use.
ball.
Yeah, skinny boys are
Moving to the inside
asparaguses.
goes Campbell. Again, that 197 putting that Porsche perfectly parked down that front straightaway into turn 1. So those cautions also slowed down the pace of the race. We were looking at getting through this race very quickly, and maybe with only limited.
Get him 2 L's then.
You know, in the nighttime, in the sunset hours, but now the sun is almost completely out of the sky. Just the lights on the front.
But I
of these cars
got
illuminating
very
the track
long
ahead.
lens, so.
Yeah, we are about
Most of my
20
shirts are
minutes away
medium.
from sunset here in virtual Georgia, so these guys most definitely will have to turn on the lights soon.
I can even
if
wear.
they haven't
I can
already.
even wear S sometimes.
And you know, the thing is, at the start of this
I
race,
like how
we're
we almost
actually
died and
on
you're
such a
talking
fast
about t-shirts.
pace that we are looking at finishing this race within 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay,
Well,
let's
most definitely
let
go
Jakob
faster
focus.
and
Okay, okay, great.
So
how was your day, Brian?
The checkered flag drop, if we remain green, that is. And down to the inside, Campbell looking aggressive down into turn 11.
Left, right, up, down.
Anything right there. They're side by side on the front straightaway. Team RSO
Okay, that's all.
trying to get defensive right there. Fencio might have to give the position in order to get through turn 1. Campbell slams the door. And now here comes Team Voiceville. Jan Sentakowski looking to the inside of turn 3. Nothing good on that occasion. We got through the S. Porsche a little bit stronger than the Corvette at the moment.
BMW blinking.
Sentakowski able to keep pace. And again, I think this 197 is just struggling for pace. And I don't know if it's because that since going down the track temp
Go
has
right.
fallen out of their favor.
Go as far away from him as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or send him to the moon.
honestly not sure
Helps,
Unwritten
everybody.
rule.
Right now, behind the wheel of that 197, and he
Don't
has
be a
set the
scaredy
fastest lap
cat.
of this race for the 197, a 116.
Called it GT3, but okay. No need to
But
be.
Sean Campbell, for example, on lap 161, so that's only a
Can-
few laps
you can't be
before that.
racist
He
against
did
cars.
set a
What is that?
15.7
Carist?
Q1, so most definitely a lot faster, but Gavin Good not having any of that, and there's contact, more contact, and Senkowski goes through.
That was aggressive by the 197, aggressive by the 199. We're going to replay right here. As
Nice.
this long straightaway does
You love
give
to
you
see
the
it.
opportunities for some big drafting. Get it, Janssen Dekowski's point of view. Sean Campbell, the lead car. Venku is the second car. So here comes, I believe that's Alpine Star's Judesic going down the inside. A late braking move by the 197.
Yeah, it hurt my brain when I was hearing our comms as well as racebot commentators and cars on your screen, plus cars from the racebot stream. Sensory overload.
As a famous two-time world champion Spaniard once said, you do have to leave the space, and the space used to
I mean, I don't mind.
at the time.
I'm not watching
Both
right
those
now.
two, I'm looking over at this report screen, waiting for that report to come in. As now the battle for second is on. Phoenix Racing Esports
Should
has
start commentating
quite
on the
alone
races,
without
Brian.
any company. German Sim Racing is a little bit further up the road, and the Bonga drums continue on drumming down.
Yeah, but
the
I can
inside,
talk a
number
lot of
178.
stupid smack.
G3 Motorsports by Manizzi.
Isn't that what commentators do? That's
This
what
restart, and all of a sudden is now sitting in second place. Almost a bit of a moment right there with that satellite racing machine getting in the way of those two mean green machines. Now it's about 3 seconds away from German Sim Racing. Again, the beneficiary.
To be honest, racebot must be
to stay out
the
and
best
take track
esport
position
broadcasting
over fresh rubber.
in sim racing,
We're going to be able to see
in my
if
opinion.
Oh, they got some innovation, you know. Firstly, I was a bit biased towards Apex Racing TV, but they just...
Apex has the Italian.
Yeah, Marco was a legend, mate.
Marco, that was fucking amazing.
Yeah, but he's gone, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Anytime soon.
I mean,
yeah, Marco was the best.
If I think about it, there isn't many bad like broadcasters.
No,
American
Apex is really good, but it's just falling behind, like with innovation and things.
Championship.
And VCO helps with Racebot a lot. Like,
yeah.
I love the VCO streams. They're amazing. Bringing in people like Activision and
and the dual screens,
yeah.
you know what I mean. Those are really nice.
Second place away.
The overlays. Oh my god.
In that winter championship.
Graham on his first stint, or second or something.
Sorry?
Good effort right now.
Is Graham on his first stint?
Let me check.
Best position.
No.
Down the GTE category.
That's a second.
Right now, the
Okay, and Sai?
Probably. Huh?
Both
And the guy in front?
Sai, sorry.
Last time out in Brazil. And then down
Yes.
in the GT3 category, though, 278 as a 50.
They changed drivers when we did.
live.
How? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Satellite went for the triple at the start.
Okay.
And then
It
double.
is tied between the 367 of Satellite Racing, which is on pit road as we
Sai did a
speak,
triple, then
and
double
the
from Crane. Now
378
Sai back in the
Benizzi
car
Racing Machine,
until the
which is
end.
currently third.
Yeah, you know, my voice feeling there. There's a little bit of
Give me the number!
interesting development in
Or the link!
GT category.
I really need it.
Predominantly
Put it in the ends.
318.
Barto is not allowed to see that.
Public car. They are right now on lap 51 of their stint, and which is great for them. But I think with that caution, they have chosen
R is so good,
the
royally
end
fucked.
of the stick here because they find themselves in a very precarious spot here.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, a fuel stint is green flag, 35 laps for a GT3 car. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We were good boys.
That's a spinner.
Oh, Drexler.
That's Impulse Racing diving to the inside of, I believe, what was
Oh
the
my
fiercely
God.
forward machine.
Yes, indeed.
Same position in class, and just a bit ambitious was Drexler on the brakes on Blake Reynolds, and both two going around right behind the P2 machine. That was a, the Superstore director, Ryan Bauer, that was a great camera switch right there to catch that live. And these two are still on track, I believe, together. Unless that is the other Impulse, but Impulse has a lot of machines.
You got a 10-second gap to the guys behind you.
Three of them. Three Lamborghinis that are painted in the same Impulse colors. But no, that's the other Impulse machine. There's another teal and black machine in front of the fiercely forward one. But that's going to be a... well, that's going to be...
I'm trying to lower the gap to the guy in front.
Yes.
It's been a very slow day, Stefan, before these last 30 laps, I think, were in control. Because all of a sudden, in the past 10 minutes, there have been 8 reports
and train is
to
coming.
race control. Some of them are going to be influential. But again,
no,
let's
not
go
the
back to what you were
GT
talking about,
train.
The GT train.
Yeah.
They're on the wrong end of that strategy.
Why are they always so long?
Because it's GTs!
Sorry, it's by the way 44 laps.
They literally drive the same pace all together.
I don't like
GTs.
It's only a skill issue if you're behind.
43, and that's the problem. We have 55 laps to go at this point in time. They probably can do 46, maybe 47 laps on this fuel stint here because we had that double
You
caution,
literally drive the
which
same
might open up to
line
50,
as
53
everybody
laps. But
else
that's the
in the
problem.
fucking train.
It's 50
Keep
laps.
going and
That's
you
not
can't
gonna
overtake
get them
because,
to the
well,
point
frick!
where they can say,
Dirty
alright,
air.
this stop and now we're
Nah,
done for the end
that's
of the
not the
race.
biggest problem
The
in GTs.
318 basically goes into pit lane here and then has to hope that a caution
By the
comes
way,
out.
Brian, I will
In
not be
fact,
able to
2
train
cautions come
next
out,
week's
so
ARL.
they can save enough fuel to make it to the end
I'm
of
in
this
Italy.
race. Same thing also, by the way, for the 301. However, they are 4 laps shorter in the stint, so they can have less of a fuel
Gonna
problem
get
for
smashed.
the last remaining few laps. So very interesting how this Pro-Am category will play out because it's not that set as it looks right now.
And then try some cocktails on a rooftop bar, and then go shopping with the girlfriend.
No, and I think the biggest problem I see for those guys as well is that's going to be a championship deciding strategy. The 301 and 318 are still in the championship fight, and this is going to be a big difference. And that is Ruben Bonga on the drums, just going, taking no prisoners. That was a pretty aggressive move too on German Sim Racing and leaving him in the dust, 3 tenths behind.
Nice.
This Benizzi machine, it's just on rails right now.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
most
he's not
definitely.
doing
I mean,
that.
I'm honestly starting to
Why?
think that the harder he, hits those bomber drums, the harder those brakes clamp onto, because that was an almighty stop for that M8 to get reeled back in for
Nice.
that turn 8 apex.
First train has ended.
And that's a corner we think the Porsche. in
3
theory
more
should be strong.
GT3s
In
coming
those
up.
medium
and
speed
some
kind of
GTs
corners
as
where that
well.
suspension's going to be able to really hook that Porsche up and go. I don't think I expected Winston to make a dive like that. It's
You're gonna have a
27
GT3 in front of you, 2
of your
GT3s,
GTE category.
then a GTE.
He may have gotten a little help
Yeah.
from that BMW.
Does he get around again?
It's getting a bit dark.
Lights
So
are on.
He is going again, that's a good thing. So he did overtake the Bonga drum car here. And was it just too aggressive? Nice spins himself technically on the...
They lost it before, I think.
It's IVRA the league with the excessive flashing
That is
ban.
still a bizarre incident, though,
Wait, what?
because he technically
Was
doesn't
it?
really spin himself on the curb, but
I
also
don't
doesn't spin
remember.
himself on the brakes. But yeah, really lucky to not have
Yeah,
more damage from
that's
that,
what I
if
mean.
even suffered any. Because that was a very light tap from the
You can get protested if you flash somebody too
They
much.
lost a couple tenths of time as well. Now Luca Leiper,
I mean,
who has
I
been basically
believe
right behind him
was-
in the machine since he got past. Is
I
now
don't know
in
if you
second
know-
place right ahead of him.
Huh?
In some racing car.
Yeah.
Much further into their stint, we do need to remind viewers and ourselves of that. Much further into the stint.
I
they're
believe
gonna
it
be
was
down on pit road
easier. I
sometime
don't
soon.
know if you know that
And they
league,
also
Brian.
might
There
be
was
one
an
of the
endurance
ones
league with
that
LMP1s
are gonna be kind of
back in the
regretting
day.
this play of track position or strategy. They're going to have to do a splash again.
And they had,
as well.
there was a
Not
spa
even a
race
championship
that
deciding one, it's
went
a
into
base
the
event
night
having to be
where
taken right
people
there.
complained about
Now falls into third
others
place.
flashing.
Luca Alpert
The reasoning
in the second
behind it
place
is
in
because
Phoenix Racing
somebody
Esport back in second
could be
place.
epileptic or something like that.
If I was the German sim racing car, I would not look too far
So
behind.
to
because
not
there was
set
a
off
very fast 148
epilepsy,
199 that he's going to worry about.
people
in a couple
decided
seconds'
that
time. They're
flashing in
side
the
by side.
night
Position, there they are.
should be kept to a minimum.
Yeah, and Team Heusenbelt
Oh, yeah,
as well as
that's
RSR by
a-
butt
that
kicker,
was a
not
leak.
too far away. 1.5 seconds and 1.7 seconds is the gap there to this battle. So if they fight too much, they are gonna have themselves 4-car battle on the hands for P2, and obviously T3
5 or
Motorsport
6
Button
more
is
laps remaining,
loving
Jakob.
this right
Then you
now,
come
these
in to
scenes,
the pits.
because German Sim Racing is
Probably get
fighting here.
tires off
Gloves
and
for this
check
second
fuel,
place.
please.
Let's see. There's Albert flashing lights, trying to politely ask this car to get out of the way. I believe someone needs to remind the 114. That is the position. You're not allowed to do that. However, this is an aggravating one as well because this German sim racing car needs to come out of the way. The next 2 or 3 laps here. This is costing Phoenix Racing Esports Machine a ton of time. Here comes some
Thank you.
LMP2 traffic. It might be 3 wide going into turn 8. And aggressively on the defense goes the German sim racing machine. Fiercely forward now to the outside in turn
Happens the same
7.
time as refueling, so.
You can't get around the GT car as long as it's shoved off the track by Alfred. We head down the long straightaway, or straight-ish away. There's 2 corners in it, 8 and 9. And again on the lights, not sure if that's for the fiercely forward machine or if that's for German sim racing, but there is a message being sent.
Alpine lost
And
a
I
lot
don't
of
know if I
time.
can decipher the message, but
Last,
it would be inappropriate to
last 2
broadcast if I
laps,
have to
3
decipher the
laps.
message.
Yeah, probably.
So I was
best
able to
that
close
we
the
not
gap up to
decipher
3.5
that
seconds.
Morse code, because those are probably not
We're
the
back into the
most
7-second
prettiest
window.
of words being sent there. And meanwhile, Sim Republic, the 318, has went to the pit lane. They did a stint of 47 laps.
There they are
So
right
that means Pure Sims Esports, the 216, is just 2 laps away from theirs.
Oh!
It's done.
That was a save. That was impressive. That 114 should have been spinning into the S's. But that was very impressive. Cold tires for the Sim Republic, who got out right ahead of him. Look at that car control.
Great save by Phoenix, and those
Held
2
the
cars
position.
behind.
He held the position too on Simtakowski.
Just, oh my goodness, just overly aggressive right there. He knows a little bit of contact with the Sim Republic car, so lucky for the 380 to not spin out.
Now, but here comes Simtakowski trying to pounce to the inside, or the outside, excuse me, of turn 10. A little bit of a drift again from the 114. The German Sim Racing, after that little pit road conundrum, has scampered off into the distance to hold second place, but again, they still have to pit in some short amount of time. Simtakowski is now looking for an opportunity to get on the podium. Satellite Racing aggressively getting around the 2 GT competitors. this does affect the points somewhat as well. This is second and third in the championship as well. So any positions these two can gain
One more,
for
right?
the Winter Series Championship is valuable for them.
2 or 3
Yeah,
more.
Fighting each other, I think, is even
I
more
think
valuable.
it's one more.
There's another
One more?
Yep.
P2, that's the
Yep.
33.
One more. One more.
Yeah, one more.
Not a
Yeah,
lot of
they
fuel
get to
saving this stint, huh?
Hopefully collect themselves and calm
Yeah,
down
trying to
here
get
for
back
another
in the
run
pack.
down into
Yeah,
turn
what's the
10.
stupid safety car that fucked everything up again?
Something's not allowed
Yeah.
on that car either. Some
No,
Republic
we are
players
in a good
investigated. There was some
Yeah, we're good,
penalties
we're
that
good.
are coming
You can go flat out without any
Over
saving.
as a 30-second stop and go penalty.
Extra stop cannot
The wave
be
around infraction there,
saved.
side by side. Here comes Sentakowski
Yes.
to the inside of turn 10. He'll have
Yes.
the preferred line there. And the 114 find a way to hold the position. Not on this occasion. Now here comes the 199. All of a sudden GTE, very spicy and very, very competitive, very, very quickly. Albert looks
So,
to the
you
inside,
can-
trying to make a run down to this turn one. Nothing
One
on
more.
this
This
occasion.
was the
Yes,
last one,
look
huh?
at the
Yeah.
reviews again. Sean
Alright
Campbell,
then,
who
hit
has
this lap.
mentioned a
Close to
fast
doing
ball
one more,
run.
but
Oh, yeah, 199
let's
is
not
out.
risk
No,
it.
no. We're good.
Nah, we
We're
can't
good.
do it.
You're gonna stay
Yeah,
in
we
the
can,
car. We're just gonna refuel. We don't get any new tires. You're
I
good.
would like the opportunity to
I
go
know.
get a podium and maybe choose down at 178.
All good. Just
So I just had a quick look at the live
Exactly.
championship standing, right?
Box, box.
And there's one thing
Now,
that
yeah.
caught my eye, and that's the battle for second place in the winter season. Right now, it would go to the 62 by just 5 points
Delta positive,
over the
then?
97. So 62 leading the
We are
race
looking.
versus Team RSO in 8th
We are
place.
checking.
They most
We are
definitely
checking, yes.
want to overtake that
Checking.
5-star motorsport. 3.2 seconds
We are
behind
checking.
right
We are.
now.
We'll
And
come back to
realistically,
you.
it's the only position
And
Team
pull it.
RSO 97 can
Yes,
get
sir.
because Element Sim Racing is nearly over, is well over a minute ahead of the 55.
Yeah, the LMP2 category is a class of, they've seen better days. Unfortunately, Apex Tech has been down on pit road for almost a half
Outlet
hour
will come in at the end of
for
this lap.
repairs. Fiercely Forward has kind of had a miserable day, unfortunately, down in 9th place, 2 laps behind. Team RSO is dealing with damage, 2 laps behind the leader. 5 Stars dealing with damage from that collision, 2 laps behind the leader. Element Sim Racing has had a handful of
Yep,
spins,
nice
1
one.
lap behind the leader. So only the top 5 of our 10 starting in the
No cars coming in.
And
We gained time on the
might
pit
be
stop.
safe to say that only about 3 of those
You might
cars
have won a bit, yeah.
yet to have any sort of
So
collision.
it was 6
during this
seconds, I
race.
believe.
So the LMP2 category has had
Yeah.
a rough one, so to speak.
Nice,
Yeah, that's
well
that
done.
fight per second. It's going to get
That was free
very,
before as
very
well.
interesting. That 62 could steal it.
Oh no, wait,
Take
that's
the
Alpine's
lead
turn,
here.
not Satellite. My bad, sorry.
Down on pit road they go.
Yes.
Zoom for the second to last time in this race. They'll probably pit with about 23 to go. Split it even.
Yeah, 36 laps is a stint.
And he's on
so,
his third stint or second?
Gonna be
Second,
interesting. I
remember?
don't see
think
right
third.
now
Second, I
their
think, yeah.
pit stop time, so
Sanders,
I can
you
only
mean?
update you after
Yep.
Sanders is gonna
Yeah,
go
I
to
think
the
lap
end.
completed.
Second, yeah.
Jaden did
but
all
it
the
seems
driving
like that
before,
was
now-
only a fuel stop from
It's his. No,
what
no,
I
no,
can
no, no, no. It's
guesstimate
his
of how
first
long I
stint.
saw them stationary in their
Yeah.
pit stall. So Phoenix Racing is 49 pit lane.
Confusion.
So these guys
Oh,
are most
well, with
definitely
the-
now
with the l-
coming
yeah,
into the
okay.
picture. Satellite Racing 3 more laps.
What
in
they
their
do
stint.
is 3.5
Element Sim
stints on the
Racing,
same tire.
4 more
Wow.
laps in their stint. And
That's
then next would be
25C,
Pure Sims
so-
Esports. The number
Yeah, it's
16
doable.
with 10 more laps in their stint, and they could actually be
But
the
we will have
first
the better
car
tires.
that is going to be good to go till the end.
Ours are only on the second stint now. His are on the third,
Quick
and
shout
he's
out
going to do
someone
half a
trying
stint
to
on.
update the live championship
single
standings
tires.
during a pit stop cycle. You, sir, are a trooper and a soldier, and I commend you on that effort. 'Cause
Yes.
we did have updated standings just then, and then I believe the 5 machine pitted, and he had to change them all again. So kudos to the IVRA Race Control for trying to be on top of that as much as possible for us to get you the best championship picture. Again, seeing on screen the 199 go to the inside, looking for a podium position in GTE, and a slide job right there from Sean Campbell. Phoenix Racing Esport, Luca Alport has gone from second, back to fourth, back to second, and now back to fourth again. An up and down adventure, unfortunately, was 114. But this GTE category, it's going to get exciting, I think, towards the end. Because again, pit stops underway for LMP2, second to last ones of the day. Ziondra's coming out of the box right now. Looks like he'll just be ahead of Geodesic. I did not see the rejoin.
Yes, they
That's
are.
a spinner, and that's into the wall.
Oh, that might be our next caution here. Now Rusty Spatulas keeps it going, but also German Sim Racing. The 167 nearly had the same fate there as well. So great stuff by both to keep going.
Turn 5 is out for blood, and unfortunately it's taking the blood of the Rusty Spatulas. And Team Hoisenfeld, when they come down pit road, will need a change of pants, because that could have been day done and dusted for them. They were about an inch away from getting collected in that. And unfortunately for the Rusty Spatulas, who have also just had a miserable day, one of our favorite teams out there, one of the favorite team names in this league. It's not the day they have been looking for, but now Team Hoisenfeld and the 199, second, third, and fourth under a blanket in GTE. You may commence your fight again
God,
after
I just
that
had a
brief
mini
spin.
heart attack.
Yeah, this is
What?
going to be an interesting. This is going to be
Why?
an interesting fight. especially
In the
when pit
chat,
stops come to play.
it
Ours
shows
just
number
pitted,
33.
German Sim Racing has just pitted.
And that's all I see,
43 laps is a
all I saw in the
stretch.
first moment.
But they are about
But it's
20 seconds
incident
behind.
number
So
33.
once these two pit,
Oh, yeah,
Because I
yeah.
wouldn't have
back into
known
this
what the
equation.
fuck we did wrong.
And we already knew
That's
how aggressive
trippy.
they were getting on the defense. So this is going to be an interesting
Shit.
fight for the podium places as well for the final championship spots in this category. As though 178 may have almost full control, still all to play for. Right underneath is currently the second place car running. Hoisenfeld will get second in the points, and that 114 would get third in the points. Now updates as they're coming in. GT3 Pro just updated 278. Now is a 50-point lead, 50-point-ish over 255. Again, they blocked up that all-time championship already. So a little bit to play for the 255 and 257 cars. So the 5-star Motorsport and the Impulse race. 5-star follow a little bit behind Impulse. They swap places, second and fifth. Impulse could jump into second place in that championship.
This traffic, by the way, is great now for Team Hoisenfeld because Team RSR is gonna get held up here quite nicely through the S's behind that GT3. That means the GT can't go as fast. That's gonna be half a second loss right there, a little bit more because the GT3 makes the mistake. And look at how much that gap opened up in just 4 corners.
Even in GTEs and GT3s, you're still going to get traffic from your own classes. And of course, that's the Sim Element Racing Earth machine that has had an up and down day as well. Down pit road several times for repairs and spins.
Understandable.
Now, gets more comfortable. Second place.
Should have done the same.
But again, with pit stops right around the corner, I think if these guys go 3 more laps in the pit, they'll be good. But for Team Hoisenfeld, that's easier said than done because they're already 37 laps into their stint. So they're going to be...
Actually, they are already good by my calculations.
So they can just pit again and they're good. All right, so GTEs.
Yes.
All right, for strategy, for us, of course, they're not good at crew chiefing strategy's sake. This is simple for the GTEs. Everyone's got one stop.
Yeah, because GTEs can do 41 laps on a fuel stint at least. So they are most definitely good to go here to the end. We're soon approaching also the crucial pit stop lap for the LMP2s. That's most important for Pure Sims Esports. I've already said that a few laps ago. They are now 30 laps into their stint, still have 6 laps of fuel left in their car, and that would bring them exactly to lap 34. So Pure Sims, they are gonna be pretty much the only one inside the top 5, or actually are the only car inside the top 5 of the LMP2s that will no longer require a splash dash at the end.
Now I could Pure Sims saving grace for this race. Again, they already have a damaged car. They're already a little bit off the pace. I say a little bit, but they just turned on a lap that's
Oh,
equivalent
no.
to the 5 and
That's hook.
33 machine last time around. So
He doesn't have a hood
not too
anymore.
much damage, I think, on that 16. Still limping around nonetheless. Final update, by the way, on the championship standings.
Steering
is
isn't bent.
the
Okay.
Pro-Am
You can
categories where
continue.
basically anyone can win it. The 378 does take the Winter Series lead now by about 30 points. So good news for them. Bad news for them. 301 still on track. It's about 30 points ahead in the Grand Championship. So the potential, I think, for Maniti to try and sweep all the GT championships here might be thwarted by that Archer Brothers 301. They would win 5 out of 6 of them at this point in time if everything stands as is, which that is just impressive by the Maniti crew, and that just shows like the depth of that team. Because we often talk about, you know, we're talking about banging on the bonga drums or Johnny Verhoff driving like a madman some days in that BMW, but the depth of this team is truly knows no bounds. We're talking about 5 out of 6 championships.
Yeah, it is incredible what these guys can achieve if they pull all the pieces into the correct spots. And it once again shows, I mean, they are running away basically with the GT3 lead right now. They have about 9 to 10 seconds to the 5-star Motorsport crew as well. 21 seconds to 3rd place, which is a battle, by the way, between WS Racing, Lightbird Esport, and Impulse Racing. They are only about 2 seconds apart, those 3 cars, for that 3rd place in the GT3 category right now, as we're seeing the Lightbird Esports by SRA car here on screen at 210, that is holding that 4th place right now.
This is an interesting little battle developing here between Lightbird, Impulse, and WS Racing. It'll be interesting.
Satellite is leading the race right
We haven't
now
really
with
talked much
shortstop
about
before.
Lamborghinis, or the fact that they will blind you if you look at them directly with those ridiculous. There we go. That's the camera angle I want. Right in the face. Right blinded in the face. Oh, seeing that in your rearview mirror is probably not helpful either. At least you know it's a Lambo behind. It's Lightbird Esports.
So, quick update, Jonathan.
Oh, you mean Pure Sims? No.
They are not going to make it on fuel.
I have to
No,
pit, right?
no way. It's gonna be 200.
Are we
It's
sure
245 laps, and you get
37
31 to
laps is
32
definitely
laps
not doable without a
with a
safety
bit of
car.
saving.
Can they
So they'll have to
Flintstone?
pit again, right?
Yes.
Probably not, because there's up and down parts on this track. And even though an LMP2 is light, it's not that light.
So the Pure Sims machine is going to be hoping for it, and they just took. They did not take tires.
Yeah.
So that's
Mm.
a splash dash to the end. However,
No.
they did leap up a position. They're on 4th.
Yeah, and one thing that I also just noticed is that Satellite Racing, the LMP2 car, Cyandra, is not banking on a safety car because he only took 39 liters of fuel on board. That's a whopping 16 seconds less than you could take on board with an LMP2 car. So Cyandra most definitely calculating here with a green flag race till the end. And so he most definitely will need a second pit stop here quite soon, because that is only worth, I think, 20-ish laps for an LMP2.
Yeah, I think they're trying to map this out perfectly. What they're looking to do, probably pit 27 to go, 23, 24 to go, fill it up as much as you can, and then do a stint like that until the end. So here's what this has done. This has put Cyandra about 19 seconds ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic. Had they had the similar pit times, they would be right next to each other. So they will pit early. I'm assuming Geodesic is going to go through all this fuel and then short pit at the end. And then they'll be back together on track once more. Again, this is assuming, by the way, we do not get another safety car, and I'm going to knock on all the wood around me, which is a lot, and hope that it doesn't happen. This is an interesting strategical. I like this strategical, I think, by Satellite. This is going to put Geodesic in a bit of an unknown territory, if you will.
Yeah, most definitely.
Why is Satellite
you know,
so far in
Even
front.
though Satellite
They underfuel
is
again.
banking
Yes.
on this safety car here, all of our LMP2s are hoping for that safety car. That does include, though, for real though, 5-Star Motorsport at 55 and Team Arso 97, because they are 29 and 23
he's a
laps
PCS.
respectively in their stints. And so whenever those guys decide to pit, they will be good on fuel. And also Team Arso is slowly but surely catching
no, that's why I
5-Star
asked if I can
Motorsport.
delete
Team, that gap has now shrunk
the
to
responses,
just 3 seconds.
or what to do with the responses we got in the forum.
Again, those guys are just trying to limp home after the collisions we saw earlier in the day.
Last lap was his esport
Right
team,
now, the leader of the GT
and he's
Pro category, and side by side, you get it. WS Racing and Impulse Racing not too far behind. Right now,
yeah, they're racing for P4 and they're
nothing
nicely
I know
side by
of
side.
for now.
About
I'm gonna ask
halfway
him.
down the back stretch and down the front stretch as well. They are fiercely fighting for that one right now. Same strategy for both of them. 40 laps on their stint.
I'll do that.
So they all will come down the pit lane. All top 6 cars
Can you send
of
me
that
the link?
GT3 category will come down onto pit lane at the same time because they all pitted on that last caution.
Yeah, they're all going to be good to go to the end. I also like what's kind of developing here as well. You have the Impulse machine forward.
And Cops is telling me 33.1 to refuel.
And might be a top 5 out the window, unfortunately, for Daniel Hopfen and Hybrid Esports.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it could be, yeah.
They're just coming out of that corner.
Who was at LMP2 card though? That just scraped by. That did look quite similar to a Pure Sims card. That would have been a 16, and it is the 16. How lucky
rather
can you be?
overfuel than underfuel.
Yeah, but last time it was like 9 liters something.
I feel like the Vietnam flashbacks were coming back for the Pure Sims team as they saw
this was a
happen.
huge overfuel.
This is the best view on board. It just runs wide, and you can already tell that car was upset.
Showing me 33.2 now, so I guess it will be around 34.
Yeah, they had that tiny little bit slide on that. Normally it's okay with GT3, but they just so awkwardly hit that outside curb that completely unsettled the car and lost it. And normally you would dart much quicker to the inside there, so extreme luck for Stanley Deslanders there. And the Pure Sims Esports team, the number 16, to not have some turn 5 issues once again.
Turn 5, ever since we've joined, Stefan, has wanted murder. Has wanted the murder and championship implications changed since we've joined on this broadcast. I don't understand what has gotten into Turn 5, but it has been a very,
I mean, this is also unfortunate. We lost another like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
For no reason, because I don't know what was this Porsche guy doing in the middle of the track.
Since we have joined, maybe it just wanted to wait for us so we can have a little bit of action, or maybe it just wants to put on some dramatic showcase of what Road Atlanta truly can do. Either way, it has provided most intriguing story attempts throughout our stint thus far.
So a couple interesting things to note. We mentioned some of the penalties that were coming in, and Race Control has been flying through them. Make sure nothing happens there. There was an issue to the 358 and the 256. No action there. 225 was reported twice, had a drive-through penalty under contact with the 202.
And
With everything we gain on pace, we lose in traffic again.
Drive-through penalty. That's what is that? 4th place in the GT3 star. We have them on screen. Michael Drexler. That is disastrous for them.
That was for the conveniently timed camera switch going into turn 10, if you recall that one.
And you know, the reason why this is disastrous because they're only split right now by 6 points for 3rd place in the Winter Championship in the GT3 Pro category. They are fighting against the 216 for that position, and 216 is in 7th place, and they will probably lose that position to them.
they will come in to serve
But it's
their
nice they
penalty,
added
and the
lights
Bonga
to
drums will
distract,
come
to
in
be honest, because without it,
get
it
a
was
refresh on
pretty dark in here.
drumsticks. Voice of Velvet now.
Is that what that BMW is fueled by?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking of bongos. Bongos, you actually use your hands, not drumsticks. Now that I'm thinking about it. Well, you can if you want extra flavor. I did percussion for 8 years, by the way.
Yeah, the track is
all
not
viewers should note. So
well lit
if I
everywhere.
get distracted by the amount of drumming puns I can make with the bongo drums, my apologies. As there goes Satellite Racing around Furiously Forward. Again, a miserable day for Furiously Forward. We've been in 9th place and stuck down in 9th place for quite some time, as the sun is almost completely gone behind the trees, and this final stint is going to be into the
Nej,
darkness
jag ser
of
att
the
vi
night.
först fanns det då.
We'll get to see what this championship will decide. There's another championship deciding penalty I did want to bring up, Stefan, that will be investigated after the race, but it's worth noting. 378 and 318, I don't recall who reported who, but I believe the 378 reported the 318. And this might be for a drive time infraction by the Sim Republic, which this does have championship implications, and could switch how much points potentially the Sim Republic gets, or even the 301 gets.
Yeah.
They
What is
trade
the
positions.
penalty for that?
I thought it was a 30 to 60 second added on at the end of the race, or even a DQ. It's been a while since we've had that.
I have to say, the only time I recall actually someone getting that penalty was actually myself in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, where we overdid our drive time by literally 8 seconds. And back then that was an instant disqualification from the race. I'm not sure though if that's also the case for the Endurance Series.
We have a note, Stefan, by the way. We don't have drive
You're
time
pitting now, so
for commentating, so you won't be penalized here today. If you're
we are fine, I guess.
Thank goodness. But no, yeah, that is most definitely gonna be highly interesting, and I'm not sure I really want to call a race, the last race of this season, and then say, well, yeah, have a look at Twitter for how this championship is truly gonna play out.
So here's something interesting to note. GTE and GT3 pit stops are underway. Satellite Racing has just come back down pit road, I believe, for their last stop. Here comes Alpine Star 365. They're 17 laps in. They still need to stop again. And Delta Sport, I believe, is also going to go on by Cyander here in just a minute time. That's an error by the GT, just a car, a bright pink car in the way in the middle of the S's. So Satellite Racing, 16 seconds, 18. They're going to get close to 30, I think. They have to take the full fuel. And about the delta that we're looking at is about 60 seconds or a minute in terms of gap.
Yeah, Satellite Racing, I think there was 51 seconds of a stop, which checks out with still 29 laps to go. That was a full fuel stop, but crucially, no tires.
Okay, Joe. So how much further do you think Alpine Stars Geodesic is going to be willing to take this? And same with Delta.
Well, those two teams, the 62 and the 33, they are hoping for a caution. They are going to continue to drive till the last drop of their fuel tank, because if a caution comes out, that obviously means they can take on so much less fuel and crucially lose a lot less track position than they would do if they would have to stop on the green flag pit stop. However, Satellite Racing now needs also
So that's
that
refuel
caution,
35
so that they can once again
for now.
Go back to the top two guys, because with this much longer pit stop, they're also losing a lot more time. There's also now Team RSO 97 onto pit lane for about 30 seconds now. Yeah, this is gonna get highly interesting. Are we gonna get a caution? And really, who is gonna be benefiting from it? Will it be Satellite Racing, or will it be Geodesic and Delta?
So I think the thought process here, at least for Geodesic and Delta, like stay out as long as you can, and then hit towards that like last lap. Which that's, if we're talking about maybe about 30 laps, right?
I mean, they're pitting with like 10 or so laps to go.
All right, how much time do you think that would take?
Is it me or they went extremely slow just to slow me down?
No, so they're gonna stop with roughly 15 laps to go, and that is roughly halfway fuel, so that's about, what, 28, 29 seconds? Let's say 30 seconds for easier maths. And that would mean that Satellite Racing would, I think, not jump the...
Would jump Delta. Would jump Delta, but not Alpine.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting development. Speaking of interesting developments, the bunker comes under attack by Buck Kicker. The 199, again, we mentioned long green flag runs have been the strong suit of the 199. When we got yellows, all of a sudden the 199 wasn't up front. Now the 199 is back up towards the front. Sean Campbell's been flying the past couple laps. He just came out of pit road as well. Not full service on that machine just until the end of the race. So this is going to be a fight that we're going to watch for all 27 laps. And I believe Poison Belt's not too far behind, 2 seconds. So they GTE pit stops, I believe, all done and dusted, apart from some of the guys outside the top 5. German Sim Racing, that ultimate strategy is just not working out for them. They're going to have to stretch it to keep a 6th place on the table for them. And I think same goes for the GT3 Pro. Pure Sims on alternate strategy is 20 laps into the stint. They might be able to make it if they are fuel saving like madmen. But that's a stretch. Otherwise, I believe Archer Brothers and Sim Republic are 2 that we're also going to have to put a question mark on and see if they can make it to the end. Manizzi just came down pit road to 378, and that lead is pretty much secure. They got 20 seconds ahead after just coming out of pit road. So good news for Manizzi in that category.
Yeah, the 278, 255, 202, 234, 210, 257, they're all good to go here till the end. Also, the 378, that's the sister car of 278, so that's the second Manizzi car in the GT3 category. They are all good to go. So inside the top 8 positions, only Pure Sims is not good to go. They have fuel for another 24 laps. Actually, this is, you can do 41 to 44 laps on a fuel stint for these GT3 cars, so this is mighty close for Pure Sims. They could potentially be able to make it to the end. However, a lot of fuel save would go into that, but what's the downside? You're gonna have to make quite a lengthy stop. Not the stop itself, but the delta that you would lose to cars passing past is quite a long one, since we have quite a slow pit lane. Yeah, so if you really want to watch out for by the end of this race, watch out for the 216 and 3rd place in the GT3s.
Because they're trying to lead, I believe, would be the 255 5-star, which is 2nd place. So they're trying to leap to get in the 3rd in the championship. They already leaped for 4th. Hell Racers, unfortunately, not here this weekend, not able to field enough drivers for their cars. So they're irregular, obviously, in this series to see the Swedish skulls and fire out on track, but not on this occasion. I think if they could stay out, maybe it'll be it's a risk, it's a chance, but it's what they got. Unfortunately, that car was leading when we switched ships, by the way. And that front-end damage is kind of hampered.
Yeah, the real problem of Pure Sims here is the 257 is in 7th place. That still guarantees them a lead of 6 points for this 3rd place in the winter season. They would need to drop to 8th, maybe even 9th. I don't have the numbers in my head right now of how many points pay out for those positions. But the problem is 8th and 9th are actually half a lap behind that 257. So that really doesn't work out in that calculation.
Actually, it's even worse than you think. They're actually a lap behind. Because
they are a full lap behind.
Yeah, because the Impulse machine is in 7th, and the second Impulse machine would be in 8th in class. They have the AM cars in between. So they're a full lap behind.
Oh, right. Of course, the M cars don't classify in the GT3.
And they're 36 seconds
Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, the
behind
impulse
us.
cars 2 laps. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, that's not gonna work then.
What's the pit stop
Yeah, and I
time?
don't
We
think
didn't
Impulse
check
is going
that.
to switch that just for the sake of making the championship more interesting. So I think that 257 is safe for the time
No. It's
Black
only
flag.
going to be a splash.
255 has an issue.
Black flag for Sanders.
Oh my god.
Also, speaking of the 255, only about 2 seconds away from the 278.
That's huge.
Even if that would still be good enough, Virtual Motorsport is even further behind than that.
Oh!
Because Impulse has like a quarter of a lap on the 213 of Virtual Motorsport.
Can we win this?
So it works out even less
Possibly.
if you also take Virtual Motorsport into consideration there.
Drive-through penalty. Ram Sanders
Yeah, but I'm wondering if
for a collision with
our
the
pit stops will be less than
197.
35 seconds.
Not going to be a long one.
Because we're only...
Wait.
So Graham is on probation. There was
We're
a
only
warning
taking
given
33 no,
for,
35 liters, right?
I believe a collision
So
with
it will be,
197 in turn 1.
I don't know, 15
due to
seconds,
Graham
20
Sanders being on
seconds,
probation,
maybe even.
that
half a pit stop.
warning has been upgraded to a drive-through penalty. So
wait.
now, Graham is going to have to trundle down pit lane, which is what, about 20 seconds worth of lost time. And that will put them
You got a time?
right ahead of the Pearson's car trying to make it to the end
I'm
of the
going to
field.
try to.
Yeah, so 20 seconds lost on Delta if you're just going on the speed limiter through pit lane. And don't forget,
Okay,
Alpine
let's
Stars
see
Chidesic
from
also
pit
has to
entry.
make another stop. They're not good on fuel here. So this is some trouble for them because they're probably even going to drop behind. Well, they're most definitely going to drop behind Satellite Racing at this point.
So Sanders is now into the
Okay.
box.
Pit entry
For
to stationary.
The angle of
25
what this penalty
seconds.
is for, we will give it to you as soon as we can. But that promotes the 2021 defending champions Delta Sport into the lead of this race. And
The whole
with
pit
with
stop
the
was
chance
full
to take the win
fuel.
of this race because they just need a couple seconds to get past Satellite Racing. But now Satellite Racing, this has to intrigue them more, knowing that you only need a couple tenths maybe in order to take the lead on your pit stop strategy. So dramatic shake-up here late in this race. Alpine Stars Giudecca drive-through penalty.
Oh my god, this guy will
Now
slow us
12
down.
seconds behind the leader, which is now Delta Sport and Jacob
Yeah, he's
Reichenbach.
annoying.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and I hope if we
Oh my
I
gosh.
pronounce it right again there. So Sanders in second. Pearson's might need to stop again. They're trying to stretch it as much as they can. In P3.
So we might actually
Come on, get out of the way.
Like, let me go.
that issue there for the 62 because it was on lap 230.
Yeah, that guy was
so
annoying
that's
also on my
30
stance.
laps ago here,
Here's the
and this is
forward.
the incident.
Okay. Noted.
Sending
he's 2 laps
our
behind, so
SO team
I don't know.
into the grass with them.
He's gonna send
Why
it back on
do
you,
late
let's see.
launch, so
He's fighting himself, I
Campbell
guess.
definitely understand the reasoning behind that warning.
Oh, he isn't.
I
Wow.
can understand it, but also the precedent of the race of the 197 being very aggressive going into turn 1 on the inside is not helping my case
Would have been a good
on that
meme.
one. That's one I think Graham Sanders would like to have back, and he probably wishes he waited at least 3 more seconds, or even got that car going into turn 3. It's not like that 197 is faster. They're just driving a solid 8 seconds a lap faster than that GT3 car. It's got into turn 4. You didn't need to. You got a 4-second safety buffer at least.
Oh,
is what
wait.
we understand. The pit road.
They only got a drive-through. We have to
Yeah,
pit.
it's just an unnecessary.
Yeah, you have to pit as well.
62.
Yeah, because
Wait,
I
really?
believe you can...
Yeah.
So Graham Sanders with that is in
watch
what
out,
is he now,
watch out.
4th place?
All good, all
Please
good, all
don't
good.
tell me it is going to be a coach.
On the timing? No, he's in
No.
No, so
second.
they can continue.
So that is updated on here sadly. But
Yep, they are away.
hypothetically speaking, if they would be finishing in 4th
Oh my
place, which
God.
looks quite on the points right now,
These are formal laps.
Alpine Stars Chidesic that is, as there's a car sent to the inside, I think there was an impulse
There's a big train of
GT3
cars
there.
in
It was
front.
the 256
Think
that
about
was sent to the
maybe
inside there.
pitting
And
earlier.
they continued to drive on the inside of turn 5 as well. So something happened to Stefan
Oh wait, they
there
do.
Off cameras.
They do have to pit.
Let's have
Yeah.
a look. Is it a...
Alpine Stars is out of it.
No, it's not.
There might have
Problem
been
is
contact
satellite,
with that
33
Porsche,
seconds
and
behind.
that Porsche question is Luca Wunsch.
Yeah, we
on the
lost some time for no
278. I
reason
think the machine
in the
is,
previous laps.
So this should clear things up more.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We got
but
lucky with
something-
traffic, we were good.
It's something you cannot control like that. So.
I don't think they touched. I think that like he was trying to give him room, but trying to make the corner. I think that was just a space of that's not a place you
I
should
don't
give
know
him room.
about pure sims.
Yeah,
Can they still
maybe
make-
just had a slide there on the marbles.
Yeah, they have to pit one more time, I believe.
And that's why he went to mow some grass here in Breaston. Sure. But yeah, either way. So speaking hypothetically, if Chedesic, Alpine Stars Chedesic Racing would finish in 4th place,
I think it's not possible for them to go without pitting.
Would
If they went in
keep
9
that
laps
second
after
place
us.
in the Winter Series by 3 points. That's how close
There is a train of
this is right now for GT
GT cars in front, so maybe consider stopping next time.
Yeah, they might need. They're going to want to try and get as much security as possible in order to secure that position on track. And right now we're looking at our leader for Delta Sport 33. Again, the defending champion from the inaugural season of 2020.
You get through them, send it as
2021.
much as you can, but
It's not been the best year, I think, for this 33 machine. But
I see there's a lot of
way to end would it be
GTs up front.
to come in on the final race, take
Instead
the
of
win, especially
getting
given
stuck
how chaotic
again,
the LMP2 category
gotta check at the
has
end of
been
the straight
today.
how it looks.
Right now, here is the scenario. They
Up front.
still need a pit. They need
Okay, so
about a
let's pit now.
30-second gap back to
wait.
Satellite Racing and Cy Andra
We go with 34 liters.
to be safe. This is assuming, by the way, Pure Sims
wait,
does not
wait,
try
wait,
to
wait,
stretch to the end. However, 38 laps in an LMP2 car is the stuff of madmen.
There's
So,
GTs
they need
everywhere.
about a 30-second
You
gap.
pit or you
They
can't
have it
pit.
at the moment
Doesn't
by
matter.
about 2 seconds. They also need to hope that Pure Sims doesn't have a
Yeah.
incredibly fast stop and come charging back at them in the late stages either. So it's a
Okay, now let's break.
it's a bit of an unknown right now for this 33. They're just patiently waiting for the pit stop, which should be coming in a moment's time. They're 29 laps into their stint. Looking down through the order at other categories, Bunga Drums have been able to hold off Sean Campbell for the time being. There goes that LMP2 car into pit lane. For the time being, 2 seconds the gap. It's the 178 in front, the 278 in front by about 5 seconds over 5-star. And looking back at our Pro-Am categories, that big Mercedes, almost 20 seconds out in front of the Archer Brothers under 301. There you can see it and hear it. A beautiful sounding car. Now this is the
There's
Delta
satellite.
Sport in the pit lane.
Oof.
Alpine Stars Geodesic back to the
And
lead.
Phoenix. Oh no.
And they will slow us down. Oh my god.
That was
Actually,
unfortunate.
Stefan, did they pit? No, they didn't pit. They still need to pit.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it
sorry?
would have gotten stuck in traffic
I'm
again
sorry,
in the
I'll-
access.
Starts, yeah. No, they still have to pit. I was confused as well for a
Like
second.
100%
just-
sure.
It
It's just 2
restarted
seconds.
the stint counter because they technically were in pit lane. So no, they still have to pit here. Alpine Stars, they have.
No, it's full
they're
stand
now
to the
on
end.
lap 30. So, yeah. Jurassic
You know you
soon
can
into
easily
pit lane.
overtake Phoenix.
And Delta Sport is out, and Delta Sport has come out about 2 seconds behind the 64 machine of Cyandra. There you can see the Phoenix Racing Esport machine. That car also still needs to pit. So I was almost wrong in my time. You don't need 30 seconds. You need about 36 seconds of safety, 38 maybe. And in that case, I think Pure Sims is probably going to fall all the way down when they pit for that splash and dash, 3rd or 4th. Alpine Stars Geodesic is going to come now down in pit road and fall well behind the 33 machine. So Satellite Racing may have had one of the best pit strategies work out, because I've seen it a long time, because all they have to do is just wait for Pure Sims to run out of fuel, and that 64 machine should go back to the front of this race.
Yeah, and you know, it's really close between the 33 and 64. Just 1 second. Actually, now I'm seeing the Phoenix guys in between No?
We're going to be in better tires than Alpine Stars.
So it's about 2 seconds.
There's Delta.
Same as Saido.
Oh yeah, there's Saido. So it's about 2 seconds. There we go. And Alpine Stars Geodesic did
Just
come
3 laps
out
fresher
behind
tires.
them as well, but that's quite the gap that they are behind. What is that? 10, 5? Yeah, so it's over in that range, 5, 6, 7 seconds. That Graham Saunders has come out of pit lane behind.
And this guy has to pit as well, right?
Delta Sport to 33.
Now the
12
race,
seconds is the gap. There we go.
Last pit
So now
stop,
the race
lap
for the
200.
33 or the 62 machine, excuse me, is going to be
I'll
against
go
the
in this
16
lap.
when they eventually come into pit road.
Maybe next.
And get that splash in dash.
And the gap right now between Pure Sims and Alpine Stars Geodesic is 27 seconds. So they are going to come out, what, 10-ish seconds behind Geodesic at this point. They have no issues at all against Element Sim Racing because Element Sim Racing Fire is 2 laps down on our top 5 drivers. And Team RSO is the only car to threaten that 6th place from Element.
Lots of late drama developing here. Late strategy drama, which is the good kind of drama. The drama I like, the drama that makes all of us as racing fans scratch our heads and continue wondering if things are going to work out in your favor. So Delta Sport has a tall order. They got about a couple laps time to get 3 seconds off the board and try and chase down Syandra in the 64 machine. Elsewhere, everyone else, I think pit stops have pretty much concluded. Some of the back
you can't stretch at 37 laps. That's impossible.
You were on the ultimate strategies, and unfortunately the safety cars.
With fuel saving, you get 32.
You have to go.
The one I think that I know, Stefan, is really curious about
pretty
is the
much.
301
Like
and the 318.
the last caution, there was no caution in between. Like the last caution was 175, so there's no way he can make it.
They can do probably 44 laps on that fuel stint, and that's exactly the remaining laps that they still have in their tanks. They still have 14 laps probably in their tanks, 13 laps to go. So it's mighty close, but I think they might just be good to go here. But obviously anything can happen at a racetrack like Road Atlanta. So just draft for 2 or 3 laps might already seal the deal that they will most definitely do it. So it is gonna be highly watchable, that battle here for those positions. Actually, where are they on track? So Archer Brothers is right now in the S's and Sim Republic is so Sim Republic is, what is that, 43 versus 21, that's 22 seconds behind Archer Brothers. So if Archer Brothers would have to pick,
yeah, we will need some magic
which would
traffic
be very
pain
interesting because Sim Republic is 2
in that case, I think.
laps longer into the stint already. They would come out behind Sim Republic by about 20 seconds. So probably if Sim Republic of Archer Brothers pit, Sim Republic has as well, as we had a change for position here in the GTEs, and that was for 2nd place. So Team Hoiseveld getting past RSR.
That's going to be big, I think, in their standings as well. And again, multiple people in race control trying to update the standings and position changes.
TeamSpeak.
Nope. We're going to continue making that difficult.
What?
Hoiseveld now in the second, a couple seconds behind T3 Babiniti, and that's a tall order in the last 10 laps to close 7 seconds. By the way, remember the last caution we had was about an hour and a half ago.
Do they want to do it
an hour and 15 minutes ago, and that L1 Esports car is still getting repairs on pit road.
Get fucked.
They're still in the session. Now we're 16 minutes of repairs. Oh, well, I think they somewhat, they must have just heard me because they just now left the session after trying to repair that machine.
Yeah, so in LMP2's Pure Sim is out by 11 seconds over Satellite Racing. 4 seconds back is Delta Sport, 33 right now. It is gonna be so close for Pure Sims and where they actually come out. They still have 2 more laps to go, so that will put them to 8 to go here in the race.
So probably 40 seconds. And my guess would be they're still going to be 8 or 9 seconds behind Alpine Stars Geodesic. That's just my...
Yeah, I think you're right. Last lap over the stripe, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing was 28.281. Nice number, by the way. Behind the Pure Sims Esports, and that would put them about 6 seconds virtually ahead of Pure Sims.
Yes, this is now a race between Satellite Racing and Delta Sport, and there you can see the Satellite Racing machine in the distance. All of a sudden, Jacob Bartra has just turned on the jets. It was about a 3-second gap. It is now underneath 2. Last lap was 0.3 faster. We get to see how fast this 33 machine can really go. Again, the defending 2020 and 2021 series champions, 6 races in that series. The 33 machine was on top this season, a bit of a struggle. Only 1 podium. That was at the fall opener at the Nürburgring.
Oh, he's blinking. Oh no.
Waiting for the lap times to come in to see how fast that 33 is going. And yeah, it was almost 2 seconds faster than 64. Must have had a little bit of a moment, a 111. And almost a 109 flat.
That code.
With the 33.
Great.
Yeah, I was wondering because I
is a tank.
said that gap was 4 seconds.
Yeah, but because time.
Just half a lap ago.
And we can't overtake this guy now.
Yeah, the thing is, I didn't see anything for Cyan.
Could have sent it
on that lap 236
in the first
indicating why he was so slow.
I don't think it was.
He has been steadily
started disco and
dropping
send
pace
it.
in the last 2 laps. 235 was a 10.0. 236 was a 110.9.
Okay.
So he is getting slower and slower, and maybe it just might be down to traffic, or maybe Cyan got the ultimate oops and unfilled car.
Yeah, Whitaker is now considerably closing down the gap with the lap traffic getting in the way. Now it's back up to 2.3. It may just be traffic too, because you saw what happened to that 33 machine getting caught up by 1 Lamborghini. All of a sudden, second group into that lead. So it's a 2.4 second gap. Pure Sims trying to milk out as much fuel as possible. This the RSR by Buck Kicker Machine trying to get a Team Hoiskenveld car out of their way, but there's currently the Pro-Am leader in their way, and that's the 378. He politely gets out of the way, and Sean Campbell will again go on the attack, trying to get that Corvette out of second place. And really nice to see how competitive this field has been. I think not only for the LMP2 category, but for the GT3 and GTE, there have always been about 4 or 5 cars in these mix for these podium places. It's been really nice to see, and really entertaining to see.
And so here comes also Satellite Racing now. This is a little bit of an interesting situation for IVRA because
I don't know.
make quick notice of all of these GT3s and GTEs. Now also comes past our car. Nice and easy, but this could maybe be unlucky for him. As now he's going to get past the Hoiskenveld car. This is very great for IVRA because that means the Delta Sport is now stuck behind 2 GTEs through the S's.
All good. Jakob got this.
2 of our biggest battles now are happening in one same place on track, and the GTEs trying to get out of the way as fast as possible. But LMP2 can only go around so quickly. Now the gap is going to grow again. About 1.5 seconds now, and unfortunately caught up a little bit in that last corner as well by a GT car, so it's about 1.5. It's going to get close, I think, towards the end. I think this 33 might have a bit more pace in it than the 64.
Yeah, it definitely does seem right now, but the good thing is for the 64 that traffic, it isn't playing a nice part in this battle if you look at it from the 33's perspective. And here we go, Pure Sims into the pit lane.
I think that's our moment of truth when you see the two lead competitors go on by, that Pure Sims is going to fall a little bit farther than they want. Now, where is that 62 in relation to them? That's going to be the key one.
Yeah, so 62 is coming out of the start-finish line right now and passed. And now the 16 rolls off the blocks again, so the gap, yeah, seems to be about those 10 seconds that we did figure.
Now riding on board, it's less than a second now. Whitaker is getting very, very close to Sai Andra, and that's the 178 leading in our GTE category. Currently stands as the GTE champion for the time being. 6 to go, anything can happen. Now, 2/10 in that last braking touch.
It's not working for me, Brian.
Flying in the Delta Sport machine, absolutely flying.
Ryan, you stay here.
7/10 was Jakub Widerka faster than Syantra in the last lap, and you can visibly see how that gap is shrinking every single braking zone that these cars need, and this is even worse for Syantra. Now Widerka is right on the back with 5 laps to go in the last race of the winter season.
Whitaker is driving the Delta Sport 33. It stood on top in the 2020-2021 season. It has yet to get a win this season. Syantra, on a brilliant strategy call, got that 64 towards the front of the race. But now it is going to come down to this. 5 laps to go, and already that 64 is weaving down the back straightaway. It looks like a little bit better trimmed out for Satellite Racing. Gets a bit of a gap going, even with that slipstream. Whitaker not able to make a move on this occasion. 3/10 now. The distance, a little bit of traffic ahead. Stefan, just about 1 or 2 cars ahead. That's going to make a difference here in the S's. That is a slow GTE. Well, I believe it's the RSO one.
Yeah.
That caused that penalty earlier on the 64. Gets out of the way politely. I think there might not be that much off the road. This might just be a straight up duel.
Yeah, next up on the road is Apex Tech. They are now going into turn 5. And Lucas Lang of WS Racing Esports, who is now braking for turn 6. So it's not too much of traffic that these guys are gonna run up to, but even just one car can spell major differences in pace if caught at the wrong times.
Can Satellite Racing do what they did in the fall season and win the last race of the season? That's what they did in the fall. They won at Barcelona. They have yet to stand on the podium since that win to a 4th place finish.
Players are so
last
dead.
time out in August, a 4th place finish at the Nürburgring are their other best 2 finishes. Again, for Delta Sport, a team that was so dominant in the previous seasons. Struggled a bit at the beginning of this Grand Championship, both the fall and the spring segments. That's a slow car out of pit lane. I believe it's the 113 or 133 that had to come down pit road.
I thought for a second maybe they could split this battle, but they, Tom Mail there, did back out of that. A little bit of a mistake there from Whitaker over the curb. And another car pulls over. That's Blake Reynolds for Fiercely Forward GT team. To 34 in 4th place. Realizes he has nothing to fight for, so can't give up that nice and easily.
Although the bigger concern I'm looking at up the road, if that's 4th place of that category, Pure Sims and 5-Star up the road fighting for 2nd, less than a second apart, like these two. They're not going to get out of the way.
Yeah, no, but the good thing is they are now going over the stripe, so that's going to be a worry of tomorrow at this rate. I don't think they're going to catch them in just those 2 laps remaining.
I think they lap 8 seconds a lap fast. They're going to catch them, and that's going to be a problem. Because they lap 8 seconds a lap faster, and they're only 15 seconds up the road. They're going to catch them when they're coming to the stripe. especially given the pace these two are doing. Like that 108.9, that's the fastest lap we've seen since the beginning of this race for Sayandra. There's a damaged Ram car right in front, slows up Andra outside of turn 5. Again, Whitaker go inside of turn 6, he's a little too far back.
Yeah, but now, oh, Whitaker!
That's a mistake, and that's a costly mistake as well. Almost a second now is going to be the gap down the straightaway. A little bit too ambitious on the brakes. Sayandra may breathe a sigh of relief for the time being as the Delta Sport attack has halted, but I mean 8/10, he closed up in 8/10 a couple laps ago, and does that 33 have enough pace?
Well, and you were right, Eric Grove, there we go. Now getting led by Sayandra, Bonnie the flagman with the white flag in his hand, ferociously waving in his stand, and
that's
this could be very great for Sayandra now.
There's a slow Lamborghini right there. Now in between those two, that's the 5-star motorsport car that is thankful for the LMP2s coming through and splitting up his fight in third
I'll
place.
do my best, guys.
Andra is now into turn 5 and out they go.
Great
Delta
job, though.
Sport, it's only 4/10. The gap is still relatively small. And down to the inside of the Arch umbrella, there's another car now in between him and Whitaker. Andra is doing his very best. Whitaker has to take a inside line going into 7. And now it is 6/10.
You guys, let's go.
The gap. The slipstream hasn't
Well done,
really
boys.
been working out in Delta
Well done,
Sport's favor.
guys.
That's a trimmed out number 64 we've been looking at. And
Good one.
this amazing
Good
pit
one.
strategy, the short pit strategy, you did a 10-lap stint to get out in front, get track position, and prioritize making sure they play
Nice.
their cards right. And for Satellite Racing, it is going to be a win to end the season.
That was
Number
about
64
4.5,
takes the win.
I think.
But in the Grand Championship,
Yeah.
5
just a
hours.
few seconds
About
down
5
the road,
hours.
it's going to be the number 16
5 hours and 40
that takes
minutes.
that home. The 178 is also going to take home a championship and a win. Get the bonga drums going. Manizzi Racing.
Yes!
Did I get it?
Take home
Yes! Well, for the
the
car,
Winter
yes.
Championship and
I
the
don't know
Grand
if you have
Championship
fastest
in the
lap
GTE
overall.
category.
108.4.
Yeah, great stuff by T3
Oh.
Motorsport by Maniti.
Oh,
They
on-
might have
on
been
race
lucky
spot.
at stages, but you have to have skill to be lucky.
I'm checking through the.
And if you're a fan of
signups.
that green and black, well, you can continue celebrating. That 278, excuse me, is going to come across the line as a grand champion and as
Yeah,
a
I'm looking for
winter champion.
I want to thank
Mind you, we'll get you the
for
official
another
points
great
results in a few
season
moments'
of
time. But that was
the series.
an epic duel towards the end between two cars that weren't in play in the championship. The championship drama was kind of decided laps ago with the wall collisions of RSO and Pure Sims. But that was a great fight at the end. And
Manuel
that
Sudo has a
33 gave
faster
it
one.
all it had to chase down Satellite Racing.
Yeah, most definitely. But in the end, it was all done by the downforce
boys.
calculations. And the 64 had less downforce. They were able to achieve the
Nice.
same
Well
top
done.
speed as the Delta.
That was a good
Sport
finale,
behind
no?
Down here into the 10.
I mean,
turn 10
to finish with a
braking
P2, that's
zone. So
amazing.
yeah, great
I
job
mean,
by
what was it, your
Sayandra
second
and
or
the
third
team
race
behind
in
the Satellite
multi-class?
Racing LMP2
Second.
team
God
to
damn.
come up with this
Yeah.
strategy. And once
Why
again,
the fuck are you
Satellite
still driving
Racing
F3, huh?
wins the race.
I don't know.
They
I
were
I continued for
so
a bit
to
too long,
speak,
I think.
having done
Oh
the
my
strategy
God.
play to perfection.
That was great. Well
You
done,
can't
boys.
do it
Well done.
much better.
Yep, amazing.
Not a single report on our side.
And a worthwhile
That was
turnout,
amazing.
A worthwhile celebration
Great
I think,
job.
for Satellite Racing. Again, they won Barcelona the last
Yeah, it
race
was
of the
close
season
to be on.
of that season, and
Mhm.
they'll do it here again for that 63
Unfortunate
machine.
with
And
the lock up.
it was a good strategy. I
guess.
think had all the teams now
but it was
thinking
a great race. Well done.
about
well
that
done.
ultimate strategy. In a day where those ultimate
I think
strategies
we can be
a
happy
lot
with
of
P2,
times didn't
definitely.
work out.
Absolutely.
It worked out well for Sayandra, who takes home the win for LMP2. But okay,
All
he
right.
gave it all he could. A late breaking
Brian,
mistake
did you
at
see
turn
my
7
message?
might have cost him that pass to take the lead. Graham Sanders, after a penalty
No.
after a collision with RSO, finishes in P3. Pure Sims, the champions, in P4. Phoenix Racing Esports, their highest finish
I'll
of
be
the
right back,
grand
guys.
season in P5. Manual shootout with damage in P6. Element sim racing and
Yeah,
up and
well,
down day
you
with
don't
some
have to
spins in
send it to
P7.
me now.
5-star motorsport in P8. Josh Clark fiercely forward, a very quiet day. They parked the car early in P9. Jamie Conway after some heavy damage after contact in P10. Over to the GTE category, the Bunga drums are drumming away at the top of the timing charts. It's the 178 GT Racing in P1. Team Campbell, the lone Corvette, is flying that banner proudly in P2. Sean Campbell by our side, butt kicker in P3. Lucas Alford was so close for a podium for that team in 4th place. Brendan Saban, Team RSO, a 197, a team that struggled with trying to fend off cars and had to get booed out of the track at one point. German Sim Racing, the alternate strategy did not work for them. P6,
You can.
Robert in P7, Tom and Mail in P8. Lewis Heim from
Yeah,
L1
you're the
Esports,
manager.
heavy damage on
Go
that
give an
machine, caused a
interview.
caution down in P9. And Samba Racing Team, another car that caused a caution
Well,
down
yeah,
in P10.
then let the drivers talk.
Then Obsidian Racing and Orion Race Team retired much earlier on in the daylight hours. Moving on to your GT3s. T3 Motorsport by Maniti takes home the win. 5-star Motorsport. This is almost as a full lap behind.
Whittaker.
At 278.
User left your channel.
Pure Sims in third, rounding out that podium.
Whittaker.
Fiercely Ford almost stole a podium
Whittaker.
position there for that 234.
Whittaker.
It wasn't meant to be. Paris Racing Esports in P5 for that category. Lightbird Esports, unfortunately, a self-inflicted spin cost them down to P6. T3 by Benizzi.
Yes,
3
connected
wins
as well.
in this race alone. They take the
if
win
you
as well
send
in
How
the
do I
T3 Pro-Am
connect
category.
it?
The Archer brothers not too
Yeah.
far behind in P2 in that category. P8
Oh,
for
open
Virtual
screen share.
Motorsport and
What?
P9
Do a screen
for
share.
Impulse Racing at the
I'll walk
pro
you through
level.
it.
Okay.
Let's talk about third place Sim Republic 318. Again, there's going to be a
Don't
drive
mind the
time
triples.
investigation after the race,
Ah.
possibly for that team and the 378. We'll keep you posted on anything that happens
yeah.
there. Torque Racing in fourth
Forgot.
behind them. Satellite in fifth. Element
Nah,
in
it's
sixth.
fine.
Rustic
Keep
Spatulas
it like it is.
spun out and got
Okay.
7th place,
Well,
unfortunately.
yeah.
8th place for 49 Motorsports.
Uh,
Impulse Racing retired
Go to
not too
connections.
long ago. The 257 was struggling. They finished down
Connect.
in P10 for that pro category. Pro M.
Put in
That's the Nomad Sim Racing
the
team.
ts.racebot.com there.
11th, Quasar
Yes.
Sim Racing, a heavy contact from the outside wall. Westwood Racing also spun out into
There
turn
is no
5,
server
which was just a
password
killer
and
today
nickname.
in 12th.
Well,
And then Ralph
put in
Van
your
Linden.
name, I guess.
Very rare to see an Alpine strategy. Just a car this low on the list. Same as well for German Sim Racing
Yeah.
and Vector by RSR, rounding out our whole field.
Yes.racebot.u. Yes.
And is it like with Mike? Is everything good?
Yeah, click connect.
While we wait for our champions to come in, we'll get a quick word
Click
with
connect to it.
Syandra, our LMP2 winner.
Oh,
Yeah. See?
where's the waiting?
Besides Jonathan in the booth, do you have a copy?
It's there waiting for
Yep,
interview.
what's up?
You dumb fuck.
All right, so just 2 quick
Oh, is
questions
he
here
on,
before we move on to
uh,
the championship
waiting for interview.
interviews and celebrations.
don't
First
know
off,
why.
Go
that alternate strategy,
to.
whose
Track me
idea
through it.
was it, and
Yeah.
how happy are you
Where
that
are
that
you?
worked
You're
out?
in lobby.
Microphone activated.
Well, after what happened last
I
time
can't.
at Watkins Glen,
Go
in
to
IVRA,
permissions.
we decided to
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
Watkins Glen
that's
rather, but
our
the race
plan
before
right
that.
now, but it is
I
waiting
decided to
for
let Adam
interview.
handle all the strategy,
Fucking
all of
where?
it. So I
Where
didn't
Ruben
do
is.
anything about it. He
User
told me
Waiting.
when to pit. He told me what field number to hit, and I
Down,
did it, and
down,
it worked out.
down.
Frankly,
There.
all I
Down.
know is we were a lap down at one
Oh,
point,
there.
There.
and then we
Double
were racing
click.
for the win. So
User
I'm
left
still
your
kind
channel.
of
There you go.
bizarre
Ah,
about
Alright.
that.
Next, go to self.
We all
Microphone
need it.
muted.
The short
No,
answer is
up top.
turn 5 is a
There's
menace,
a thing,
and
self.
that's
Up
just
top.
a short answer.
Further
You might
top.
have to go
Further
talk
top.
to your fellow
Further
competitors
Oh, there.
There.
about
Self.
that one. But
Yes.
again,
Ruben,
congrats
no more
on
stuff,
the
by the
win.
way.
God damn it, that's not what I wanted. Two.
What was it like to have that Delta Sport car? And this is the final question. What was it like to have that Delta Sport car
Options.
The last
right
pit
there
stop,
at the
we only
end,
changed
knowing
one
that
left
you had to do
tire
as best you
And
can?
there
I
should
wanted to
be
drive away and it stopped
I
me.
capture.
wasn't sure how
Yes.
old his tires were. I think he may have had a
We
double
had
stinted tire
Default,
set where
push
I
it
had a
out,
triple
voice
set.
activation. That's fine. Okay.
So he had
It's
30
actually funny
lap
that
better
I'm going
tires
to
than
the
I did, so I
interview
knew
now.
he was
This
fast
is
at the
the
corners,
first
and his
interview
car was
race
fast at the
I've
corners.
Should be good.
To begin with.
And you can hear the people on
But I
TeamSpeak,
think
right?
We both
the
have done
thing that
Perfect.
the most
Okay.
was that
Championship
they
of
had
this
that
car.
extra dive plane
Then
on the
it's
front of
fine.
their car.
Yes.
Had
Click
a
OK.
little downforce. So they started
Close.
suck up to me in the draft. So all I did
Wait,
was
wait,
at
wait.
turn
Right.
7, I pinched the exit a little bit and straightened out the wheel early and got
Yes.
power hard, and that was enough to keep them at bay.
Congrats.
I'm gonna
And
go
that was
on a
enough to
different
win the
race.
race.
I don't know what you guys
You
finished.
can literally mute
I
yourself
think
here.
P2, right?
Oh yeah,
Alright.
true.
We won.
Well, again, thank you,
You
Sai,
finished
and
P2 or
congratulations on the win,
We
and we
won.
hope to see you for the next season out.
User was moved out of your channel.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Oh.
User was moved out of your channel.
We had. We were the only ones. Yeah,
That
no,
was
there
your
were
race winner.
three
And
cars.
Tristan
with me
bring
because
in
he
the
isn't named Tristan.
GTE Grand and Winter
So have you
Champions, the
guys confirmed
178
that
of
you won the Pro
Maniti.
Am Championship?
We won spring. But to be honest, I have no idea.
Yeah,
This
the
was my first and only
178,
race I
also
did here.
known as
For
the
me and
Bonga
Tristan, we haven't driven this car.
Room.
Any
We have
further
seen
race.
quite some
I know I made just
great
a little bit
moves
of
by
noise
you
at
in
turn
that
7 a couple
last,
times.
yeah, basically the last
Man,
two
the
stints.
first half-
How did it feel out
first
there?
half
That
of the
BMW
first
looked
stint,
like it
It
was
was
on
so
rails.
good. All
The
traffic,
last couple
it was
stints were pretty
everything
good,
nice.
yeah.
It was like the Garden of
We had a
Eden
bit of an
LMP2
issue
and
last pit
GTE
stop
traffic.
though. I wanted to
And
only
then in
change
the
the
second
right-hand
half of
side
the first
tires, and
stint,
then when I
everybody
drove
just,
away,
I
it
don't know,
stopped me
chucked
again.
out their brake.
And we only changed the left front, so
Like,
had a
the
bit of an
first
offset
30 laps, I
the
was like,
last
oh man,
few
this is
stints.
chill, this is gonna be a good
First
few
my left
hours.
front was new,
And
then my
then
left rear.
from one lap to the other, they all
But
just
the
go
car was really good,
unga-bunga.
yeah. So, could do some pretty good overtakes. Wasn't too hard,
I'm
to be
telling you,
honest.
man, like,
It's,
once they
pretty
realize that
easy
the
in
car started
slipstream
with
and
3
then
Pro-Ams, they stop respecting you.
I mean, we already
Honestly,
knew
our
that
drivers
that
said the same
BMW
thing.
has an
Like when
advantage
they were in the
down
pro
the
field,
backstretch, but
look, when they
tell us a
qualify
little
high,
bit
like in the pro
about
field,
your
the pros
setup
behind them
strategy. I
don't give a
mean,
shit.
obviously
They
you
just
knew
dive
that
bomb
the Porsches
them
will
regardless
have
of
that
whether they're faster or
advantage
not.
through the S's. Was that
I
any
don't know.
concern for you
There
guys
were
to
many
try
points
to
where if this
find
was an
the
official race,
maximum
I
amount of
would,
speed
if this was an official, I
through
would
the
have
S's
probably
and
killed like
sacrifice
8
a little bit of
LMP2s
that
already.
top-end speed, or were
Because
you
one of them?
just
I would,
gunning it
no,
for that
because then I wouldn't
BMW
have
track?
given the shit and just given them the bump on the ass. But
I
in this,
tried lower wings and I didn't like it, so we just stuck with a bit of a higher wing. And I think we're not actually that much slower for the S's. We're probably one of the quickest there. I think that BMW in general was pretty good, and the BOP has changed the last month, last patch on iRacing. It's got a lot closer again compared to Watkins Glen, where the Porsche was probably a second quicker without BOP.
oh, this is gonna be awkward. I haven't done anything for this league.
I think
And I'm
the
the one in the
BMW is pretty
interview.
good overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely that BMW is good if you win the winter season and the Grand Championship season in one go. Now, Johnny Verhoff, one question for you as well. You have been pretty much on point throughout this season as a team.
I'm gonna tell you,
how,
Jacob was like fucking
is
illegal.
T3 by Maniti so strong?
In his last year, he's improved
I think
so much.
it's just through
Like,
practice.
I missed
think
David.
Bonga
If I
made a
had
good
my
team. We
pace
both like the
from
BMW
practice
very much,
yesterday, I
so we
would have
just
been
stuck,
able to
stuck
match
with
him, but
that the
today
whole
no.
season and just did a lot of practice, and yeah, here we are today.
Today was just impossible.
Yeah, sure must feel quite great. We're not gonna hold you guys up any longer.
Congrats,
Get the
man.
celebration
Congrats.
started.
Yeah.
We most definitely are hoping to see
We have
you
won
guys
this
back
one and the
for
National
another
Championship,
season
right?
here
This
with
is right.
IVRA. And yeah, once again, congrats
Yeah, for
on
the
that double sweep in the GTE category.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright,
I
I'm
think you'll
gonna
see
head
us
out, man.
back. Sadly, not in the
Where'd you end up?
though.
Did you win? Or oh, you got second in AM.
Have a good
Yeah,
evening.
second in AM, but we still won the
That was Rum
round
Bonga
standing
and
then,
Johnny
something.
Verhoff right there.
Oh,
And
hey, Brian.
Jonathan
So decent,
Berg is now going to talk to
Yeah.
Joshua Meyer
Great
of the
battle at the end there.
378.
Tell Jacob I said
Josh,
that.
it's Jonathan. You get a copy?
Yeah, hello.
Why do
So
you do
the,
dive planes?
Meaty Motorsports, you guys have taken the GTE Championship, the GTE Grand Championship,
Man,
the
like I would have been in
Pro
trouble.
Championship
yeah.
for spring and as well as the Grand one, and now you
We
are a
did the opposite. We
champion
did triple, double,
for
triple.
the spring category for this 378. 5 of the 6 GT champions went to you. What does that mean for you guys as a team, especially knowing that you're driving at the AM level?
Yeah, because I would have been in trouble if
Well,
Jacob had
first,
one
thank
dive
you.
plane.
I think
because
for
how
us,
close he was getting at
free,
turn 7.
especially after we merged.
User joined
This
your
is
channel.
obviously a great
Mhm.
result. I
That's a
can't
trade-off,
say
isn't it?
too
But
much
you're not
because
that
this
much
was
slower
my
through the
first
corners.
ever
He was
race
getting
in
maybe
IVRA.
2/10 in
I haven't
the
raced
sector
in
1,
IVRA Endurance before this,
and that's
so
it. And you can't really
most
pass in
of the
sector
hard
1.
work was done by our other Pro AM guys, by Ivo, Stefan, Hugo, by all of them. But I mean, of course, it's a great result. No, probably Tim is gonna say we should
Well,
have made
clearly
it 6 out
it
of
was
6
doing
or
something, right? Because you guys qualified up really high.
So what was it like? Obviously, your first time out in this IVRA Endurance. What
I
was it
think
like
we had a bit
racing
more
out there,
wind too.
especially when you were one
Yeah,
of
if
the
you're running
only
2 dive planes, you're probably
Mercedes-powered
going 16,
cars in
17
this
wind.
class?
I'm not sure how much we
it
ran.
was great.
It was
I
quite
mean,
high.
after qualifying, we were
Oh, hey,
in
Dan.
a really
Hey,
good
yeah.
position.
Yeah, we
for
done
the race,
qualifying
and
on
then
2
from
dive
the
lanes
start
and the
on,
race
we
one,
just
but
stayed out
that
of trouble
transition
for
from
basically the
quali to
entire
race
length
is
of the race.
Yeah, that's
not
hard.
nice.
IVRA for me
Dude, I didn't do any
is
laps
a
until
bit
9 a.m.
special
this
because
morning.
I've only watched
That's when
races
practice
before,
opened.
and you always have these multi-class races
Like,
on
all
the
of the
more
muscle memory was
tighter
for
and
Petite
not
last
so
year.
like
And
conventional
SEO
tracks.
Pre-Q. That's it. I haven't run this track
overall,
since then.
I think it was quite good. The safety car
But what happened to
periods
you, Dan?
actually added
Like-
a bit of spice.
I messed
Like
up.
Adam told me you were damaged, and then I didn't hear much after that.
And then finally,
Yeah,
what's kind of your plans, at least with Manizzi? Obviously, if this is your first time riding, are you planning on hopefully maybe coming back
over the bump
for a chance to maybe run with them in the series all the time, or you prefer some other aspects of the T3 Manizzi
Wait, which curve?
side of
Cut
things?
Oh, right.
I mean,
okay, I
obviously
saw
if I get
smoke
the
and tire tracks, but I didn't see a car, so that must have
possibility
been
to
you
start in the
Yeah,
endurance
so I
again,
went
that's
left
gonna
and
be
RSO
great.
went
But
right into
now
the
the main
type
focus
errors.
is gonna be
Oh.
because I also drive the Hyper GT Sprint
Yeah, I think
in the Pro
Apex
M
Tech
car,
had
and
the
we
same
can
thing
win the
happen to them on the
championship
final
there.
restart.
So obviously that's gonna be our next big goal.
It's just you kind
And
of
then
just want to
after
send
that,
it.
let's
but
see what the next season
first
brings.
lap.
Yeah, that curb is vicious on the first lap.
User was moved to your channel.
And then when that other
User
Well,
was
thank you
moved
so
out of
much
your
for your
channel.
time. Congratulations again on helping this team win a championship, and best of luck to you in the sprints for hopefully getting another championship over there.